myself, accepting myself. If no one calling me beautiful, I said it myself. Yeah, cause it is time that we should face this. Doesn't matter if a man is born to two races. Equal rap, both races to the fullest. Haters saying otherwise, they evidently clueless. I'm biracial and I'm proud.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Salam wa alaikum. What's crack-a-lackin'? I'm gonna give it a couple minutes for people to log on before I dive into my monologue. This live stream is about. I'll make sure people can hear me because my mic just went out before I get started. And then this live stream is about. All right, good. People can hear me. All right, this live stream right here is about being biracial. What being biracial means. Are biracial people black? Because my whole platform is dominated by people who don't like my content, picking at me being biracial. So I figured let's have a conversation about it. So I'm gonna give it a couple minutes. I'm gonna play a quick commercial. So, you know, I got commercials now. I'm gonna play a quick commercial and then I'm gonna dive into this content. It's gonna be a bit controversial, so strap in. And then afterwards, after I do my monologue, if y'all have something to say, y'all can come on to the panel and we can discuss it. Also, all super chats and cash apps will be read live. But enjoy this commercial and then we'll get started.
Are you tired of the same old dating scene? Feeling like you're stuck in a rut? Well, we have something exciting for you. Welcome to our dating site, where we encourage Black women to explore new possibilities and date outside of their race. We believe that love knows no boundaries, and that you should be able to find your perfect match, no matter what their background is. Our platform is easy to use and completely safe, with thorough background checks and strict guidelines to ensure that everyone has a positive experience. So what are you waiting for? Join our community today and find your perfect match today on datingout.com.
Datingout.com is a website that I made. So it's for Black women that want to find love outside of their racial group. Anyway, so the literal definition of being biracial is this: having parents or ancestors from different racial or ethnic backgrounds. That's it. Having parents or ancestors from different racial or ethnic backgrounds. That's the literal definition of being biracial. And shout out, what's going on? Oh, to my admins. You know, I got a lot of haters, so this is gonna be pretty strict. We're not doing timeouts, straight bans. Y'all can't come in here and act like adults. You're gonna get straight banned. So to begin, before I get into my monologue, I had a picture of Malcolm X on my thumbnail. A lot of people are saying Malcolm X, isn't mixed. His mother was. Well, by that very same definition, that means he was mixed. But people like this person right here. I think it's very simple answer. A person with two black parents is a black person. If a person has a parent of two different races, then they're not a black person, correct? So Malcolm X had a biracial mother. And since most of the black people in the black community agree that you have to have two black parents to be considered black. So that means Malcolm X doesn't have two black parents. That means Malcolm X isn't a black man. I didn't make these rules up. But I'm gonna dive into that when I get into my monologue. Happy Tuesday. Thank you everyone for joining on. Good evening. Shout out to you, man. Good evening. From all the way from the UK. I'm about to dive into my monologue. It's one of the rare occasions that I can do a live stream and my kids aren't here. You know what I mean? So let's get started. Black people, hold on. A lot of these comments, I'm not gonna be able to keep up with them. So just bear with me if you make a comment. I'll go through that a little bit later. All right, let's dive into my monologue. And then we'll open up the panel because I know that a lot of people got a lot to say about this, but please be respectful. All right. My name and my content have garnered a lot of attention, not only from haters, but those that are curious about biracials and what we are. As a definition I explained earlier, a biracial person is someone that has parents from different racial groups or ethnic groups, right? So let me put it simply. I am half black and I am half Egyptian. The Egyptian, Egyptians identify, I know the identity of Egyptians is not very complicated, but the world makes it complicated. Egyptians themselves just claim themselves to be Egyptian, right? But people want to add their own shit to it. So since my mother identifies as an Arab, my mother passed away in 2020, but when she was alive, she identified as an Arab. So it makes it easier for me to say I'm half black and half Arab because it makes it easier for people to understand, right? It's less I have to explain. And just so you know, biracial people is just not black and white. Biracial encompasses a whole bunch of other ethnicities. Biracial can be Asian and white. It can be black and Asian. It can be Hispanic and white. That's what biracial is. But today's conversation, we're going to focus on half black American biracials, right? Because half black American biracials, when it comes to the black community, we are unique because we were initially created from white slavers forcing themselves on black women. And yes, I'm aware that biracials existed way before slavery and have existed forever. But I'm focusing on the American half black biracial right now. Our relation to the black community as half black biracials will forever be tied to what made black Americans what it is. We were slaves with black Americans. We hung from trees with black Americans. We were raped, oppressed, and went through Jim Crow and fought hard in the civil rights movement for freedom and equality right beside black Americans. But back then also, there really wasn't this push to divide biracial people from the black community. It wasn't, because we were just considered black because the one drop rule was in effect. But today, in the past 20 so years, black people want to redefine what being black is, and that's their right. It is their race. But at the same time, it's kind of a huge slap in the face to biracial people, for us to suddenly be told that we're no longer welcome in the black community because we're not black enough. After everything we contributed, after everything biracial people have done, to suddenly be told you ain't welcome here no more, it's pretty fucked up, So as a biracial man, I've been told my entire life that biracial is not black enough. That you need two black parents to be black. So if biracial is not black, and that means Malcolm X, again, is not a black man. His mother was biracial. Since by today's definition that biracials are not black, that'll make his mother a different race, and hence making Malcolm X biracial himself. Again, I didn't make these rules up. These are the rules that a lot of these pro-black people have put onto us, have pushed out there. Biracial people, for the most part, were fine with being part of the black community, but we just are getting tired of constantly being told that we aren't black enough, that we're this and that, and being hated on just for existing. So a lot of us have said, yeah, you're right. I'm just biracial, 100%. But this rabbit hole goes deep. What would the black community look like if half black American biracials were given their own racial category? If we were able to claim all of our biracial ancestors and historical figures? What would black history and American history look like? What would we get half of February for Biracial History Month? Would reparations look the same since we are also descendants of the slave trade? I don't think these are questions that those who suddenly say biracials are not black have thought through, because it's a very deep rabbit hole. Biracial people, we are, again, tied to the very same slave trade, to the very same oppression in black American history. So you can't just, say, well, fuck you, there's the door. When we were created by the same exact things that made black Americans what black Americans are today. And look, I understand that black Americans want to self-define their own race. Black Americans have every right to say, hey, this is what black is. And I understand that, black Americans, This is also a common thing that we get as biracial people, right? They say that white people don't accept you, so why should we? You know what I mean? Which that's a valid point. White folks and every other race can really define what their race is. They can define this is what whiteness is. Hispanic people can define this what Hispanic people is. Arab people can define this what Arab is. My mic went off. Black people have the right to define what their racial group also is. They have every right, So, but again, you also have the right to define, man, I'm trying to say this without being too controversial because, again, most of my audience are Black Americans, and I want to be respectful as I can, okay? So if I say something, just don't take it the wrong way because my hate is going to spin it either way, right? Black women have the right to have a Black woman as a standard of Black womanhood and beauty. 100%, I agree with that. They should not have to endure a biracial or mixed race woman representing them. The same for us biracials. We should represent ourselves. That means Denzel Washington should not have played Malcolm X because Malcolm X is not a full Black man. He's a mixed race man. Angela Bassett should not have played Rosa Parks because Rosa Parks is a mixed race woman. The late Chadwick Boseman should not have played Thurgood Marshall because Thurgood Marshall is a biracial man, a mixed race man. Part of the problem is that a lot of biracials are confused. Most of us are not raised by both of our parents, and we are told that we are just Black by both sides. It's the world outside of home that gives us our reality check. For instance, I have yet to see a white parent claim their biracial child as white. They're always just Black to them. The same with my Arab mother. My Arab mother never once claimed me as Arab. I was her Black child. I wasn't even her half Black child. I wasn't her biracial child. I was the Black child that she never wanted, But Black people, Black people for the most part say, yeah, he's Black. You know what I mean? It hasn't been on for the past 20 or so years, that this has started to change. But when I grew up in the 80s and the 90s, right? In the 80s and the 90s, there were jokes like Chico the Bars jokes or whatever. But for the most part, biracial people were just accepted as Black, but for the past 20 years, again, Black people, especially Black men in general, have been trying to redefine what Blackness is. But I find it ironic that Black men, for the most part, are pushing this, this Black gatekeeping when they're the main ones making us. Like 90-something% of biracials in America are created by Black men. Yet Black men have an issue with biracial people being Black. But y'all creating us. So can you really look at your child and say, hey, you're not from me? Even though I created you, you're not from me. That's essentially what you are saying. That's what white parents have been telling their biracial child the whole time. You came from my fucking womb, but you're not good enough to be white like me. And then Black men have adopted the same idea. You came from me. You have half of my DNA, but you're not good enough. You're not good enough for me to claim you as Black like me. So it leaves us biracial people in a limbo because we are told at home, depending on our mix, but for the most part, we're told at home that you're Black. If you're raised by a white parent, you're told that you're just Black. If you're raised by an Arab parent, you're told that you're just Black. If you're raised by a Black mother, you were told that you're just Black. But then when you go out into the world tells you ain't Black enough. When you go out to school, the Black kids at school tell you ain't Black enough. Like I remember one of my very first experiences, right? I was going to school. I grew up in Arizona. Let me get rid of this comment. I grew up in Arizona, right? Arizona is a predominantly Republican white state. And white kids. I was one of the few kids of African descent there. So white kids that would come touch my hair, right? They'll say, oh, I was called an N-word constantly. I was followed around school by all of the teachers because, I've always been big. I'm 6'2", 220 pounds. I've always been tall, always been big. So I was always seen as a threat because I was always big, right? And I was followed around by all the teachers that want to make sure that I'm okay, that I'm doing great. But then when I got around other black kids that were in different grades, that went to that same school, they would tell me, you're not like us. Your skin tone isn't like us. Your hair isn't like us. You don't talk like us. That I'm not welcome in their group. Yet I experienced some of the same racism. Now, is my racial experience the exact same as a dark-skinned black man? It's not. 100% I can admit that. I have some privilege as a biracial man. I do have some light-skinned privilege. I'm not worried about being pulled over and being unalived by a cop. I'm not. I am an ex-con. I did time in prison for a fraud charge 20 years ago. I don't like police. I grew up on the streets. You know what I mean? Well, it's not that I don't like police. I just don't really trust them. I grew up on the streets. So that being said, I have a healthy mistrust for police. But I've had a lot of racial experiences. I've had a cop in Washington State put a gun to my head and tell me he can shoot my black ass right now. And no one would care because I'm just an N-word. But then I run and tell that to black people because no one else wants to hear that. And I'm laughed at. Oh, you're light-skinned. That didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. You ain't racially oppressed. It's just ridiculous. The amount of hate and the amount of confusion that surrounds us as biracial people. You know what I mean? So what's the solution? If you think that you got to have two black parents to be considered black, then what's the solution? Are you ready to look at your half-black kid and tell him you ain't black, you ain't white, you're just something in the middle? You don't got a racial category. You know what type of identity crisis, type of depression that causes? You know what type of self-hate that causes? For the longest time, I'm gonna keep it 100. You know me. I'm always 100. I'm always candid. When I was growing up in group homes and foster homes, being half Arab and half black, not really fitting in anywhere, I wished I was either full black or at least dark enough to blend in and not have these constant questions, not constantly being told that I'm not enough. I wished I was one or the other. But that wasn't my reality, So what's the solution? If you think that half black people, half black Americans, that's all we're dealing with here, is half black American people. Because again, we are intrinsically tied, forever tied to the black community because we suffered all the same atrocities as the black community did. If you think there were no biracials in slavery, then you are a fucking idiot. With the amount of rape that went on, with the amount of black women that were, again, raped by white slavers, if you think that there weren't biracials, then you're a little bit lost in the sauce. So what's the solution? And I ain't trying to be a dick when I say this, but if you want to kick us out of the black community, then we are owed something because we contributed a lot to what black America is today. We contribute a lot to what freedom and equality for the black community is today. We are owed something. Maybe, just maybe, the black community can help us establish our own racial group. If you want us out, then maybe y'all can help us establish our own racial group. You know what I mean? Maybe you can help, you can help sign petitions that I created, I'll post here, to help bring more awareness to it. For those of you that have biracial kids, you're not just doing it for angry biracials like me. You're not just doing it for the biracial person on TikTok that's talking shit about whatever. You're not just doing it for them, you're doing it for your own kids, you know? Hey, look, shout out to all my subscribers. Like most of my channel are divested Black women. So I figured this would be a great conversation to have with them. Because I know this one sister, right? She told me that she used to think, she used to not claim biracial people, right? But then when she had a biracial kid, when she had her child that grew in her womb, that was half white, and when she saw her kid, she said, there's no way in hell that I cannot claim that child as Black like me when she came from me, you know? So it's like, this is a conversation that I wanted to have because I'm not having it with normal, you know, biracial hating Black people. I'm having it with parts of the Black community that have biracial kids, that want biracial kids. So if you want those, what's the solution? Will you help biracials establish their own group? So that would benefit all of us. You know what I mean? If you want us out that bad, if you want mixed race people, biracial people out that bad, then why not help us establish our own group? Yes, people will be able to speak on the panel in a minute. Let me finish saying what I got to say, and then I'll bring people up. So again, I 100% support that Black people have the right to define who and what Black people are. I 100% support that. Every racial group has that right. But if we are being kicked out, help us establish that right. Because again, we contributed so much to what the Black community is today, to what freedom and equality looks like today. I mean, the founder of the civil rights movement was a biracial man, Frederick Douglass. You know what I mean? We can go on and on and on down that road. Yes, I am live finally, right? We can go on and on down that road, okay? And again, to make this clear, because I know a lot of my haters that really hate my guts for whatever reason are going to chop shit up. I support Black people, Black men, Black women being able to self-identify and define what makes a Black person. That is their right. But again, kicking us out, biracials out of the Black community is a slap in the face because of all we contributed, of everything that we did side by side, and how we are a part of that pockmark in American history, just like the rest of Black America are. You know what I mean? So what's the solutions? I'm gonna start bringing people up, and then we can have this conversation. Someone said, am I part of the Golden Sphere? I am not part of the Golden Sphere. You know, I started off on YouTube. Originally Angry Biracial, I was part of the Golden Sphere. You know, I'm gonna touch on this for a minute. You know, I was part of the Golden Sphere. I started off as a member of the Golden Sphere. That's before I understood what the Golden Sphere was. You know, the Golden Sphere is not a safe haven for biracial people. The Golden Sphere is, some have dubbed it the biracial Jerry Springer show. It's just a bunch of crazy, confused biracials in there that have a lot of issues, that hate everyone. And there's a lot of white supremacist stuff going on in the Golden Sphere. If you're not a half Black, half white biracial, then you're kind of hated against. I'm half Black, half Arab. I was hated against a lot in there. I was hated in there because I have a Black wife and I love my Black wife. I was hated a lot in there because I stuck up and did a lot of content supporting and uplifting Black women. So they hated on me in there. So I left the Golden Sphere because I couldn't deal with the constant hate, the constant stalkers, the weird people. I'm trying to watch what I say. The weird people that infest that space. If you're a biracial person, or if you are a Black person who wants to learn more about biracial people, the Golden Sphere is not a good place to start, because the Golden Sphere is not a good representation of biracial people at all. So yes, I started off in the Golden Sphere because, like me, like most biracial people, I wanted to find a space of biracial people so we can talk, communicate, and finally talk about our issues without without being gaslighted or without being told this or told to stop crying. You know, I wanted a space like that. And I thought the golden sphere was like that. But it turned out it was something completely different. So again, I advise biracial people or black people or anyone else that has any that wants to learn anything about biracial people, don't go to the current golden sphere. Now, is the golden sphere going through a change? It is. A lot of the bad apples are being kicked out. You know, a lot of biracial people are speaking out against a lot of the crap in the golden sphere. You know, and a lot of other people are stepping up and saying, yeah, you know what, we need to fix our space. So, you know, when it gets fixed, of course, I will announce it. And we got people from the golden sphere here today that one of them is going to be on the panel. The future is golden. So she has a lot to say about that. I will bring her up shortly. She's also a mixed race person. So I'm about to drop the link, right? So rules for my channel and my admins, my moderators, again, we're just banning people because we're not going to tolerate any type of slurs, any type of anything on this channel. If you can't have a discussion like grown adult people, then you don't need to be here. So I'm going to drop the link and you have to cam up behind scene for me first before I allow you on my panel. Understand? If I don't know you, I know the future is golden, so you know she can whatever. But most people, if I don't know you, you got to cam up before I on my panel to make sure you're not a troll or make sure you are who you say you are. You don't got to cam up when you live on screen, just behind the scenes so I can see you first. All right. Anyway, I'm about to drop the link. This goes to both my YouTube watchers and my Facebook watchers. Let me go to invite. And good evening, everybody. I'm way behind in the comments. I probably won't get to all the comments because, you know, it's a lot. You know, this is one of my biggest live streams that I've had in my YouTube career. And again, to all my subscribers, I love you. I appreciate you. And hit the like button. Make sure you keep the like button up. All super chats will be read live. If you want to talk shit to me, you got to pay for it. So if you want to cuss me out in the super chat, I'll play it. But you gotta get a super chat, you know what I mean? Let's go. Let's get it started. The link is dropped. If you have anything in regards to what I just said about biracial people, you know, what we are, if you want to help biracial people define their own racial group, if you think biracial people hate black people, come up here, let's talk about it. So I can tell you that most of us don't hate black people. Most of us, all right, but I see you. I'm gonna bring you up, okay? Thank you for coming up a second. Most of us don't hate black people. Most of us, the whole. Thank you, Claudine. I see you. You don't have to come up if you don't want to. Appreciate it. Welcome to. Someone drop. Right. Welcome everybody to the live stream. Let's start with the future is golden. I know she has, because I talked about the golden sphere. Start with her and then we'll circle around, okay?
Yeah, I'm not going to go too far into what happened in the golden sphere, but what I will say is that originally it was started by multi-generationally mixed people and light-skinned black people as a space to kind of talk about some of the issues they were dealing with. And I think they invited in some of the biracials as well, but like all of our issues are not the same. So there was a lot of fighting within the group, and it did become very toxic. But at this point, we're just kind of reclaiming what we had started originally, and a lot of the people who were creating all of the drama, they're pretty much being kicked out. I don't know if the group will continue in the future, but I did want to say that originally that's why it started, just really as a healing space for people who were dealing with different things in the Black community, because that's where most multi-generationally mixed and light-skinned people reside. Okay, so we're not in the white community, but some of us, you know, we like to talk about our issues, and I want to make it clear that it wasn't a space to hate on any group of people. It was a space to kind of escape the hate that we were feeling. So I want to clear that up. But thank you for allowing me on your panel. and welcome everyone to the stream.
All right, Sarah, I see you. I see you behind the screen. If you want to come on, you got to cam up just for me. You don't have to cam up for everybody. That's why I can know if you're a troll or not. Know who you are. So, I started off in the Golden Sphere again, and when my experience in the Golden Sphere wasn't very good. So that's why I left. I'm happy to know that the Golden Sphere is starting to kick people out, and they're starting to redefine, because I think a space for biracial people to talk about biracial issues is very needed. Next person that came up was Trina Bennett. What's going on, Sister Trina? What was on your mind?
How's everybody?
We are doing well.
Good.
I'm doing good.
We had a conversation on another panel, and in my family we have a lot of biracial and bi-ethnic, and I'm a Black American, descendant of United States chattel slavery. So, as you know, we're going through like a whole delineation, reparations, and just trying to get different categories set aside. And as a Black American woman, and then having relatives and friends and family who are biracial, coming from Black mothers, Black American mothers, and then I have my cousins who are males who have their biracial children. It's a difference in how you have to step into how each one of these children see themselves. So as Black Americans, women, being in this category for a long time under slavery, and then getting in context with having children of our own, we've decided to basically, in my family, I can say, we tell our children that there are mixture. You have a Black mom and your dad is whatever, and you can claim both. You're a perfect mixture of each group. That's the easiest way, and they have had no problems. So I guess I'm kind of unclear. And then when you were saying we kicked you out the community, I'm not sure where that came from. That's kind of like a question mark for me. So I just needed some more elaboration on that. But usually in our family, it hasn't been an issue. We found an issue when the males brought in children coming from other mothers, because that child has to identify in a different aspect when it's another mother from another culture or another, race. That child wants to naturally, if it's a girl or boy, want to identify with their white side as well. So I can't answer for a white woman, but I can only answer for a Black American woman. And that's what we tell our kids. We don't say that they're not us or they're not good enough to be us. You're a mixture of both cultures, both ethnicities. That's how we do it.
Well, as I said earlier, in at home in the family, we are told one thing. But when we get out into the world, we are told something else. We are told that we aren't Black enough, that we aren't accepted. This, my entire life, that has been my story. My entire life, and I'll be 100%. It comes from mostly Black men. Black women for the most part have always accepted me as being Black enough. But it comes from mostly Black men that say, "Oh, you ain't Black." Whose mic is that?
I don't know. Can I say something? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi.
Let me finish my thought real quick, and then I'll get to you. Okay.
Okay.
But if you're not talking there, please mute your mics so we don't have any background noise. So it's mostly been Black men in my experience that's been maybe intimidated, maybe feeling threatened by light-skinned or biracial men that, for the most part, they create. So again, at home, we are told by that we're just Black. I was told by my Arab mother that I'm just a Black man. I'm just Black and I'm this and that. But then when I got out into the real world, they told me I'm not Black enough. And no matter how pro-Black I tried to be, it was never enough, because I don't have two Black parents. But anyway, let me go to Nicole Brown.
Hi. You can hear me clearly, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I think it's a complex issue, because I think it also has to do with culture. I think Black Americans don't like to admit that Black Americans that look like me can be culturally different. Like, we're just raised differently, we talk differently. Because I can tell you, growing up in a white rural town, that Black is Black. Like, if I told my sister's friend Vicky she's biracial and she's not black, she'll be like, well, what the fuck am I? Because like you are treated the same similarly in those spaces. However, it's been slowly, I'm starting to realize that it's a very big gap in treatment between a light-skinned black person, a woman, and then a dark-skinned black woman. And like that is like globally. Like it's really insane how colorism works. And I think sadly with biracial people that benefit from it, like the origins of it stem from hatred. So for me, it's always like really, really confusing and really, really iffy because like you, I get confused. I'm like, is this person black? Is it, I don't want, I want this my image seen more, or women who look like me and like the media. Like when I saw The Little Mermaid, I thought I wasn't gonna cry, but I cried. I really did, because it was just so relieving to see someone that kind of sort of has my skin tone. But yeah, like it's my life saying colorism is worldwide. And it's like that's where it kind of stems from. Like, because it's just my experience. I lived in Argentina, and the darker you are, the worse job you have. And so, like, when they would see people like me, Argentinians, white Argentinians would be jealous, because it's like they can call you and me the N word, but we have dollars. So we can live in these expensive neighborhoods. So it's always like a complex issue. At least for me, it's not necessarily biracial and black. It's about what's accepted as black and the consequences of that, if that makes sense.
Well, I appreciate your perspective, but as again, as someone who's been biracial my entire life, is we've been told that by black people most of our life. Again, let me be specific: black men most of our life.
Yeah,
That we aren't black, and that we
yeah,
are a pretend black person, and that we are this, and it kind of sets us up for like, okay, then what the hell are we? You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
at home I'm told I'm just black, but again, the rest of the world sees me as something else. So thank you, Claude. I will bring. I think you're already up there. I think you're up here twice. So let me drop.
Okay.
So it's and I think this is part of the problem too. Is when us biracials we talk about it, our experience is not really accepted as the experience, because a lot of people, I'm not saying you in particular, I'm just saying in general.
No. Yeah.
We are told that we're making it up, or we've never been hated against, or stuff like that.
Yeah,
And that's also something that needs to be discussed, because
exactly.
our experience is valid, Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but all right, let me get on to the next person real quick.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. And you can say something again in a minute, but
Okay. I'll turn my camera off and my mic.
well, thank you so much, man. Nicole. Claude, go ahead. Claude? No. Claude is gone. All right. Kay, you have not cammed up for me in the back, so I don't know if who you are. That's just for protection of my channel. All right, I see you. Thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna put you on. What's going on, Kay? What are your thoughts?
Oh, hi. I want to say, I think you have someone else on the panel that I know, Trina. I just want to say hi. How you doing? I'm fine. Okay, so I want to start off with well, I'll say assalamu alaikum, brother. I've contacted you before, put some post on, and I have a niece that is similar to you. Her mom's Black American, father's Egyptian. Her experiences were very different from yours, and I'm really heartbreaking to hear some of the things that you went through. And I just want to say I'm glad that you shared with us, and I'm very sorry for a lot of the horrible experiences you had on both sides. But it's nice to see you have such a beautiful family, and I think Allah helps us heal in different ways, and I'm hoping that you're healing.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, sis.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to say about my experiences. I'm originally from New York City, Brooklyn. I'm in my early 50s, so I was born in the early 70s. And I always understood it that we were all black. That's just the way it was when I was raised, and that's the way I understood it. that, you know, regardless of our skin tone, if we had a Black American parent or another parents, we were all Black people. And that's why I've always seen it. So not until social media that I started understanding that there were other Black American people that kind of had a different opinion about it. I didn't know that before. I thought it was all like we're all well on the same page. So I was really shocked to hear Black American people saying that mixed race people were not Black. And that's probably like I think when I first started coming across that was back in 2014, because that's when I discovered Black YouTube, right? I didn't know there was a Black YouTube before. So that's when I discovered it. But for me, I just said if I had a mixed race child, for me that child would be Black. I would raise them as Black. I wouldn't have a problem with them understanding the other side. I would not have a problem if they grew up and they saw themselves differently. But I feel like as a Black American parent, a Black American mother, it would be the right thing for me to establish to them their foundation and to raise them as a part of me. I cannot imagine I would bring a child into this world and tell them what they are not, that they're not this and that. I couldn't do it. But I also think when it comes to raising mixed race children, I think parents are wrong to tell a child, you're not this and you're not that. What they ought to tell them is, you are this and you are that. Like, even if they see the child is not white or not Black, they should just simply tell them, you are. Like, give them positive affirmation. You are mixed race. You are part white and part Black. I think that's a much better message than just telling them they're not white or they're not Black. And another thing, what I don't like, I know I always understood that the way with white American people that they had always rejected the mixed race children that they had, you know, during slavery and even after slavery. So I always understood. I always felt like as Black Americans, we took the higher road and we accepted our mixed race children as a part of us, and that we did not reject them or from the community or from the family or tell them that they were not Black. I always understood that we did not do the same thing that white people did, and particularly being that white people did out of racism. And another point, I know a lot of other people say like they don't include mixed race people in their group. I feel like as Black Americans, we shouldn't do that just because everyone else does that. I really wish if we had a reason, we have our own reasons for whether we accept mixed race people as part of our group or not. But the whole thing of, oh, everyone does this and that, we're Black Americans. Our experiences here are very unique. We're not like any other group of people in this world. So we need to stop comparing ourselves to other people. And
Hi,
I
can you
feel
hear
like
me?
it just, yeah. Who's this? Trina, right?
Oh,
Okay.
okay, I was making sure you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So yeah, I'm sorry, I kind of lost my train of, but I don't like the idea of rejecting our mixed race sisters and brothers and our mixed race children from our group. And I always see all of us together as kind of like one big family. And although I do see mixed race people as a part of our Black American ethnicity, I do not have a problem with them establishing their own organization or even their own group. I think that's a good thing. I think it's positive. I think they need it because I hear too many painful stories in this day and age. And when it's especially painful when you hear a mixed race person say they experienced racism on both sides of the family. I think that's such a horrible experience. I'd always thought that we as Black Americans accepted all of our mixed race people, and I'm hearing so many other stories saying otherwise, and that was kind of shocking to me. I remember the first time I heard a girl, she was half Samoan and half Black. Her mom was actually Black American, and she said this Black American side of her family didn't accept her. Now she's from California, so there was a lot of Hispanic people out here, and she said Hispanic people always welcoming to her, so I'm glad she had that. But that was the first time I heard a mixed race person say this. This was about 10 years ago, and it shocked me. It really shocked me. I felt so bad for her. I just felt this pain, and I really didn't know it was like that. I didn't realize so many of us as Black Americans would reject our own mixed race children and sisters.
I've never heard of
Yeah,
it.
so I apologize.
I just wanted to add in some points because I gotta go because
Go
I
ahead.
gotta go.
Okay.
Is it okay if I speak?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to give everyone the chance to speak. I have a mixed daughter. I'm a Black mom. Her father's white German. I live in a totally different. I don't live in America. I live in Canada, which is totally different. I find in Toronto, it's very multicultural. So you'll
Excuse me,
find.
are you of Black American descent, Canadian or like Caribbean or African?
Sorry.
You said you're Black Canadian, so I was wondering if you're like a Black American descent Canadian or like Black African or Caribbean.
No, we don't do that here. So we don't identify as Canadian or
Okay.
American or North American. We identify with our culture. So
Well, I
all
think.
Black people.
So what is your culture?
Okay. So My culture is Jamaican.
Dominican? Jamaican?
Jamaican. She's
Okay.
Jamaican.
Okay. Good to know. I'm just curious. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So it's very cultural identified here. There's no African, Canadian, because African people have their own culture.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is where I find a lot of Americans are kind of lost. They don't have that connection to their culture.
That's kind of true. Yeah. I find that too. I don't think they want
So
you to
you're
feel
calling yourself African American, but
yeah.
you don't know which part of Africa you
No,
come
no, I
from.
actually call myself Black American though. But
Yeah,
what
Yeah.
you were
we're
saying about
speaking
your
it. We're
child
trying
being
to.
yeah, I'm sorry,
Um,
I think we got off
I just
track. I'm
I don't talk very fast. I take my time when I talk.
okay.
Um, with my daughter is mixed. There's I find there's a difference with a black mother compared to a white mother
I think
with
so too. Big
biracial
time.
children.
Big time.
Just for the fact that the child has more identity to that black culture with the mother, because the child does come out questioning which side do I side with, and it's just something that naturally happens. I believe that biracial people are rooted in colorism. No matter what they do, they're just like that dark skinned black woman or dark man. They have an identity that fall or they fall into. I keep hearing myself echoing, so it's kind of difficult to talk.
I hear you fine. So go ahead.
Okay. So I find that mixed children need to have a strong identity to either the white culture or the black culture.
Yeah, I know what you mean, like giving them a cultural foundation, right? One or the other. Like, see, that's what I
Well,
was
how?
thinking. Like, you should ground them in one or the other, and then they can decide as they get older, you know? But I
Well,
think,
look, my daughter's mixed, and she loves the Japanese culture. You
okay,
know, it doesn't matter. A person's a person, but
right.
just having
Mm.
that culture where they can feel comfortable is important. My daughter comes and she knows about ackee and sausage
So you
because
said
she's
her
black.
father
She
is,
knows
so,
about our
so you're
food.
Jamaican and her father is Japanese?
Excuse me?
You're Jamaican and her father is Japanese?
No, her father is white.
Oh,
My daughter likes the Japanese culture. Just
oh,
like
I
a
see what
black
you're
kid
saying.
can get up and
Yes, good.
a black child. I was different. I didn't identify with everything with the black culture,
Mm.
right?
Yeah, my niece is like that. She was really into the Japanese anime and then the Chinese, and she was
Exactly,
totally in
because
love with
the
that.
children are
Yeah,
different now.
right.
We are
Mm.
our children now don't think like how we do. You know, they are now. There's a big large community of biracial people due to just the history last 10, 15 years.
Hey, could
Yeah.
you tell me
I
what is
work
your
with
daughter's
kids.
age
I'm a
group?
social worker, so I see the community. And going in the community, you see a lot of mixed boys, biracial boys and girls, very confused and lost
Wow.
because they don't have a black father. They have a white
Oh,
mother who has an
Mm.
identity
so it's
crisis.
the
A
same
lot of
as it
them.
is in America. Is that what you're saying? That is, and I think England as well. It seems to be the same in those
It's
three countries.
anywhere where there's mixed children, and it's not a third world country.
Mm. Okay, okay. And you said your daughter, is she like in elementary school, junior high, high school? I mean, not specific age. I just wondering about the age range.
My daughter's 22.
Oh,
She's turning
okay.
22.
She's an adult. Okay, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was the reason why I was asking because when my niece was around in elementary school, that's when she had a very strong, heavy interest into like Asian cultures, and then like now she's in high school and she's gotten more into like her Black American history. Like she's has this strong like Black American, what she has learned at school and from us and her family. So before she would kind of shied away from anything that was Black American, in my opinion, and not like I don't think it was a self-hate. I think she just didn't find it interesting, and now she's very into it. So
I
I
did
think it
want to
kind of
say
changes as they
something
get
as
older.
well.
Oh, go
Go,
ahead,
go,
go ahead.
go ahead, and I'll respond to this afterwards. Go ahead.
Can I say
Yeah.
something?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So you were asking, like, I don't know, something like if biracial people should like separate and have their own group, right? Is that what I'm
Correct.
understanding? Okay.
Yes.
Um, I don't really think so. I think that the Black community needs to be more introspective. I'm not saying that with any disrespect, and I'm constantly questioning myself about the things that I do. I think that there's a lot of projecting that goes on from like fully Black people to mixed Black people. If anybody disagrees with me, please tell me if that you disagree and why. I would love to hear it.
I
Does anybody
disagree.
disagree? You okay? Please
Everything's
tell me.
rooted in mix and colorism. And we need to understand that as a Black community, everything is colorism. And not just Black community, brown and Black community and Asian community. It's all
Oh,
colorism.
well, I think
So
that we're
there's a
basically
scale for
Okay.
everything.
yeah.
And
So that
okay,
we're
the sister who said that everything's rooted in colorism, you're the one that's from Canada, right?
Yes.
Jamaican. Okay, okay. Because for us in America,
s-
it's like racism. It's like everything's rooted in
We
no, but
have
racism.
to me,
racism here too.
those are the same. How are they different?
Can I
What?
ask a quick question? Can I ask a quick question? And
Yes, go ahead.
angry biracial, are you said your mother was Egyptian, correct?
Yes.
And your father was he a Black American descendant of chattel slavery? Was he Jamaican? I mean, was he
No,
Caribbean or was he African?
my father was a Black American from Mississippi, descendant of chattel
Oh,
slavery.
this is the clarity I would like to state. As Black Americans, and it's no pun intended to you. What I'm not understanding with biracials is it seems like we have to be more accepting. But do you, as biracials, take this same energy to your other side, who is not accepting at all?
We but that's a good
I'm
question.
curious.
I think I addressed
Can
that in
I
the
answer? Can I answer that question, angry biracial?
yeah. Let me respond to Sister Trina's question, and then I'll get to you. Okay.
Sure.
So
And then I have a question for you myself, please.
okay,
Go ahead.
cool.
Hmm.
A lot of us biracials, we, your question was, do we have that same energy for our other side,
Yeah,
right?
it just seems like it's. I guess it's me, and I want clarity. Is it anger towards us, or is it equally the same for both? Because it seems like it's just coming on the projection of just Black Americans. And like you said before, you said you didn't experience any vitriol from the women. It was primarily from the men, which we
Right.
experienced that too as Black women, especially dark-skinned women. And I'm speaking about Black American culture. And we do have a culture, even though Africans and Caribbeans don't think we have one. Our culture is
You do
very
have one. You do have one.
worldwide. So
Of
that's
course
a
you
Yeah.
have a
complete
culture.
mistake. But
There's not, I never said that. No one's ever said that.
All
and
right.
we're not
Let me
confused. We're basically dropping off you're correct, the African part, because we're not African. We're basically going under a whole different synopsis. But that's nothing to do with this. But I want to know, what more can Black American women do? Because the reason why a lot of times we, as Black American women, we're telling our biracial daughters that you're a combination of both is because you're part biracial, and you know more than anything, Black men in our community, I'm not speaking about African community or Caribbean community, I'm not going on that pretense because my son is bicultural, my daughter is fully Black. It's like we're being erased, and that's
Okay,
something
wait,
that's
but these
very
these are
offensive to our group, and especially if the child is biracial, coming from like say a white mom. Why
Or
is
a
it
mother
not
that is not
taken?
Black
these
American.
Yeah,
are many topics in one. These are many,
Yeah,
many
these are a lot of
yeah.
different
topics, but I want to
yeah.
jump in. I want to jump in
I'm
on
gonna
the
start.
topic where you said.
I have a
I want to
question
jump
for you,
into the
Angry
part where
Biracial,
you said
because
that. I want to jump in on the part where she said that we don't bring this same energy to the white community, and why
Right,
isn't this an issue with the white community? And I want to speak on that before we
right.
get into
please,
another topic.
yes,
Let me just say that a lot of us have relationships with both white and Black people as mixed people. And a
Right.
lot of these issues stem from our dealings with Black people
I was
because
just saying that. That's
we
exactly
are
what I meant
considered,
when I said
yeah,
that
we
Black
are
people
considered,
project onto biracial people.
Can
I've
right,
I?
we
seen
are
it.
considered
So
Black.
you guys are
So
saying your
that's where,
interactions are very different.
but that's where the
Yes,
disagreements stem from because we're considered Black. So a lot of the
yes.
dispute comes over that we're not considered white. So we don't have to argue with them about our identity. It's black
I,
Yes.
I
people
find
because
that
we are
black people live through the colorism of the light skin or mixed woman or man. We live through that through internalized
right.
hate and slavery. It's internalized hate because of what we're
Yes.
told is
I
beautiful
think what you
is what we
okay,
see.
I think can I say something right quick? I think what you guys are saying is that when you deal with white people, that your experiences are consistent across the board, right? And they tend to be the same no matter what. And whereas with Black Americans, you have someone like me that says, "Yeah, I do see mixed race people as Black," and then you may have someone as Trina that says that mixed race people are mixed, and this goes back and
Someone's
forth.
beating on the mic.
It's not consistent within the Black American community. I think that's what you guys are saying, right?
right. I feel like there's
No,
more consistency with white people. They view us as mixed or black to some extent, and that's how we view ourselves. But within the black community, one day we're mixed, the next day we're black. We're not this, we're not
Well,
that.
That's
that's
true.
So I
why
Very
think
I
true.
said
there's
that
more
Black people
consistency.
need to do their inner work because
We
we are
do. Yeah.
projecting. We
yep,
project
Yeah,
we
what
are.
we
but I
don't
think with
get
Right.
that we
social
wish
media
that
Yeah.
is
we
helping us
had.
to do that
That's what
that
it is.
internalized work.
Exactly.
You know, I think social media is now helping Black American people to connect all over the country and
Mm-hmm.
to now to have these conversations and to introspect, as you guys are saying, because we never
Mm-mm.
been connected like this. Like I never realized that there were Black American people that didn't see that mixed race people were Black. I thought we all saw that. You know, white
No,
Americans
I
and
never
Black
saw
Americans
them
had
as
a general
I never saw
consensus.
them as black. I saw them as
Cause
mixed.
right,
We
that's
even
right.
did that in our
Cause Trina,
time.
like Trina saying, Trina and I are the same age. We're both in our early 50s, and she's from Philadelphia. I'm from New York City, not that
Mm.
far apart. Both from large East Coast cities with large Black American populations with a long history in those cities, right? And we have very different views.
Look,
I want to
I
know
want to
more
It's
say
about
just
this.
like any
something.
other community, though. Here's the thing: we think it's just happening in the black community, but it's
It's
happening
not.
in
It's
the
not.
Asian community.
Yeah.
You know, the Koreans mixed with the Vietnam. The Vietnams looked upon as lower class. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's all colorism. Um,
I
and
wanted to
you
say
know,
something for 2 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll respond. There's a lot to respond.
Okay. So the reason why I wanted to bring this up, and I feel like it's so important that I'm even going to use myself as an example, is because I've been through it. I've felt those feelings and had those thoughts. Okay, growing up as a Black female, met other children who were mixed, and I would be like, oh, this one's considered Black, but she has the long hair, or what's considered pretty hair and pretty eyes, and then I would feel away. Okay, this has happened. So as I started to get older, I was like, you know what? No matter who's in front of you, whatever they have or don't have, you have to feel comfortable in yourself. So I started to do inner work. I started reading a lot of books. And you know what? Now I realize, you know what? Everybody's a prize and I have my own gifts, and that's what I have to rely on. And it took years. It took years. But yes, when we meet somebody who's biracial, all of a sudden there's these thoughts that come in that are not positive. And that's why I feel like sometimes the projection can turn to hateful words, to hateful actions. So if I'm wrong, correct me, please. That's why I'm bringing it up because we
In the
need
black
healing.
American in the
I grew
black
up.
American community, it's a little different because in our community, I'm not sure about Kay has grown up where she has a total Pan African viewpoint on how she sees stuff. So we're a little different. I'm more Southern based as well as accepting of other groups. Now, when I'm speaking about Black Americans primarily. That's why we want to come off to ourselves because colorism does affect us differently in our community. So I can see why angry biracial would get that context because I've seen it in our community. You have some guys who are dark or light, but in our community, we can't base how we come out color wise. Because you can have two dark skinned people in our family. We've had it done, and the child will look like it's biracial. Stuff will jump out because of our DNA. So we do have a real context with colorism, and that's something we as Black Americans have to deal with differently. Now, what he was saying when they do project on him because he's a lighter skinned male, they do that, but they also project on darker skinned females. That's our group and something that we have to go through differently.
But it's the same thing, and it's not. It is rooted in self-hatred because it's like trying to disconnect yourself from your mother. So when you see someone that looks like your mother, you react. It's kind of the same thing, really.
Yeah, I wanted
No,
to
it's
say
not the
something.
same thing. It's an aspect of when slavery was initialized, it
Mm-hmm.
went back to the root of you, the male who slept with the slave, he had to separate it by color. So it's totally different with us. That's why I'm not too much into, I don't say I deify from what's going on in other communities, but it's a distinct reason why we were separated, because that white male was not allotted to call that seed the seed of the father. They had to separate it because at that particular time when slavery was existing, you had to separate black and white. So that foundation is here in America. We're Americans, and it's basically been based on that, and that's how it's been. And in our community as Black Americans, we don't have like
if you're saying that that's from then, what do you think is the reason why Black males are reacting to that right now? You're saying it's because of something that happened in when?
It's been still interjected down through the eon, and it's like they don't want to let go of that. I don't know why.
Okay,
it is
so there is a
honey, now I gotta jump in because I gotta run to my baby's appointment right now. So I am a millennial. I'm from South Florida. My dad's Haitian and my mom's Black American. If they're telling biracials they're not Black enough, and they're telling me I'm too Black, what does that tell you about the identity Black? It's a moving goalpost. It's good that you're having this. I'm not trying to tone police you. It's good that we're having this discussion so that you can hear this answer. All of this shit is a distraction from us getting our prosperity.
I agree.
There is nothing to kick you out of. There is not a Black community, honey, because some people that they call Black are Native American. They're not even African. So that what does that tell you about that identity? It's an invisible box. There's nothing for you to be kicked out of. You have to find a select group of people that you align with
people need
and
to
move towards your prosperity. And the rest of that is really just a distraction. It hurt my heart when y'all say that. Y'all kicking us out of the community. And I'm looking around like, bitch, what community? Excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to curse.
No, you're right.
But I'm looking around like, what community?
Right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and I think
because there's some people that live right next door to me when I was little baby, we don't align on nothing. So what community?
But I think the community is held together by Black women too. That's what makes it so hard, because it's what I feel like it's held together by Black women. I don't feel like the male aspect is really present to that extent. So it makes it like what you're saying, where it's an ever moving goalpost of who is and who isn't.
No, they're present, but they're actively adding trauma there. They're actively putting fuel on that fire, because the more the quote unquote community is in disarray, the better they fare. You understand where I'm coming from? The more they can get away with doing.
The more chaos, right?
If the rest of the community looks damaged and it looks dangerous, well, I look like a good choice, because all I'm going to do is talk to you rough. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
So that's where that is.
Kira, let me ask you a question. Are you okay with someone like Meghan Markle representing you as a Black woman?
That's a damn good question.
There's a lot of things that she faces that are very familiar to me.
Because I'm saying, if we're all just one group and biracial shouldn't have their own, then there shouldn't be this conversation that people like Meghan Markle representing Black women shouldn't be an issue.
No, they deserve to have their own space. But there are a lot of issues that she goes through that I can draw parallels in my own life to.
Because she is half Black, and a lot of the world sees her like a lot of people say
there is a segment of the population that will say she's too Black. So
that says she's just Black, like she's experiencing that right now. She was in England when she married into that family, But still, but in Black America, a lot of people say that she's not Black, she ain't Black enough. And some people say she is. And again, but back to Trina's question, that is where a lot of the confusion comes from. I think the future of Golden, she touched on a little bit, because I don't go towards my Arab side, because they make it clear, and the white side, it makes it clear we are not Black. And I mean, it makes it clear that we're not white. I'm not Arab. So it's always the Black community that's kind of flip flop on it. Some say we are, some say we're not, and it's hard for us to.
And the flip flop comes from what was done in history. We have to make that exchange, because we were made to say that in the beginning. That's how it was. That one pot rule.
Is it kind of like when they say Black on Black crime? Is it kind of like a a projection of convenience. These are the people that I'm around more. So these are the experiences I can link, pinpoint that feeling to, as opposed to just being ignored. There's an actual, sound bite that I can link it to. You understand where I'm coming from?
No, like well, we
No.
talk about soundbite of people saying that we're not part of the black community. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but people saying that you're not black enough. Is there like a
I have comments in my comment section. I put up all the time of people saying that, man.
And you said, is it primarily from men or is it primarily from women?
It's primarily from black men, but black women have always, and Futures Go and touched on this too. Like, black women, and you guys, hold, in my opinion, hold the black community together. And
we are a black community. That's why there is no there is a black community.
There's a black woman community, girl.
There's both. There's both.
I will agree that black women do hold the community primarily together, but like I was saying, black men are the ones who are basically trying to project who they want to be black and who they don't want to be black, especially when it comes to them having an issue with darker skin because of the colorism in our community. So they will basically pit, this is the thing, pit light skin and pit biracial and even white women and other women from other communities against black women. We've seen it. That's why we are.
I think a lot of the issue too is black men and black women can't agree on who is and isn't a part of the black community. So maybe black women see biracial people as a separate group, while black men try to include those biracial women for their own needs.
Yeah, somebody said that Umar Johnson said something like that.
Pit them against us. Yeah. It's like it gets it even happens when you have light skin, dark skin, and brown skin. That's why I was saying to black Americans, and no offense to Caribbean or African women, as black American women, we have to take this sabbatical where we have to come out, because it's really hard when you're a black American woman and you have a lighter skinned daughter and they're doing this whole light skin, dark skin thing. It's like we're not tolerating that mess anymore. And it's like a lot of light skinned women don't feel that way. Brown skinned women don't feel. It's like an ever lasting toxic merry-go-round that they tend to do. So when he says that they basically come at him, I've seen it. If black women say something in reference to when black men are saying something in reference to color, oh, you're being jealous, you're being this, you're being that, but then you'll see the same vitriol when it's a dark-skinned man going against a light-skinned man. Oh, you light-skinned nigga, you weak motherfucker. And you like, well, what the heck? Well, what is that? So it's like we do see that in our black American community a lot, and that's why we have to pull aside.
That's what projection is. Projecting. That's what I said.
Yeah, but it's not. A lot of times, it's not coming from black American women. When we have our daughters, we tell our biracial daughters that you're a combination of both. You come from a black mother, because that's where she's coming from, or he's coming from, and your father is whatever. So our kids tend not to have no issues. And he just said we don't give them any smoke. It's basically black men. They accept the biracial female, but they have an issue with the biracial male that they create. And then they'll tell him we're not in that. That's why it's like, okay, who is doing what? Because black American women, we can't really, no offense to you, angry biracial, we can't compensate on that side because we're not in the prospect of creating you at an enormous rate. This is black men doing their deviant bullshit. And it's like black women are like, we're not in this point. It's like we're shoveling on both sides and we're swinging from both ends, but we don't have any vitriol towards biracial children, especially when we create them ourselves, not at the high rate as black men. But
angry biracial, when you get a chance, can you make a video about the rate of mixed people that are being born now? And even if you can, white mother, black father, black mother, white father, because I'd really like to know, because from what I see, mixed people are being born on both sides, black male and white women. Black men and black women, from what I see.
But
Like,
it's more
this is
so
not just a
black men.
black male thing. This is coming from black women as well.
No, this is a black male thing. It's a
No,
black.
let me tell you
As
why
black
it's coming
American,
from black women
no,
as
as
well. The
black
reason why it's
American
coming
women,
from
we
black,
can tell you. No, if it's
the
black
reason
American women,
why,
we can tell you it's black men.
One at a time,
the
please.
reason it is coming from black women as well is because black women are now having fewer options of black men. They, even some cases, are forced to step out of their race. You know
No,
that's
no,
true.
no, no, no.
Oh,
That's
no?
not true.
Okay.
No,
So like I was
no.
saying, maybe you could do a video on it, because I don't know, like,
What's happening
I
with
can
black
agree with
American
that.
women? We have
The
plenty of access
swath
to
of
black American men, but when it
biracial
comes to
children
marriage,
born with black mothers is increasing.
right? I agree
that's
with
what I
you.
just
I agree with
said.
that.
That's
But
what I
Because
said.
technically there's a
oh,
big swath of the black female population that's attempting to kick out the black male, but I don't know how you're gonna do
That's
that.
what I said.
okay, wait a
Right.
minute. Let me
It's
explain
happening on
this.
both sides.
Is it Caribbean or
Well, I don't
But
know
African
it,
if
women?
they,
but
I
the
don't know
black
if
No, it
they're
woman
doesn't
thing is a
matter
connected.
new
Caribbean.
phenomenon.
I
The
don't know
black
if they're
man
Just
thing
one
connected,
has
please.
been
black
going on
men,
You're muting
since.
people one at a time, please.
but I
Can I
don't
speak right quick? This is Kay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh
What I
my
want to say
God.
what I want to say is this:
everybody wants to
when you
speak,
look at
but
the dynamics, the details of what is going on with Black American women having more mixed race kids, what you notice is when Black American women, when we have mixed race kids, it's usually within marriage. So when Black American women make up their mind that they want to be married, now they're realizing a lot of them they're going to have to step outside the Black American
That's what
community.
I'm
But the
saying.
Black American women have plenty of access to Black American men. There's no lack of access to Black American men. We can
Right.
have them whenever we want them, and that's why you see we have so many children. Most of our children are full black. You can see that for the last 50 years, for decades. So it's only when we decide that, well, we want to be married and produce children within marriage, and then we start seeing these guys a bunch of knuckleheads and they don't want to get married. This is when we say, okay, we will look outside of our community. But when you look at our mixed race children, probably 90% of our mixed race children are born within marriage. But yeah, we don't have a lack
And
of access to Black American
and
men. Wait, hold on.
here's
No,
another
you can
thing.
also hold on. You can also tell by the fact
I just want
that
to plant the
hold
flag
on,
in the sand, and I'm
hold,
going right after you.
okay,
Okay.
go ahead. Well,
Go
no,
ahead
I
and
just want
finish
to say
your
one.
thought. I
I'm
just
gonna
want
say,
to play the
yeah,
flag that I'm
okay,
going next, since I got a stat that
perfect.
supports that.
I
Go
got
ahead.
one thing to say. The also way that you know that Black American women have plenty of access to Black American men is because Black American men will get with all these women, white, Hispanic, Asian, Native American, Indian, whatever, and they don't stay with them. They don't stay with
Take
them.
you the same
Okay,
crap.
that's enough. Y'all go ahead.
Okay. So you guys have heard this stat about black women and white men staying married longer than all other pairings, correct?
Right,
Yes.
I know that's that. Yes.
Half of the time, this is after these people have had children. They get together, they get married, they don't even have any more children. So a lot of these black women are married to white men and they still have full black children. The
Okay.
phenomenon
Wait,
of
say that
white
again.
the
Well,
phenomenon of
that's what
black
I'm trying
women
to say.
having mixed children is a very new phenomenon for a
It's very
wide swath of our population. It's very new. It's been
This is
going
very
on with black men
since God knows
No,
when.
Black American
it's been
women have been
documented
having mixed kids
since before
since
even Jim
days of
Crow.
slavery. Wait, hold up. Black American women been having children, mixed race children since the beginning of slavery and even during the
Under
Jim
force.
Crow
We're
era.
talking
Yeah,
about we're
not by
talking about
choice, ma'am.
we're
Right,
not
Not
but what
by
are you
talking about
guys
the
choice.
one
talking
not
about?
by
Because you're
choice.
saying
We're
that there's
talking
something
about
new
the
for
one by
Black women.
choice.
It's not new. It's not new. Black women having
For the
multicolored
last
babies.
Okay, we're
60
saying by
years, we've
choice.
been
We're
choosing
saying
black
by
men
choice.
to have children
We're
with.
saying by
For the
choice.
last 60 years, we've been choosing to have black children by black men.
Okay, so what are you
Right.
saying that is new for Black women to
By
choose to have
choice.
mixed race
By
kids?
It's
choice. By
increasing
choice.
now.
Okay,
By
got it.
choice,
By
Okay,
it's
because
choice.
increasing now.
yeah, we need to
well,
say
I
we need
wanted
to.
to
Yeah,
add
you guys need to tell
something.
the details because it gets confusing. All right,
Well,
okay.
I wanted to add to that, and I wanted to say that in terms of black women dating out, I don't think it's a problem, and I don't like when it's viewed as something where, well, black men don't want me, so I need to get with these other men. I think it's about choosing men who love you, and it doesn't matter what their race is, and I think that's the most important aspect. And I hate hearing that it's like, oh, well, because black men treated us this way, we have to date out. I feel like
Yeah, I don't like that either. I agree.
yeah, it's just finding men who love you and choosing to be with somebody who loves and respects you. And your child's coming out of different culture or race is something that you're going to deal with secondary and make sure that they get the best upbringing that they can get instead of just saying, I want to have a black child, knowing that, you might not be able to have the best upbringing for them just by choosing for the father to be black just by race alone. So I just wanted to put that out there. Like black
Can I
women.
just say, can I say something before everyone starts? I just want to like, because I can't understand when everyone's talking at the same time. So I'm just trying to like speak, and then I'll speak quickly, and then I'll give another person a chance to speak. But just don't interrupt me, and then we can move on, and then move on to the next person. I won't interrupt the other person. It's just a respect thing. I'm just um I'm just saying that mixed children have their own identity, and it's up to them to decide what they want to choose to be. You know, it's just how it is. Um, I feel that we try to identify people all the time. You know, if they have one drop of black in them, we consider them black, but we don't even know our own DNA. My grandmother is half Jewish, half black. She's white. She's more white passing than black. But because of the culture she came in up in a culture that considered her black
Hmm.
because that's just how it was. But now these children have a different opportunity to claim who they are, just like we do, just like how we can go get our DNA tested and we can claim that. But we put ourselves in such boxes, we put ourselves in boxes, not seeing the gray area in between those boxes. And we can fit in between those gray areas. Some of us have Native Indian in us and we don't even know, you know, but we just see colors. We see black and white. And there's more than just black and white. There's a lot more than that. And it's more of a cultural thing. We figure if you're black, you're going to listen to black music, eat black food, dress a black way, talk a black way, and it's just not how it is. It's just simple as that. It's the colorism that we are putting on a pedestal. So we see a lighter skinned person, a woman especially, she's put on the pedestal. The only reason, I'm just going to let you know, I have a white baby daddy, and the white man is no different than the black man. Okay? We think he is, but they're not. They just have more opportunities.
Yes, that's true.
Okay,
They
I
just
have
have
something I
more
want.
opportunities. The
Yeah, I
white
have
man
something I
will
want.
treat you just the same as that black man. Okay? It's
Okay,
a man. He's
Facts,
a man.
facts.
Yeah,
and and
that's
and
true.
and, and we have to realize that we got to stop this comparison, comparing black men to white men, white
That's
moms
right.
to black moms. It's this is what's bringing us down. It's depressive talk. It's a depression that's put on us, curses.
It's
That's
true.
true. Yeah.
Hey, I
And
want to say something.
I'm not going for mixing races because I think the mixture of races is not healthy for that biracial child. Not because it's not healthy because of them. It's not healthy for the fact of the world we're putting them in, and this world is not getting any better.
Yeah. I have to agree. Yeah.
Okay, I want to say something about one of you guys. I'm sorry, earlier was talking about how you was trying to have a more positive understanding of who you are. You started looking inward, and you said you started
Yeah.
reading books. Who was
Yeah.
that? Oh,
That's me.
okay. And are you? I'm sorry, you're mixed race, right?
No, I'm
You're
fully
black.
black.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Then you're like me. I
Yeah.
grew up, reading a lot of books, and I'm saying this because I grew up in a large family, right? And I had two of my sisters that were dark skinned like me, and what I noticed is that when they got older, they married outside the race, and I was very incensed about it, and I
Mm.
wasn't it wasn't about being against interracial relationships or marriages. That had nothing to do with it. But what it was is that I felt that they did it because of being dark skinned, and that they
Mm.
didn't like that, and that they wanted to marry outside the race and create children that were mixed in light. That's what I felt, and I never
Interesting.
liked the reasons behind it, right? So,
Mm.
and I'm dark skinned myself, and I kept asking myself over the years, like, why did they make that decision? And
Mm.
after 10 years, it was like a good 10 years that I was really kind of incensed with them. Now they never knew because I never disrespected them, anything like that. But
Mm.
I didn't like their what I thought were their reasons. So I started thinking about it, and I said, I started thinking about them being dark skinned girls, and I understood that part and the pain of it, right? And
Mm.
I understood that. But then I said, well, what was different about me and them? And the only thing I could replace was reading. My sisters, when they were younger, they didn't read much. They didn't start reading until they were teens. But I had been reading since I was little, and then my parents were giving stuff about National Geographics and Black American history, and I used to read a lot about that, and that gave
Mm.
me a strong positive sense, in the sense of I can say from the time I was 8 years old, remember reading books about Black American history. So, guys, I think that's a big point. I think it really helps Black children to feel grounded, feel rooted, feel positive, when they can read these, when they hear these, when they read books about great Black American people and about Black American history, because my sisters didn't have that. They didn't read so much when I was younger, and I think it really a lot of the experiences they had, the external experiences that they had, really tore them apart and gave them a lot of internalized conflict and probably internalized racism and self-hatred. But with me, reading helped me have a positive core, so that even when I had those experiences, they didn't impact me the same. So I just wanted to say that. You guys go on.
Yeah.
As a Black American, it is a beautiful thing what the lady who has said before. We are putting up walls to a degree because we are, as Black Americans, we have been told so many things in reference to our culture and who we are. So this delineation, this separation is not a hate. It's a separate to give a conjunction to our children of what we are and who we are, because a lot of vitriol was done with us. And I'm speaking primarily in America because I'm an American. So I'm speaking about our children. So this is why we are putting up gates in reference to a lot of the things that we're told. So I'm not veering off about how other cultures are, but within the Black community, unfortunately, we do have to put up that gate because we have accepted so much, and a lot of us are confused on a lot of different things in reference to our history. I haven't seen where we're throwing out biracials. We accept, I believe, our biracials. The confusion does come from the male and the female, but in a utopia society, it would be nice if everybody can just identify with what they want to identify with. But in the real world, they do put up tribal gates all over the world. So it's not like everybody can just say they want to be what they want to be, because we're going through that now in this culture where people are just identifying as whatever. We can't even tell who's the male and the female, but that's a whole different conjecture.
Yeah.
So
It's tribal
what
gates. It's tribal gates. I understand that part.
as Black American women.
I want to say something
I
after you're done.
understand that part where you're saying tribal gates, but it's more of a cultural thing. So if you look at the Jewish culture, they protect each other, right? Because of their culture, right? It's their ceremonies, their religion, right? Black people, we are mostly maybe Christian, but Christianity is open to everyone, right? So it's more of a cultural thing. Our culture is based off of materialism. It's based off of what we see other people have, and if we fit into that group. So we have to determine what our culture is as Black people in North America. I'm here in Toronto, and it's the same everywhere as it is in New York. We're just basically the same as it is in New York. Okay. And it has nothing to do with African Americans, because America it's North America all around. It's the same thing. So
I
as
find
a
it to be the
culture,
same
Black people need to identify what is our root values. What values do we uphold? Not what we see on the screen, not what we're wearing, but what are our values? And that's a very hard thing to find out and figure out.
Black Americans
have.
are getting it
Other
together.
cultures have, yes.
So do y'all think that biracial people should have their own group, and how do y'all feel about that? Because a lot of biracial people have come to the point to where like we're tired of the hate and with gatekeeping.
I think it's a necessity.
I'm not quite sure,
hate for
because
it to be
I
that
think
way.
it's a necessity because there might be a biracial who is let's say Hispanic and Asian. So it's not just Black and white. It's different
my
groups. So they do
my
need
niece is Black and Filipino. You know,
so they do need their own group.
Yeah.
we got
But
to
it's
understand
up to the parents on how they. I think they should identify with whatever group they're with, and you're biracial or bi-ethnic. It's just that simple. I'm not.
Yeah, you know what I think? I think it's a good. I think, like I said, I would raise my child to be Black, but I would sit down and let them know while I'm raising them Black. But once they run in their teens, I want them to know that you're going to have your own experiences. You get to explore your different sides. You know, get to go out in the world, meet different kinds of people, and you're going to figure it out on your own. But, you know, I would just
So what? How are they going to deal with
my child's father told my daughter that she's going to be looked upon as a Black woman. He's the white man, and he's a great father. And he told her, you know, you're going to be looked upon as a Black woman in this world.
Wow. Okay.
So that's how the
white.
white.
Yeah, look at Meghan Markle. Yeah, and Meghan Markle said she never saw herself as a Black woman. And she got pushed into that category so fast. Wow.
But how should
look at her as a Black woman?
How
Go
can
ahead.
biracial people deal with the hate that they get? Because it's a real thing. I've seen it.
Well,
How can they
then,
deal with that?
that's why
What
we're
hate?
trying to
Can you
form
explain
our
to
own
me
group.
And I don't
what
blame
hate
you. I
do
think you
you
should.
see?
One
That's
at
what
a
I'm
time.
saying. That's why I think it's a necessity for black. Because when like I said, to social media, I didn't realize how bad mixed race people were getting it from both sides. Once I realized that, I was like, nah, it's a necessity
Now,
for them to get
now,
together and have
angry
their own groups.
biracial and biracials who are on here, do you receive it from which side do you receive this hate from? I'm just curious.
It's always
Well, I'm
from
gonna say something quickly. My family's mixed. My grandmother's half white, half black, but everyone came out different colors. All of us. I'm the
Right.
darkest in my family. The rest of them are light skin to curly hair and blue eye to dark skin like me. And it's rooted in your family and in your family dynamic. If your family is rooted in colorism, which most black families are,
Mm-hmm.
right? It starts from home. It literally starts from home, you know? And that's what I think it is. And it's these conversations that are great, but it's the comparison. We can't compare. We'll never know. Like both sides. I realize that we'll never know, you know? And we all are mixed and we gotta realize that. Just because we see dark skin doesn't mean that there's nothing between us. Because guess what? My sister, my brother is the same color as angry biracial. Same, same,
Yeah, that
same
was in my
phenotype.
father's family. Yeah,
But there's a
his
Right?
difference
grandmother.
between biracial and
My,
being light skinned. There's a difference.
It's a difference, but yes, there's a
A
big
big
difference
difference.
between light skin and biracial. I was about to say that. Big
oh, I want to
difference.
say this.
No, they look at no.
Biracial.
I have some cousins who look totally biracial, green eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
in
You
the
don't
black
know how the
community, it's a
genetics work.
difference in the Black American community. Those who descend from United States chattel slavery, there's a big difference in being light skinned and biracial in our culture. It's a big
That's
difference.
everywhere in the world, ma'am.
I'm not
That's
talking about
everywhere in the
your
world.
culture. I'm talking about
Everywhere.
mine.
What
I'm
does she
talking
mean though
about
when she
our
says that there's
culture.
a
I'm
difference?
talking
Difference
about North
in
America.
Right.
when you say difference, you mean difference in how they're treated or difference in how they look? What are you
It's a
saying?
different in how
Yeah,
they
what are you
perceive
talking about?
everything. It's a difference. It's a difference in how they
No,
perceive
how do you
stuff.
know
A
that?
Black
Have you
American who is
traveled
I
light
don't
outside
think
skinned
of
so.
that?
does
I
not
don't
think
think
of
so.
themselves as being biracial. They're very territorial.
Okay,
Some
can
light
anybody
skinned people
anybody
are
on
even
here
more
that's light
territorial.
skinned, can they tell me please if they get hate from the black community? Because I've seen that too.
Yeah, that's what Golden Sphere, the
Yeah,
guy who
they
started
do.
Caesar, who started in Golden Sphere, that's what he said, right? He said he wanted to go places where other people were light like him, and I
See?
guess he just felt kind of he was light skinned black. As
Or
far
if
as I
you
know, he's
listen
not
to a
mixed race.
mouthy Megan, she will not identify with biracial. She's not. Just because she looks it, there's a difference. There's a big difference.
No, but
Yeah,
don't they get treated the
I'm
same
not
or they
sure
get
about
treated
it much,
different?
honestly.
We,
But I
we
want to
get
say
treated
this.
different.
There's something I want to say to Angry Biracial. I want to say this to you, Angry Biracial. I think this is a great topic, and I see that there's just hundreds of comments. I feel like you should do a series if you want. I mean, it's up to you, but I think this is something that has to have a series that probably maybe once a week or something, because it's like there's mountains of things that have to be
Yeah,
discussed. You know.
and get a light skinned person from each, because in the Black American communities, they don't view themselves the same, and we do not treat them the same. And the way we move culturally is different.
But
You
the
better
other
not
thing we
call
have
a
to
light
take
skinned
black
person
people
a
from
I
biracial.
don't know
black
about that
people
But I
from
part.
don't
different
know how you
parts of
could
the
say
country
that when
too.
I don't know how
colorism
you're
is
saying
so
that.
personal. So
Yeah, that's weird because that's different.
no, we're dealing with projections here, and projections are very personal. So I don't see how you could say, "Oh, well, it's definitely like this and this for these people." Definitely,
Yeah,
no.
I
Because
If
didn't
I'm
know
you're not
what
projecting,
saying
I'm
we have light
projecting.
skin, and
to me. It's
you're
just saying
not
light
going to
skin
view
was
a
light skin, whether
biracial
you
the
was
same as
mixed
a
or full
light
black.
skinned person. It's two different
Okay,
ways
angry
we view it.
biracial wants to speak.
Go
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
ahead.
So I'm letting y'all duke it out for a minute because it's whatever.
Well, okay, I want to say something like Trina.
No,
Trina was
wait, King,
saying,
let him speak. Let him speak. Let
yeah.
him
Sounds
speak.
Well,
like
hold up. Trina was saying that for her, there's a difference between a light skinned mixed race person and light skinned full black. But I never made
Kay,
that
he wants to
distinction.
speak. Let him
Oh, I'm
speak. Go
sorry. I
ahead.
thought he said he was letting us duke it out. I'm sorry.
um, there is a difference between being light skinned and biracial. Was light skinned black people, some light skinned black people get put in the biracial category, but they still have two black parents. The mentality is different.
It's
The
different.
way they're raised by in the black community without a lot of the same stigmas that we have. 9 times out of 10, being biracial, everyone knows that we have a white parent or we have an Arab parent, and we are treated accordingly to do that. I'm not saying that light-skinned black people that they don't get some hate, that they're not called, this how light-skinned people act, this how black people, skinned people act. There's still some hate that light-skinned people get due to colorism, but due to us being biracial, we are not even seen as black half the time. A light-skinned person is still seen as a black person, just light-skinned. Biracial people, we're not even seen as black half the time by a certain segment of the community. And we're always told, hey, you act like this because you're half white. You act like this because you're half Arab. We are distinctly treated differently than light-skinned people. I think a lot of light-skinned people, again, they do face colorism issues, but it's not the same as a biracial person. I think the future is golden. Hold on one second. I think the future is golden. She is she's more of that mixture, so I think she is more apt to speak from that issue.
Well, like my mom is biracial. My dad is half biracial. I came out very fair, and a lot of people always asked me if I was biracial. That was a big thing. I never said I was. I always said I was black. But there were always people who were like, no, you're not black. They want to argue all day. So at some point it just became something where I was like, this is a necessity because it just doesn't make sense. And even when I was little, my parents were kind of like, they didn't really know what to identify as either. So I will say that even though they were both mixed, they didn't have the opportunity to have anything like what we have now, where we're seeing so many mixed people stepping up and saying, hey, we would like to have our own category. So I thought it was important because I did come out a certain way and everybody always said, oh, you're not this. And it wasn't really me saying, okay, I don't want to be a part of this community. It was me just acknowledging that, being a part of both communities, there are a lot of people who don't feel comfortable around mixed people, and they admit it. But it's very clear, and we get a lot of hate and rejection. And
that's what I was talking about, the projection.
Right. So it's like, it's not something where we can just keep saying, okay, no matter what shade you come out, we'll all just say we're part of the Black community. It's a point where we have to start separating. But in terms of the light-skinned Black issue, light-skinned Black people, some of them, like I would say there's a small portion of them that are not mixed at all. And so, there's a lot of people think all light-skinned Black people are mixed one way or the other, but I do think there's a small portion that aren't mixed at all. And for some reason, that's why, people are kind of iffy on any kind of delineation, because they feel like, well, unless light-skinned Black people say they're mixed, you guys can forget it. You know what I mean? But
I don't know about that.
There was a
light skin people, you can see whether or not they're mixed or not. You can see, for me, because my mom's light skin, my sister's light skin, my brother's light skin. Most of the times you can tell, you can see it, right? Most of the times.
But then then people will be feeling like there's some kind of colorism, featureism, and texturism. If you start trying to delineate who's mixed and who's not mixed, you're going to have a lot of people complain.
And that's the reason why we can't come together. That's why we can't come together.
Right.
That's it. That's it.
But, I think with Black American people,
my father grew up in.
One at a time, please.
Okay. Well, I just want to say, as Black American, I think when I look at within the community, those of us like myself who are Black American that do see mixed people as Black, and then there are Black Americans that do not see mixed people as Black, that right there tells me that mixed race people just have to have their own category, because there's no way that would just call you crazy confusion.
So what I was trying to say is Black people need a lot of healing. We need to do a lot of inner work, because even if you put, say, 10 dark-skinned Black women together, they're going to be looking at who has the straighter nose, who has the straighter hair, body. So it doesn't even matter. You have to do your inner work. It's inner work. That's what I'm trying to say. And stop projecting. I wish our people would stop projecting, because it's not about the other person. It's about you, how you feel.
And we think
it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. But I feel like we need to be conscious that we need the inner work. No, it's not just our community, but we have to be aware before we can fix it. That's what I'm saying.
Can I have a quick question? Are you a Black American? Are you a Caribbean or African? We're making.
I'm Caribbean. I'm Caribbean.
Okay. As Black American women who are coming from, we will do that work as Black American women solely. But just with our group alone, we are doing that.
I don't know what that means. What?
I don't
What do you
know
mean
what
you
that
do
means.
that work just
I
with
want
your
to
group
add
of?
something
because
to
we're
that.
from two different cultures. We can't
You
do
think?
this
I believe
across
you
the
think
board.
there's a difference between Americans and everyone else for
She
some reason.
does
Oh yeah,
It
I
think
is.
do.
that.
It is. It is a
I
difference.
Black
do feel
American
Okay,
and
that.
African.
I think there is a difference, but I'm gonna tell you straight, you need to know this today. I am still living the Black experience. So please
And
don't say, "Oh,
that's
I'm
fine.
Black American."
That's fine.
I'm
That's fine.
living the
But
Black
as
experience
Black
just as much as
American
you are.
women, and that's fine. But
And
it's
you need
because
to
you're
go to
in America.
Africa and
But
see
as a
how many
Black
women are
American,
bleaching
we
their
have to
skin.
separate our
You
own
gotta go
culture.
around the world and see what's going on around the
We're
world
going through
and
the same thing. Why would
how
you think that I'm
I'm
not?
gonna agree
Because
with
we're
both
not
of
going.
you at the
That's the
same time.
problem. As Caribbean women, if you're from Jamaica, maybe you need to handle it on that end. We can't
what?
go into this
I
whole.
know. Look at this. This is what I'm
We
trying to
can't go
This
into
is
this
what
debate.
we
You're just
separate from each
perpetuating what
other
we're talking
based
about.
on whatever we
You're
feel we
literally
need to
And
separate,
we
and
perpetuating.
are
then we
separate. And
attack
we are
each other.
separate. And we are
You
separate.
are,
We're
but
not the
you're
same.
making separations even in the Black community.
It just gets
We,
worse
we,
and worse and
we
worse.
are
Within,
separate.
Worse and
We
worse
are
and worse.
separate.
Yeah,
why
but
is
no,
it?
the
Why
thing
is
is,
So
it?
It is a separation. We're not
yeah,
the same.
oh,
Sorry.
I agree with
okay.
Trina, because
So
just like when I was asking a woman earlier, like who was from Canada, I was saying, well, I was trying to understand, was she
Yes, I
Canadian?
wanted to
Like,
understand
hold on,
your cultural
yeah,
perception.
if she was a black woman that was from the Black Americans, that was descended from Black Americans that went to Canada, 100 years ago, or was she like Canadian from the Caribbean, or from Jamaica, from Africa? And then she was saying, well, we don't go by race, we go by culture,
Miss,
blah blah blah.
Miss,
Exactly,
Right.
Sonia.
So,
Miss,
so that would
What
tell
I'm
us right
saying.
there that we're not
They're
Miss,
the same.
denying
Miss, I
our own
have to say
experience.
something. Please let me say this. If you and I walk into a room and it's full of white people, it's just me and you, they see no separation. Okay?
Exactly.
To them, we're
And
Black. So can we
that's their
please stop the
problem.
division? Can we
That's their
please
They
problem.
do
stop?
the,
That's not
they
our
do the
problem.
division
That's their
within. They
problem.
do the division within countries too. It's like,
Well, that's why in Africa, if you're a Nigerian, you need to fix that problem there. We as Black American women, we're not going to just envelop everybody and go by y'all
Wow.
experiences. I'm trying to tell you the
I
difference.
So, ma'am, can
And
I
you're
ask you a
denying it.
question?
It's like you want
If
to have
I'm
a
in the
difference in how
UK
let me
migrants
respond to
feel.
and
Trina.
I
Can I
happen to wave a magic wand and I happen to heal all the Black people in the UK, you're telling me you don't want any? You don't want any of it?
Can I say
We're
something,
all
please?
having the
Because you
same
guys are having
experiences. We're
And
basically
they're
all
in
a
the
facing
UK, we're
colorism
conversation,
and
in America.
racism.
We're
and
not going
nobody
to
else is
envelop
Please,
speaking.
everybody. That's the
please,
problem.
But I
Please,
want
we're
to say
not going to
something
that's
do
to
it.
what
not.
Trina
We're
said.
separating.
I
The future is golden wants
I
to say
agree
something.
with
I'll come over.
Yeah, let me speak because I feel like you're kind of dominating. I agree with Trina. Black Americans have to fix Black American issues. This
Thank you.
influx of people from around the globe that wants to weigh in on these issues does not help the Black American community. I understand that people may look the same, but their culture and their history is not the
Oh,
same.
that's so
That's
unfair
what I
to
was
say.
trying to
As
say.
I'm coming from Toronto, and that's so unfair to say when I can literally
Then,
drive 4 hours and get to the United States. You know what I
It's
mean?
not being fair. It's
But I
sad.
think
I
It's
drive
that
not
four
being fair.
hours
It's
and
sad.
exactly.
I'm in
the
You could
issues are
live
very different.
anywhere.
The issues are very different, and unfortunately, because of what has happened in the United States with
yo,
Black
states is
people
like you guys
and
are
the
dividing
reparations
yourself.
discussion. No, but I think what has happened in the United States with Black people and the reparations discussion, all of the delineation is being made. So I agree with Trina because unfortunately, other
Well,
groups
you
were
know what?
allowed
The
to
speak
speak
slaves,
over Black
Wait, hold. I'm trying to hear what
Americans
she's
for the
saying.
longest time.
Could
So
you
I'm
say that
saying
again?
I agree. Can you hear me? Because I'm saying I
Yeah.
agree with
Go ahead.
Trina. Other groups were allowed to speak over Black America for a long time. So they
I'm
came
sorry,
from
but
another
the first
country
slaves
and
to
they
come to
were
North
Black,
America
were
was
allowed
through
to
no.
speak over
Please let her
them.
finish, Cloud.
Yeah,
I'm a
I'm trying to hear her. Yeah.
please.
Yeah, I feel like people are just jumping in, but I'm just saying, like, you have to respect the fact that these people did all of this work in this country and they deserve to see their work brought to light. So I don't think you
So
can
what?
just
Can I ask you a question? Can I just ask
Let her
Yes,
finish,
please.
please.
in Canada?
What's that?
Yes, go ahead.
There were no slaves in Canada? Yes or no? Do you know?
There are, but
What,
that's a Canadian
no,
issue.
hold up. Hold.
And
This
they
was
Hold
found
on. Where were
freedom
the
by
first
going
slaves?
to Canada. So
Where were the
Yeah.
first slaves? The first slave. The first slave trade was in Nova Scotia, in Canada. The first
We're
slaves
not
built
Well,
all
I
of
guess that
Canada.
kills the argument right there.
Okay, the sister
I
from
guess the
Canada.
argument's
The
killed
sister,
right
hold
there.
on.
I'm gonna mute
The
everybody
sister
for a
from
second.
Canada. The first time I was asking you, were you like descended from Black Americans from Canada, or were you African or Caribbean? You said that we do not identify that way. We identify by culture. That's what you said, right? And you said, so you made a distinction between Canadians and Americans, right? That was the first thing you did. And then the second thing was that what was that? You were saying that Black Americans, you saying to you that Americans are removed from their culture, which we don't think we are. So you
We're
already
not.
made
No,
two
no,
distinctions.
no, no.
Yes,
I
we
You
think
did.
you're
made two
understanding what I'm
distinctions.
saying to you. I'm just
I
saying to
really
you,
want
like,
to
if
get
you
back to
go to
something
if you
else.
go to the
Towards a
states,
woman.
if I go to the states, people are proud to rep the state that they're from, right? Just like here in Toronto, people rep Toronto. Yo, big up Toronto.
Hello?
Just like if you're from New York, you love New York. If you're from Chicago, you love Chicago. You know what I mean? If you're from Atlanta, you love Atlanta. But trust me, we're all the same black people. We're
No,
just
No,
we're
we're
not.
not.
We're
No,
not
we're
the
not.
same.
I would
yes,
love to
we
know
are.
how we're
I
not.
know
This is so
probably for that.
interesting. So
No,
We
no,
are
how
not.
no.
can I
All right,
ask a question
I'm
then?
gonna mute everybody for a
Yeah, I
second.
want to
Hold
hear
on.
the question. She wants to
I
ask
gotta
a question.
Oh,
Ask the question,
introduce
please.
more people to the panel. So hold
Yeah,
on.
so can I say something really quick? I'll be in and out really quick. There was a woman earlier that said, "Oh, well, if she and another black woman walk in a room, the white
yeah.
look at them the same." That is
Yeah.
correct, and that is false.
So,
How is it how? How?
Yes,
they'll tell your English.
listen to me. Depending on how the skin tone of that black woman, okay, and her features and the way her hair is. If she's wearing Afrocentric braids and you walk in, you all will not be treated the same. That is correct. Okay. Depending on if that white person has implicit bias when he looks at both of you. So if he has implicit bias about a dark skinned woman or implicit bias about a lighter skin tone black woman, then you both will not be treated the same.
Okay. I don't know if I did or I did not say two dark skinned women. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Okay, that we will be treated the same. So I don't know why the black community is constantly trying to break itself down.
Take
It's like a
herself down.
community that hates itself.
Because
It
Black
breaks itself
Americans are a
down.
different
No,
community.
however, African, okay, so other cultures, I'm gonna speak of Jamaica, Nigerian and stuff like that. Those, yeah, people in those cultures, and mind you, I'm not very well spoken when it comes to issues like this, so bear with me, okay? I noticed something, and I said, wow, when we're having discussions like this, Africans and Jamaicans, they don't speak up. They remain silent. Okay?
Yes, that's so true. The silent Africans.
Black Lives Matter, and mind you, I'm not even into this whole Black Lives Matter stuff that's
Right.
going on, okay? However, I just want to say this. When that issue arrives, Africans and Jamaicans and the diaspora they remain silent, okay?
There you go. Agreed.
So when you say that,
So who started Black Lives Matter? What's her background?
no, I'm not into Black Lives Matter. I'm
What's
just saying
her background? Check out her ethnic background.
No, we're not. That's an
She's
individual. We're
Caribbean. They're
talking about the
Caribbean. They're
community
Caribbean.
within the United States. She's right. A lot of them will be quiet. They're passive. They
they
won't do
will be
All right,
anything.
well,
Say
we're
anything.
starting to hold on again, everybody. We're starting to get off topic here. The topic is
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah.
It's true.
the community. We're starting to get off topic here. So let's get back on topic.
Okay.
We have a black man that's going to, I think, J. Mike, Mr. Controversy. Kind of a
Yeah, I chose that name for a
That's an
reason.
interesting name.
I usually go on those. I use some of those other black man panels. I go in on a lot of those black men because they are just like those black men you talk about in your videos. But that's irrelevant from this video. But what I'm here from here is it's like an echo chamber, like those other panels I be on. It get irritating to hear them go back and forth. So.
But how do you feel about the topic we're talking about? Should mixed race people have their own community?
Yeah, they should. You're right about that. They should.
Well, would you guys support mixed race people like back them up if they had a petition? Would y'all sign it?
Yes.
Probably. I probably would.
I feel like there's a culture within the mixed race culture. They
I
have
can't say that I would sign it. I do think they should have their own. But I noticed with the mixed race community, some of them are very anti-black, and it's like they That's like they come with that sense of white supremacy. So I
So
can't
are
say if
black
I was getting
people
those vibes,
too.
I wouldn't sign it.
Yeah,
But when
black
you
people
I
come,
would
do
still
do the
sign it.
same
That
thing,
has nothing to do
especially
with
Separate
A or
yourself.
B. That's
majority
up to
of
them
these
how they
black
would be.
men.
but for mixed
Majority
race
Well, I
of
want to
people,
these
speak
black
for
on
men on
that.
these panels
wholesome
I
are
want to speak
reasons,
majority
on.
One
I
at a
anti-black.
want to
time.
speak
One
on.
at,
Let me speak on mixed race people being anti-black. So first of all, a lot of black people say a lot of different types of things in the black community. A lot of those things they say are anti-black. For some reason, when mixed race people say it, it takes on a different tone because people look at them as whiter or white people. And so they have a problem with the way they speak. But a lot of these issues are coming from them being blended in with the black community. So some of their concerns and their topics and the way they speak is very influenced by the black community. So I would argue that they should not be saying those things or speaking that way.
mm,
But there is also a level of accountability that needs to be taken broadly
right?
of the black community.
I think that's a, you point out something that Cynthia G says all the time, how a lot of black American men have internalized racism, and then they go and create mixed race children, and if they're in the lives of those mixed race children,
Mm-hmm.
they pass on that self-hatred against blackness. So
I'm
people
telling
still
you,
Exactly.
point out to the
that's
white
very
mother,
true.
she points to the black
Because
father,
that's
his
not coming
internalized racism.
primarily from black American
Nah,
women.
nah.
That's where
but
Because a lot of mixed
I
race
don't
kids
want
I'm
have
glad.
black
black parents.
American women
Hold
to
on,
get
guys.
this heat. We're not the problem. We're not doing
Black
anything
American women are
making
not.
biracial children like that, and
Nah.
then
Hold on.
leaving them in the dust.
Uh, a lot of biracial people, or some biracial people, do have anti-black sentiments, and I'm not trying to excuse it. I'm just trying to give some context because a lot of biracial people take a lot of shit from the black community. You know, like
Right.
I take a lot of shit from black men, so we internalize that different, and we're like, well, y'all hate us, I'm gonna hate y'all back. You know, so
That makes sense. That makes sense.
that's what some of us get, and some, you know, like biracial people are just as different as everybody else. Like me, I can't speak for all biracial people. I can speak from my experience. There are some biracial people that are racist, and there are some that are not. There are some racial people that identify purely as black people, that love black people. And there's some that don't. It's all based upon our experiences. So, like trying to categorize all biracial people as one
The same. Right.
Yeah,
is
I agree with
There's
Angry Bird,
negativity in all groups. That's what you're saying. Everybody has their
correct.
hangups.
but I agree with Angry Bird Rachel because what I see in mixed race people, it seems to be three main categories. There are those that would identify with their side that is not
Hey,
black.
he's
Those who
talking.
identify with
Hey,
their
he's
side.
talking.
Who? What?
He was talking.
Who was talking? Oh, I'm sorry.
But
Go ahead. I'm
I'm
outside.
finished.
I'm outside. Sorry.
Thank you.
What?
I'm.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm outside. Just stepped outside the car, so it's a little noise out here. No, I was just saying that it seemed like mixed race people kind of fall into three categories: those who identify with their side that is not black, those who identify with their side that is black, and those who identify with just being mixed. They're not identified with one side or another. And even within those three groups, there can be a lot of differences. That's just the way it seems to me, from what
But
I've heard mixed race people say on social
I
media.
want to slow you down because you'll keep going.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying you can meet black people who are exactly the same. You can meet a black person
We're
who
not.
doesn't identify with the
We're
black
not.
culture, and you can meet
Huh?
a black person.
We're not the same. We're not doing that. Not this round. We're not the same. We have different experiences. If you're from Africa, the Caribbeans, wherever your culture
That's
is,
why I
it's
can't
different.
take a lot of these black people
I feel like
serious
you
because
have
they're
an
not
issue.
for each other.
You want everything to be
They
Americanized,
we against
and I
each
feel like
other a
you don't
lot of
want to hear
times.
anything else. If you feel like this is not black, you feel
I want
like
to address.
Americans are different from every other culture, then there's no
Well,
point in talking.
well,
You
well,
have
well,
your
No, it is a point in
But I think
talking.
we want to. I think
I
we want to
respect
refocus the
Nigerian cultures.
discussion
If you're
on.
uh,
Igbo or
I'm gonna start
Yoruba,
muting again, so
you
I
are
can't
different. You're
get
different.
control of the
It's
topic. Hold on, guys. Look, what would separation look like? Just another check from on the EEOC form. No, the whole point of this was separation, bar separation from the black community would mean several things, right? Would
right.
mean we would have protection. So, like, you know, just like saying the N word is considered a racial slur when it comes from a non-black person. Well, a lot of times biracial people we are called tragic mulattoes, we are called mutts, and now that comes from black men, and we have no protection from racial slurs or attacks because we're just considered black and it's looked at as
That's racism. I call it black on black racism.
right. It's looked at as black on black we're racist. So complete separation would mean we would have our own racial category. We would have our own groups. We would have our own school funds. We would have our own caucus. our own political aspirations. We will have our own group, no different than the Black group, the Latino group, the white group. We would have a biracial group. But what makes that hard is, biracial people, half Black Americans. Now, I want to make this clear. We're talking about half Black Americans. We're not talking about half Black Canadians or half Black Caribbeans. Because our experience is different. Half Black Americans. We are tied to the same chattel slavery, so we can't fully separate on some things.
Black, and she's tied to the slavery train just the same way I in Toronto.
And so we can, we want our own group because a lot of us are tired of the confusion and tired of the hate, but at the same time, we can't fully separate because we're still tied to a lot of stuff. And as a couple of the sisters said on here, a lot of healing needs to be done. But that's what I want to say about that. Go ahead, guys.
And biracial, you would be when they did the summits, and we're still going through it. Children, whether they're bicultural or biracial, would still be included if you have one parent who is a part of that lineage.
Right.
You're not pushed out like that, but we still want you to identify with your other side. That's what has to be done.
How is it possible to separate and make a group for biracial people? How would they do it? Does it have to be specifically one white parent, one Black parent, or another race parent and one Black parent? Like, how are you going to make
a Black American parent who is descended from chattel slavery, and you can identify one, whether it be the mother or the father, you are part of that lineage. We're separating our lineage, period. And if you have bicultural or bi-ethnic children, then that's something you would basically have to know to tell your children when we go forth. This is stuff that we're basically going through with our community.
What if you test your DNA and you find out something about your culture? Like, oh wow, my great grandfather was white.
If they want a DNA testing, most Black Americans do have white in them. That's something we know. Where some of us are 15 to 25% white. We know that we're a mixed race. We're talking about our lineage. We're talking about our lineage, not color. Not skin color. White people do that.
Lineage.
Lineage, what you come from, where's your heritage? No different than if you're in Nigeria. Don't you have lineage or heritage?
You are different from Africans. You just said that. You said you're different. So why would you care about lineage that leads back to Africa? Why would you care about?
Once we got stolen, sold out, whatever you want to call it, we are not identifying with Africa. We have African ancestors, but they're not us. We cannot say
we're getting off topic again, guys. We're getting off the topic. I want to say
that. I don't understand.
That's why we want delineation.
You're talking about your lineage.
Yes, that's not we were told.
You got to understand. They did the same thing for the Jews.
Sorry, I had to mute you. You're talking. We got a new person that joined the panel, and then I'll let you speak again. Just visiting. Well, welcome to the panel.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Go. What are your thoughts on the conversation?
You need to stop. Hello.
Oh, so, I'm sorry. The new person's named Jessica, and are you mixed race, Black, or sorry?
Sure. She's just visiting. That's her.
I think her mic might be muted or something, but I wanted to add in that there's nothing wrong with respecting the different delineations. It doesn't make anybody any less American. If I move to Paris tomorrow, I'm still going to be a descendant, an ADOS or African American person who moved to France, and that's half British or part British. So I just think that it's okay for people to delineate a little bit because they feel like they have their own issues. And I think the same goes for biracial people. It's like the argument that you guys are having within the Black culture by, some are African, some are Caribbean, is the same we're having with people who are mixed race versus the Black community. So I hear somebody saying hello.
Is that you just visiting?
I don't think that person can hear. That's all I want to add. I see the same arguments all over YouTube with the ADOS and the Jamaican and Caribbean and so on. But honestly, there's different culture, different history. And I feel like it's important to respect that. And even if there is a biracial community, somebody that's Jamaican and Irish is not going to have the same type of background or understanding of their heritage as somebody that's African American and, you know, Egyptian. It's going to be two different groups. They're going to come together under the same terminology, but they're going to be different ethnicities. They're going to have a different history and lineage. So I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I want to talk about that.
Thank you. What is your name? Wait, what is your name? Excuse me. What is your name?
The Future is Golden is my YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, I heard you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just had something I want to say right quick too.
Okay.
About, I don't really separate. Part of the reason why I don't separate, for me as Black American, when I start coming into social media and start realizing that there are Black American people that do see mixed race people as being different than Black, you know, I had to really start thinking about, okay, why do I see mixed race people as being a part of Black? Like I had to ask myself, was this just something that I just was taught to me, or is it something I really believe? And I realized, I started really thinking about it and started realizing what made me believe that we're all one community. And I think there's differences in the community, and that's fine, but I don't separate mixed race people from us. And I started realizing that, you know, a lot of us have, you know, we have some European ancestry. I don't think a lot of Black Americans really realize that that means for you to have European ancestry, you have mixed race ancestors. There's no way you as a Black person can have European ancestry without having
We
mixed race
already
ancestry.
know that, Kay. We're just saying, we as Black Americans, we know we're mixed race. We're talking about when you take two separate groups from two separate cultures, they're either bi-ethnic or biracial. That's what we know. But that doesn't mean you get to plow in just because we're mixed race. We know why we're mixed race.
Well, no, because I mean, what I'm saying is that I always hear Black American people say that I have this whiteness, you know, percentage of European, and they never talk about because I think a lot of Black American people don't make the connection. They just think about a white person. They don't make the connection. You have that whiteness because of your mixed race ancestors. So we got mixed race ancestors. We're always talking about we have white ancestors and our African ancestors, but we never talk about in
okay, who's else on the panel? No offense, I'm sorry.
We got two new panelists on. I want to introduce them. Go ahead, just visiting and Nina.
Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me? This is just visiting. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. I have a couple of questions. So I'm absolutely for biracial people delineating themselves because they are in fact biracial. It is just as simple as 1 + 1 is 2. It makes complete and total sense. But my question is this. Once they become a completely different delineated society, do they relinquish the success that they have accumulated in the Black community as masquerading or being lumped into the Black image, Black culture, Black community? Do they relinquish their accolades, their success, their first Black president, first Black this, when they were actually given the privilege of colorism while they were in the Black community? As long as they are able to relinquish that going forward and their actual, you know, delineation is biracial, then that would be perfectly fine. But as far as the Black inventor of this and the Black person of that, I don't think that would be fair to the Black community, considering that we are victims of colorism.
All right, so I'm going to respond to that.
I'm a biracial. I'll chime in on that one. I would say that the answer to that would be yes.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Well, the same can go towards the Black community because a lot of Black history is actually biracial history too. Biracials are like the first president wasn't a Black president; it was a biracial president. I don't think Barack Obama made it clear that he was biracial. He didn't hide it, you know, that he wasn't biracial. You know, so there have been a lot of biracial people that have fallen underneath the wing of Blackness because the one dropped. So that goes both ways. If we separate, we're getting all of our biracial historical figures. We're getting all of our biracial inventors and all of our biracial accomplishments that were put underneath the umbrella of Blackness.
I understand, but that's also a two-way street. A lot of biracials do double talk.
Let me finish talking. It is a two-way street, but you're acting like biracials have just that we just stolen these things, or that we just been living off of the labors of Black people, when that's not true. Biracials have been an integral part of building the Black community. Without biracial,
and it's because they had more access.
I'm talking, ma'am. Without biracial, the civil rights movement wouldn't be what it was. Without biracials, a lot of the freedoms that Black Americans have today wouldn't be what it is today. So it is not just as like we're living on it and stealing off of and sucking off of the Black American teat. We have been building this stuff side by side. So it would have to be an equal separation. You know, but biracials, we get our stuff and y'all get your stuff. And then there's some stuff that we can't separate because we both come from the same chattel slavery. Does that make sense?
Can I chime in?
It does make
Can
sense,
I
but I
chime
don't
in?
believe that it's a fair assessment for the simple fact that
Can
a
I
lot of
chime in on that?
biracial people have been able to benefit from colorism. And so in Black people who maybe have had the exact the ability to perform in those positions as the actual first monoracial Black person also had the system of colorism and white supremacy preventing them from being able to achieve those. So biracial people have been given access. You know, all things being fair and equal, they have been giving access that Black Americans have
But
not
you
been
know
able
what?
to.
I would like
The
to
grass is
respond. I
always
would like
greener
to,
on the other
can I
side.
respond?
And I noticed
Let
that
me
the
respond.
grass is always greener on the other side. And I noticed that a lot of people like to come to biracial people or mixed people and tell us what we're benefiting from, but they don't want to hear what kind of issues we might be experiencing in the Black community. So with all due respect, I would like people to be open minded and be able to listen as well as share their opinions on what they think our lives are like, because we don't really have a voice. So this is our opportunity to let you know how it is. And the grass seems greener on the other side, but nobody knows that whether or not it's like that except for us.
Yeah,
Can
and
I chime
I
in?
would like to
Can I chime in real
I
quick?
haven't
Can
spoken yet.
Oh, go
Who
ahead. I'm
has
sorry.
spoken?
I would like to
Oh,
piggyback
go ahead.
exactly on I would like to piggyback exactly on what she said. Um, when the other panelists had mentioned that we have been benefiting off of you know, access because of colorism, it's not like we had a choice in doing that. How many times in Angry Biracial, you can back me up on this, I've been telling Black women time and time and time again to stop allowing your men to lump us in because of that one drop rule. Because I promise you, because of the fact that we do have a lot of white supremacy going on within different systems in the world, whether it be entertainment or employment, if you're gonna, if an employer who's already racist has a choice to pick between a biracial woman and a Black woman, and Black society sees the biracials as Black, the white person is going to be like, okay, that was an easy choice, I'm going to pick her. And then you're going to be mad at us because we got to benefit from colorism, but we had no choice in that. So you guys need to take back your Blackness and stop going by this one drop rule that, oh, if you have a little bit of Black in you, then you're Black. No, I'm telling you, we have to stop doing that. And it's okay for us to say, no, we don't want to be lumped into that group anymore. But you know what happens? And this is the other side of the coin. The other side of the coin, when we come across a Black person and they'll be like, oh, you must be mixed with something, where are you from? And then sometimes you have like the short conversation and you'll tell them, oh, you know, oh, I'm this and this and this. Yeah, but what do you consider yourself? I said, I just told you what I am. Yeah, but what do you consider yourself? I'm like, I just told you what I am. I'm biracial. Oh, so you don't like being Black? You see what
Really?
I'm saying? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It happens all the time. All the time.
Well, just to give you a heads up,
Hmm.
as Black American women, and this is where I'm going to come in on this thing on that. First of all, we are hedge parted by not just one group.
But
We're
you're
hedge parted by the white woman, the
ignorant
white woman,
of the
the
Black
white woman,
American experience.
the
This is a
white
unique
woman, the
channel.
white man, and Black man. All three come
Worldwide.
against us and tell us what you should identify as. And it's like, to me, Black American women are getting that smoke. And that's where we're not allowing these three. White women primarily have biracial children by Black men. That's not anything that we had anything to do with. White men are saying that you will be viewed as Black. White men told Black women you would be viewed as Black. Now, during the slavery part, I just want to make this absolutely clear. When we talk about the accomplishment of biracials when slavery was existent, like Booker T. Washington and so forth, these children came from Black women. Let's make that clear, not white women. These biracial children were successful because of their Black slave mothers who were enforced to have children because we had no choice. So as a Black American woman, it's not fair that we need to tell our men, well, which man? Because the one who runs this system is the white man, and he basically gave the rules. And then the Black man is hedgepot in his position, and then white women who are now having children by Black men are saying that you're not a part of them, you're Black. That's not a Black woman's fault. That has nothing to do with us.
I never
I
said that
agree
it
with
was your
Trina.
fault. I never said that it
No,
was
but
your
that's
fault,
what it
but I'm
comes
saying
off
No,
that
you
as.
just said that. You just said somebody just said that Black women need to tell their Black women to
You
stop
did
their
say
Black
that.
men from
no,
going to
what
mixed race women.
yeah,
You can
it's
record it, rewind it. That's what was said.
Well, hold
well,
on one
I
second.
guess you misunderstand. You misunderstood the context of what I was trying to say. I never said that it was your fault. I said if we're going to continue to have these conversations about colorism,
We don't
then
do the
it's we're
colorism in
not
the Black
doing it.
community as primarily as Black women.
Ma'am, I've
This
been
Yes, they
listening
do.
for
colorism came
Black
almost an
from
women are
hour. You guys
two
have been
white
colorism.
groups
talking
and a
about
white and a
colorism.
Black man.
All
I've
right,
been listening
hold
for a
on.
while, and it's been all colorism.
And
Yeah,
because as Black Americans, that's how it is in America. It's
When I'm
based.
mute, I can get a word in. People say I can
I
get a
always
word in.
hear
Right?
Black women
Everyone, okay,
tell
look.
me they.
So, who's talking now? Look, well, I want to respond to what Trina said without all the back and forth. But back then, Black men didn't have access like they do to their preferences. But back then, so of course, most of the vast majority of the biracials came from white men raping Black women. And there were some that was not, but it still doesn't really make a difference. They are still biracial. And no matter if they came from a Black mother or a Black man, the fact is they're still biracial, and those are still biracial accomplishments. So if we are
Through a
separated,
Black woman. I'm
but it's still
sorry.
biracial. It's still
Whether
biracial.
you want to say it or not, that was a different time, and those will go under Black.
But it's still biracial. It still
We
doesn't
can
matter
get that, but it's but
ma'am,
then you
I'm gonna mute you. I'm talking, please. It's still a biracial person. It doesn't matter if you come from a Black man or a Black woman. The fact is, it's still a biracial person. So that biracial person would go underneath the biracial category, not the Black category. We all agree they got to have two Black parents to be Black. So if you have a white daddy, you're still biracial. That's what I want to tell you. Whose mic is that?
Is it okay if I chime in, or
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, speak.
First off, I would like to ask, how is everyone doing today?
I'm wonderful.
We're doing good, Alexander. How about you?
thank you.
I'm doing good. And second of all, I want to say, I'm seeing the colorism that is, prevalent in the Black community, and I understand that, the biracials, who face pressure to identify as Black or being told they're not Black. I understand, I, I would say I understand what, you know, how they feel. Even though I'm a Black man, I understand how they feel. I also understand the Black woman side of the whole of the conversation as well. It, it, but I would like to say this. One thing that I think is happening, is that I think Black women are being forced to accept. Well, I think that, you know, I think biracials are being forced to accept one side and not claim biracial. I think that's happening, and I've seen stories about when Black men get angry at the biracial. at the biracials, at the biracial men who are, who were drafted in the NBA. I seen that. And, but to me, here's the thing, but they are out here creating the biracials that they're now upset and mad with. And then, because I was here last night when the angry biracial was, calling out the haters because he calls out the nonsense in the black community, um, and you know, and the main problem is, when you have black male worshipers, that let the colorism go on because they want to please the black man so bad. It's like the black women who, you know, is saying is that, the biracials should claim both parts. They are being tuned out because, again, when you have black male worshipers up here accepting biracials as black, that is also creating more colorism as well. Be, and this is why I stay on my channel sometimes. Black women need to stop worshiping black men because they are creating the colorism that is going on today.
I absolutely agree. And not only are they creating the colorism, but they're also creating the dilution of the entire race that they never worked to build. I have one question, one more additional question, please, Angry Biracial. So going forward, let's say if you guys do go ahead and separate biracial from black. Okay, again, like I said before, I completely agree because it is quite simple. You are biracial, no problem. What is the biracial aesthetic? What is the biracial forefront image? What is the definitive image of biracial garb, music, food, cuisine, entertainment? How do you define, what will that look like? Because you have people who are biracial with white and black, white and Asian, white and Indian, white and black, just different variations of biracial. And in that category of biracial, you have different skin hues, different skin tones, different eye color, different texture. So all of these people can be literally from the exact same two parents and have different experiences in life. So what is the identifiable, unique image of a biracial? The culture, the clothing, the garb, the cuisine, the entertainment, the music. What is that and how will that look?
Before I answer, go ahead. Who's that?
Okay, sorry. Do you want to go? Or I'll just say quickly.
Go ahead.
So, like I pointed out when I first came on, thank you also. My child is a half mixed biracial, and like I said, I feel that where that child comes from is mostly connected to the mother. The mother brings in that culture to that child. It's internal from the womb all the way into growing up that child, and it comes from however that mother identifies, whatever culture she identifies with. That's what I find.
The word was unique. So what is the unique image that all unilateral biracials can present going forward, not based on the mother, because that leaves too much room for interpretation?
Well, let me interject here. That statement can the same thing can be applied to black people, because black people come in all shades as well. So it's like trying to say that biracial have to look this certain way to be biracial is kind of is not a fair term, because not all black people look the same way to it. Whose mic is that? I need to unmute you so I can talk, because that's really loud. So as far as everything else, we are talking about specifically half Black American biracials. We're talking about specifically this because our dynamic is different than other biracials. There's someone who is half white and half Hispanic, say, because we have a different history. And we cannot act like that biracial people haven't contributed to hip hop. You know, to act like we haven't is just foolish. You can't act like, because again, biracial people and Black people both came from the same chattel slavery, came from the same history. So a lot of stuff we can't separate. But as far as separating our groups, we can, because biracial people have played instrumental part not only in fundamentally making Black culture. A biracial person also can wear African garb because we also have African descent. You know, we also share a lot of the same culture and mannerisms. Because
then what is the point of separating? Is this a political decision, or is this?
No, they have two different cultures. That's what they're saying.
I finished speaking, and I'll get to that. You know, the point of separating is this, because I kind of lost my train of thought. Interrupted me. Is the point of speaking of separating is this: we get a lot of hate from the Black community, and specifically Black men. We are constantly told that we are not Black enough. We're constantly told that we're not a real Black person. And 9 times out of 10 today, we get more racism, more colorism. I won't say racism, more colorism, colorist hate from Black men, from the Black community than we do from any other side. And it's time that needs to stop. So I'm asking the question, if you don't think biracial people, because you said several times, biracial's not Black. So if you don't even accept us as Black, then that's the point of us separating. You don't accept us as Black. Most of the Black community, from my experience, don't accept us as Black. So why should we stay here if we're not accepted?
Absolutely. And the answer to that is, question is,
talking.
So it was rhetorical.
Wait,
okay.
I'm not
finished talking. Let me finish talking. Please interrupt me on my panel, please. So that is why we want to separate. If we are not accepted here, then we're not gonna stay here. We want to make our own group where we can have, in the Black community, like the Black people are more susceptible to certain diseases, right? Like to being the diabetic, to sickle cell anemia. There hasn't been studies on what us as half Black people have. Like, am I more susceptible to sickle cell, or am I susceptible to something my Arab people have? We do not have those studies on us because we're just considered Black. We need our own, we can identify as what we are. And we can't altogether separate some parts of our races and Blackness because we come from the same source. So that's my answer. Let me introduce G Dizzle. Let me introduce him, and then I'll get back to you, sister, okay? G Dizzle, welcome to the panel.
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
Yeah, sorry I'm late. I didn't realize you were starting this early. I'm like almost 2.5 hours late, man. So
it's okay.
I'm a little behind. So what are we talking about?
Oh, the sister, she was asking about separating Black culture and biracials. Pretty much saying that biracials haven't been a part of. Forgive me if I'm not paraphrasing this right, just visiting, but saying, can you repeat the question? Yeah, that's better.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Now, first, I want to give you absolute respect. This is not confrontational. I want to truly, genuinely examine the process for perpetuity because this video is being recorded. I have absolute respect for you, and I have personally seen how biracials are ostracized by darker-skinned Black men. So I sympathize. That's number one.
Light-skinned
Number
Black
two,
men like myself are often ostracized.
Number two, my question, and I'm not wanting to separate biracials because I also have a biracial. My grandfather was very integral in raising me, and he was biracial. So I feel no separation emotionally from biracial men. I was raised by a biracial man. Right. However, my concern is that biracials, and we all know the system of colorism was created, house inward, field inward. We all know that. And we know that biracials have been able to benefit from that. Now, that's not to say that they requested it or asked for it, but they have. I personally feel that biracials should not be allowed to maintain their accolades if at any point in achieving those accolades that they were able to masquerade or able to assume at any point the identity of a monoracial black person. Black people are originally from Africa. Africans have a image. You do have those from the Northeast and you have those from Sub-Saharan, but there is an image of what an African looks like. If we have lighter skinned black people, that is through the dilution or admixture through hundreds of years. So my question is that if we separate blacks from biracials, we should be able to separate completely, meaning that if at any point biracials achieved any accolade in the black image or assuming the black image, they should be stripped of it. And going forward, whatever they assume or acquire going forward, they get 100%, accolades, and they get 100%, told that biracials going forward. But anything prior to this political separation, they should be stripped of. And it is not to say that I don't accept biracials. I absolutely see them as human, same as black, same as white. But we need to have, where what they have been able to achieve in the black image, they should not be able to keep going forward.
So what do you think? What do you think about biracials being depicted as black people on TV?
No,
or on
That's not something that black women control. That's something controlled by white people in the media.
So now I'm gonna say something, then I want G Dizzle to get a chance to respond. G Dizzle has been he's done a lot of biracial content before. So I want to add to that is the fact that, as I said before, the same thing we have to go to the black community, because biracials have contributed so much to civil rights, to black culture, to everything that black people have today. So so it's not just biracial people masquerading as black people, because for the longest time we have just been considered black. It's only been, and that wasn't by choice. That was by the one drop rule. That was by racism. That was by Jim Crow. But if you want to talk about separating, then biracials will separate our people, like Malcolm X. He's not a full black person. Rosa Parks, Huey P. Newton, all those people are not full black people. They don't fit the full black image. The founder of the civil rights movement, Frederick Douglass, he's not a full black person. So it's like it goes on to a point to where we get our stuff and our accomplishments, but you can't really claim it as all black people accomplishments, because a lot of those accomplishments weren't done by just black people. They're done by biracial people. So that's what I add to it. And then I want
not to disrespect you. We're not changing our history. It's not happening.
But your history is also part of biracial history. So
and again, it comes from a black woman who was forced to raise that child, not by white women, not by any other group. Biracial is biracial, but we were told then that child was black, and that's how it's going to stay. We're changing it now because things have changed. That's the past. This is the future. It's not changing, and that's a guarantee.
That will change if biracials separate. We get all of our people, especially if we got sisters.
No, you don't, because that child came from a black woman, not from a white woman, not from anybody. It does matter, because
it doesn't matter if they come from a black woman or a black man. A biracial is biracial. If we separate, you don't get to keep our accomplishments as biracial people.
100%. We gotta learn genes and how they work. The child carries majority of the mother's genes.
Yeah, they come with this typical attitude. A lot of them get.
I want you to chime in real quick, because he has go ahead, brother.
All right. So when it comes to the separation, I agree. I don't have an issue with black folks and biracial separating. The problem is, I don't think black people really want biracials to separate, because, I'm a biracial. My mother's black, biological father's white, 43, entire life I've been labeled as black, and I don't have an issue with that. I identify as black, is written on my birth certificate and all that stuff, right? But as of recently, I've really seen this rhetoric kind of kick up thanks to social media. And then when you have biracials out there that'll express, hey, we want to separate, I always see, well, you're always black, your mama black, one drop rule. It's like I don't think they really want us to get away. And then speaking to the history fact, so I got this little saying that I always say. It's like if
Can I ask
you
you a
if
question?
you took if you took Black History Month, if you took Black History Month and took all the biracials out, Black History Month would turn into a Black History pamphlet. All right. So that's just how great our our accomplishments have been
Wow.
in the historical context of this country. But overall, I guess my sentiment is this. I'm one of them people, when I hear these conversations and I hear how black people feel, they want to kick us out the race, they want to keep us in the race. You know, I like to look at it from a realistic perspective. Like, what are you going to do if I choose to stay quote unquote black or I choose to stay biracial? Like exactly what can you do other than express your sentiments on social media about how you may feel? Because it's still not going to change things as far as how reality moves forward, as to whether or not a biracial wants to identify strictly as biracial or identify as black or identify as whatever the hell they feel like they want to identify. So I mean, what do you guys actually want to do to bring
Can I
forth
ask,
this
I'm able.
change? Go ahead.
I want to ask you, you feel like your experience is different because you do have a black mother?
Do I feel like my experience? So here's my background. I didn't grow up with my white side of the family. And somebody has a lot of background noise. It's like banging in my ears right now. Thank you. So I didn't grow up with my white side of the family. I was actually raised by my black side of the family and my black stepfather. So I have the stereotypical traditional black upbringing with the predominantly black schools, HBCU, married to a black woman, all that stuff. So I fit right in. I don't have an issue. You know what I'm saying? And growing up, I never really experienced too many issues like that until I came onto social media, and then everybody started crying about their feels all over the place about who's black and who's not black and yada yada yada. So
Okay, thank you.
I want to say something about Black History Month, though. Why can't people who are mixed with Black also be included in Black History Month and it simply be noted that they are mixed with Black? I don't see why
I don't have
we
an
have
issue
to
with that.
divide it. Yeah, like we don't have to divide it and have a biracial history month, then a Black History Month, Native American and Irish, then
I heard
Mexican.
they're taking away the
Like
Black 3 months soon. That's what I've been hearing.
I don't have,
they might take it away, but I
yeah.
do think that if they are mixed with Black, it's part of the Black experience as well because
Well, it is.
they had a child with a person who is Black, so that
Well,
person came up in both cultures, and
well,
that is why they would be celebrated.
it's not necessarily that. So I went to Tuskegee University, started by Booker T. Washington, a biracial mulatto. Back in those days, everybody was considered black. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's wrong to keep black so-called, black history and biracial history intertwined because, back in those days, everybody was considered
Absolutely.
black for the most part. I don't have an issue
Absolutely.
with that. You know what I'm saying? Now moving forward, because I see this with younger people. When I say younger people, I'm talking about like these millennials and or not. Who comes after the millennials? What is it, the Z generation or
Gen Z.
yeah, Gen Z? These weirdos out here. Shout out to all the Gen Z listening. But here's the thing: they're more adamant and passionate about this so-called separation from what I see, and so you might moving forward with their generation and beyond. This might become more of a thing to separate the two, but everybody else prior to that, especially me, I'm like a Gen X, I guess. We just black, and
And
I
I
was cool with
agree.
that. I never
I
had an
Well,
issue
yeah,
with
completely
it.
agree
You know
with
what I'm saying?
that.
I totally agree with him too. I feel like this is a new social media issue that they're bringing up. Even black women want to have their own separate groups: dark skinned black woman, light skinned black woman, mixed race black woman. It seems our biracial people. It's just everyone wants to be in their own group where they can kind of trauma bond to get together. Talk about their woes and the worries of the world. But we are kind of just all the same. We don't know our lineage. We don't. That's what we should be fighting for.
Can I speak to this guy? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, Mr. The guy that just G, I think.
Yeah, yeah,
I
just
a hundred, I 100% agree with you in the sense that before everything was kind of tied in, black people and biracial people were tied in, and we had no choice. And so in many ways they were, replaced as the convenience to the white dominant culture, so I completely agree that as far as the past and the historical events, they should be included into the black history because they were used many times to replace the black image. But going forward, whatever the esteemed biracial community is able to accomplish and amass going forward, absolutely they should get granted all of their credit going forward by their own momentum and their complete identity as a race, if they so choose.
Now, moving forward. Oh, go ahead.
Hold on, brother. I'm responding to that. Again, I think that is very, very unfair statement because if black people, the black community wants to, because say the biracials aren't black, then they shouldn't take credit for biracial historical figures. To me, that is saying that's wanting their cake and eating it too. Biracial people, we can claim our own history as far as biracial historical figures. Trying to keep our biracial historical figures is just, to me, is foolish. Because if we're not black now, if we're not considered black now by the black community, then those biracial figures back then also weren't considered black to you now. So you can't just say, we're separating the two, but we're keeping all of your people that we want to keep. To me, that's bullshit.
Go ahead. You said it was black men who do this. You keep saying the black community and black women are not giving you that smoke.
Well, we're talking about black community in general right now. I'm not talking about black women and black men. I'm talking about black community in general and biracial people. And
that's double talk.
That's
double talk.
So
I see.
So it's black women's fault. Black men went and did this, and it's black women's fault.
You're making something out of nothing. This topic is not a black woman, black men issue. This is a biracial and black community issue. I personally said that I get most of my hate as a biracial person from black men, but this is a biracial and black community issue. So if you want to try to make it into something else, then you can leave the panel. So let's try to stick to the topic here. So go ahead, G Dizzle.
I forgot what I was going to say, but getting back to, I guess, what you were saying about separating the history. I mean, that sounds fine and dandy, but I find it you're going to be hard pressed to find a lot of biracials in and around our age group that'll co-sign that because most of us have been raised as black if we grew up around our black side of the family. Facts. That's why I say if you're going to push this, it's gonna start with these Gen Zs and moving forward because, like I say, they are extremely adamant about it. Like me, I don't really run around too much talking about biracial stuff all that often. I mean, I'll do if somebody brings it up and I got to start roasting niggas up and stuff like that. But other than that, it was never really that big of an issue in my life. And I don't think I've really encountered too many other readily recognizable biracials on my journey coming up that found it that big of an issue. We're just black. It is what it is. Even though we know most of us look different from our family members. But these Gen Zs moving forward, they are really headstrong. I mean, you see it in the television commercials with, the black parent, the white parent, and the biracial children.
There's a lot of children coming to the world.
Exactly.
That's why.
I never saw biracial kids in commercials like that that were readily identifiable as biracial, as you're seeing it today. So I think it's a real heavy push. So if you want to do that, then I think you're going to have to probably start getting the youngins on board because the older ones, the Gen Xers and everybody else beyond that, most of them are probably just fine in their skin with identifying as black. I mean, that's just the way I perceive them to be. You know what I mean?
Well, the way I see it, it's not really a lot of biracials. I'm in the same age group. It's not a lot of biracials from our age group that wanted to distance themselves from the black community. It's a lot of, again, I would say, because as a biracial male, most of the hate I get is from black men. They're the ones pushing the fact that we're not black and that we should leave. So this is all based upon the rules that they set.
Yeah, I get
a lot of black men have been diagnosed with a lot of disorders that they're not getting help for. I can't remember the name of this disorder, but black men will pick something and pick on you for that something. It's culturally, it's not just black men, it's men in general. but black men in our community will pick the darkest black skinned girl and go kick her in the face and make fun of her. Then he'll pick the light skinned guy and say, you're weak and you're not man enough. And then the black guy, if he's too black, he's African. He's Kunta Kente. There's always something for the black man to
And black women do that to other black and biracial women too. So don't get that part wrong.
Say what?
Black women
We beat up on now. Black women beat up on biracials. That's what he's saying now.
I mean, that have happened to some people, as well as other monoracial black women too.
I just think it's rooted in self-hate. It comes from our fathers, and this is something that is now prevalent because the world is mixed, and we're seeing it all over on our screens. So now everyone wants to have an identity, But growing up, our mixed whatever family member, if they were on our side, they were black, and that's it. And if they said they're black, we called them black. There was no segregation. That's where we go wrong, because we cannot go through our lineage and find out exactly where do we fit in. And if we can, we don't have the money to do it or the time, So it's just a point where we are in this world where we need to say, okay, black people, what are we going to do with each other?
So the future is golden. What do you think, as another mixed race person on here? Do you think that it's right for the black community, if biracials separate, that the black community keeps biracial historical figures?
I really don't think so. I think that it should be noted that they are biracial. Like, I don't know that they would create a separate history month. That's my only concern. So I think that keeping them within Black History Month could make sense in a way. But in terms of Black people saying they need to be stripped of every accomplishment or achievement or something like that, that sounds a little bit harsh, and it sounds like it's coming from a lack of understanding of biracial people and their identity in the United States. So a lot of biracial people will fight for Black people if they feel like they want to help them. They see things from a different perspective and they try their best to help Black people. So for Black people to turn around and then say, well, you guys don't deserve anything, or you shouldn't get anything from us, you should just get out if you want to delineate, I think that's the wrong attitude. I definitely feel like we are often friends of the Black community or allies of the Black community. We are not anti-Black community, but I think the problem is that we are different in a lot of different ways. Culturally, there's a huge difference between mixed race people and Black people, and I think that creates a lot of division right there in and of itself. So should they keep Black history in name? Yes, but it should be pointed out that many of these historical figures are mixed race, and that should be highlighted.
And that is highlighted. A lot of people know
Absolutely.
that.
And when I said that they should be
I'm not
stripped,
understanding that.
it doesn't mean in a malicious way to strip, like, biracials of their history. Absolutely not. But my caveat is this: if at any point in attaining the accolade that they masqueraded or identified as Black, that is double talk. That is misleading to the Black community. So if they achieve that accomplishment, pretending at any point in achieving that accomplishment to be Black, then that should be stripped. But if they were able to achieve that accomplishment 100% identifying as a biracial, absolutely not. They should be able to keep their success.
So you don't think that biracial people should be proud of fully Black people? Because I think a lot of biracial people are. So when a fully Black person accomplishes something, they have a lot of pride in that. You're saying that
American women.
No, I believe that biracials can be proud of Blacks, absolutely. But I do know biracials do tend to do double talk and play both sides of the fence.
Yeah.
So if they achieve any accomplishment in the image of a Black person, politicking as a Black person, speaking as a Black person, then they should not be able to obtain and maintain the accomplishments. If they achieve it as a biracial from the beginning to the end, then absolutely. However, if not, then no.
I'm gonna respond.
I kind of understand what you're saying because I can think of two political figures specifically who are biracial, who kind of came in under the guise of being black or light skinned black. And then later on, it was discovered that they were biracial. And they were also from other countries. And it left a lot of Black Americans, especially fully Black American people, like it just left them really upset and rightfully so. So I understand what you're saying. They shouldn't be able to use that position to kind of wield any power over Black people in that sense. But I also feel like the majority of biracial people aren't working those kind of angles. Like most of us do not think of Black people in that sense. I just think we tend to be alienated a lot of the time. We're not always similar in culture, and I think that's a bigger issue. That rather than try to get everybody on code and they're not the same type of people, get your group on code, let other people get on code in their group and try to improve your own circumstances. So
I got a question to that. So let's take me, the biracial, who grew up in a Black family, right?
From a Black mother.
Culturally Black. You know what I'm saying? Everything bliggity Black from the top. I'm just the lightest person in my family. All right. Black on my birth certificate, driver's license. So now let's just say I grow up and I get some type of an award. And then I go out there and say, yes, I'm proud to be Black. And then one day I say, I'm proud to be biracial. Well, the thing is, both statements are actually true for me because society, the greater society might see me as Black, even though most think I'm Hispanic, but whatever. But all of my official documentation has me listed Black. I'm culturally Black, the whole Black experience, a different world experience and all that. But genetically, I'm mixed. So how are you going to sit here and say to me, well, if I come out as biracial, but I won something as a Black man, even though that's how my entire life existence has been raised, has been brought up, how you gonna strip me of something that is actually in existence, two existences I live at the same time?
Exactly.
I don't think Black women are. I don't think the Black community is stripping you of that.
No. The blue avatar. I don't know what her name is.
Just visiting.
Oh yeah, her.
So,
she just said we should strip it. So I'm like, how are you going to strip something that I've lived my entire life as a genetic biracial?
You can't strip. That's the thing. This is what I'm saying. If you get any sort of accomplishments as a going forward, that's the whole point. From this point where we separate and delineate the different colors and the different races, then yes, absolutely, you're biracial, identify as biracial, correct all of your documents and go from there. But historically, you cannot separate what was already intertwined by force.
But moving forward, moving forward, what if I don't want to separate?
I don't think we don't. We're not saying separate.
No. Listen what I'm saying. Moving forward, let's just say I decide, okay, moving forward, I'm just going to rep team biracial from here on out. Then 6 months later, I decide I'm going to rep being Black and proud. And then I win some major award. What is the consequences that you can try to actually enforce or enact upon somebody like me who decides to jump back and forth? How would you do that?
You can't, because Black people do not have systemic power.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So let me get back to the thing right here, because is this. A lot of those Black people, a lot of the biracial people in Black history, they didn't have a choice. You know what I mean? So like to try to say that if they ever masqueraded as a Black person, they didn't have a choice. That's the problem I have with what you're saying. Because back then, they were all just considered Black by the one drop rule. They were still slaves. They were still oppressed during Jim Crow and all the other stuff. So, as I said earlier, and as I think G Dizzle said too, this whole push to get biracial people out, it wasn't started by biracial people. It was started by, again, I'll say a lot of the Black males in the Black community, And so if we're responding to just that,
can you actually prove? Listen, I hear you saying that.
Yeah, because then take that up with Black men.
Listen to what I'm saying. Can you actually?
It's not a Black woman, Blackness is the biracial Black community.
What I'm asking is this: can you actually prove that? Because ever since I've been online, I've seen equal numbers. Matter of fact, you got a whole channel called Chrissy out there who goes hard in the paint against light skinned and mixed women. She got like 200,000 subs. So every time you say it was started by black men, I'm like, man, I've seen quite a few black women go equally, if not just as hard, against light skinned and mixed women than some black dudes do.
Well, I'll just say from my experience. From my experience, it's just been black men saying that I'm not black enough. I can't speak for anybody else, but from my experience,
I would say that black men ostracize biracial men, and that often black women tend to ostracize biracial women. So I do think it is based on gender. Sometimes the women will feel like, well, she doesn't really represent blackness.
I don't even really agree with that statement. And the reason why, I guess this is based off my life experience. The only black men that I've ever truly seen have issues with us are like the Umar Johnson types, the pro-blacks, the hoteps. Your everyday random Negro out there roaming around the block. I mean, we'll have light skin versus dark skin jokes here and there, but I've never really seen that in real life or online, just from regular dudes who are like going at me because I'm biracial and you're not black. This is like really the pro-black hotep sector. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what I've personally seen and witnessed.
But I think that everybody's experience is different. So just because you didn't personally experience that doesn't mean that every biracial didn't experience being alienated by black men. And it doesn't mean that I have not been alienated by black women. So while I agree with you, not every
I've
black
also been alienated by black men. I'm a light-skinned black man.
alienated by black women. And sometimes black men as well. It's not just the women, but I do notice that there is more of an effort for black women to reclaim their media image. So they do want biracial women to have their own space. So I feel like that's
not out of hate. It's not out of hate.
It's right, and I kind of agree with you. It's not necessarily 100% hateful. It's just a feeling that biracial people are tending to overrepresent blackness, and a lot of black people don't like that. So to say that, oh well, they're not rejecting us, I mean, maybe reject is the wrong word, but they do want to create a delineation, and I think that it is time. There's so many mixed people at this point that it is time for us to delineate.
Well, that's what they're saying.
Can I speak to the future is golden as woman to woman? Yes. I can only speak for myself. I don't speak for all black women. This is just woman to woman. From my experience, I have no anger or jealousy towards biracial women at all, because women are women and people are people ultimately. But I just want you to understand that from this person's experience, there's no way that a biracial woman, especially if she is not born, raised, cultivated, and reared by a black woman, can understand the ethnic, cultural, societal, the small nuances of being a black woman. A white woman can never replicate and cultivate and culture a black woman. Now, you can have people from the extended family support you, but it comes from the mother. That is not to say that a biracial is less important or a biracial is less, special or less beautiful or less unique, but it is impossible. The subtleties of a black woman have to be instilled by a black woman. There are subversive parts of a black woman's experience that must come from a black woman. You, however, if a biracial woman has a white mother, she can love her. She can raise her to be an amazing woman. However, a white woman cannot instill those subtleties and create the black woman. And it's no disrespect. It's just a fact.
Well, I wasn't raised by a white woman. My mother was actually biracial, and her mother was a black woman. So I think my experience is very unique in that sense, but just looking at it from my perspective, I would say that whether or not someone's mother is white or not, that is an issue within the biracial community. And I do feel uncomfortable with black people always speaking on that. It is a difficult issue. It's kind of like Jamaican versus ADOS, right? It's like a difficult issue that has to be overcome. And I feel like a lot of Black women like to speak on that. And I feel like it is a little bit insensitive to the biracial community because we have our own work to do as a group. So I just want to point that out, but you did make many great points.
I don't think we got to wrap things up. We can't talk so long, everyone. I'm just saying, I'm not thinking she's saying that she's gonna, the child who comes from the Black mother, is only Black and understands what the Black person goes through. But there is a nuance to it. There is a point to that. My child, for example, went to Walmart with my mixed race child, right? And what did I do? I got ostracized because I was a Black woman. They were following me around, and guess what she saw? She got to experience that with me. You know, she got to experience what I go through, and she sees how it is for a Black woman, a dark-skinned Black woman. She gets to see that. Okay, with her white mother, she wouldn't be able to see that. And 70 to 80% of that time, the father's not even in that child's life. So there is a difference, and we need to understand that.
Difference. There's a difference.
But what I'm saying is, I think that it would be good if Black women do not speak on that particular.
We can speak on it if we're raising biracial children.
But
we're raising biracial children, and it is a difference.
But you're trying to create biracial unity. But people keep pointing out who their mothers are, and they keep creating these divisions.
Because it makes a difference who the mother is.
That's
especially when you're coming into the Black community, which is primarily Black women.
No, but that's a conversation for biracial people, is what I'm saying. Like, it's not good for me to look into the Black community and say, well, all your problems is because you did this and you did that. No, that's a conversation for biracial people. How their mothers affect their culture is the biracial conversation.
You can't just disregard the parent of the biracial child. Sense.
We agree, but when we start making up stereotypes about how
not a stereotype, it's a fact.
Guess who consoles the child? Who comes to the child when the child gets bullied?
The mother.
No, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, it's a biracial conversation, because biracial people have to come together and start talking about the impact on their mothers, on their culture. So if you try to delineate and separate the white mother biracial from the Black mother biracial, you're creating a lot of division within the biracial community.
Well, biracial.
There are TikToks. There are so many TikToks of biracials saying firsthand how they have made the difference with the Black mother.
Oh, hold on.
Yes.
I know that they say
biracial from Black mother separates from you automatically.
Excuse me, you people, so I can speak. Okay, I've been trying to get in there for a minute. So I agree that Black women carry on, culture, and and that Black women are the Black community culturally wise. But and I also agree with the future is golden. Like, if you are a white woman and you have a half Black son, does that give that white woman the right to speak on Black issues?
And you see it all the time.
Most would agree not. So the same thing is here, right? If you are a Black woman, you have a biracial son, it does not give you the right to speak on biracial issues either, because again, you're not biracial. You can speak on being a parent to a biracial person, but as far as being purely in biracial issues, that's overstepping. Just like a white woman who has a biracial son trying to speak on Black issues is also overstepping.
But I'm just going to answer this, okay? And we understand that we can never sit in anyone's shoes. A person who's disabled will never understand how they feel, right? These are facts, right? I'm not speaking on behalf of my child, but my child comes to me just like you will go to a therapist, and you will console that child and you will give them solutions, because they come to you with their issues too. My daughter's come to me and told me she doesn't feel fit. She doesn't feel she fits in. You're
still an outsider looking in, though. That's the point. You're still not part of the biracial community. That's the point. It's like a white woman is not part of the Black community, even though she has a half Black child. You know what I mean? It's still the same thing.
Yeah, because it has created significant division, and I think biracial people, if we're going to unify as a group, we need to be able to come together. But if people are already creating divisions within a group based on ADOS, based on gender, based on what race your mother is. I mean, it's just setting everybody up for failure. When in reality, if Black women are having children with men of different races, they need communities for those children to go into that are healthy, that can move forward, that can elevate. So I feel like biracial people can be an ally to the Black community, but the Black community also has to ally with us as well. It can't just be that, we're going to respect everything that is said on behalf of the Black community, but they don't have to respect anything that we say or any boundaries we set forth. I completely think that, Black women, white men, Black men should not be involved in these type of conversations. If you're going to let one in, you got to let them all in. Okay. You have to let everybody in. Black men, white women. And if you think about that, that is going to be a really, really rough conversation. So right now it's just let biracial people have that space. Let them have that ability to bond and unify.
That space includes their parents. As much as you try to take out their parents are in their childhood. Their childhood.
So if the space includes the parents, does the Black woman space include biracial women?
No.
So biracial can have their own space without their non-biracial parent. It doesn't mean that they don't like
Racial come into play. You're gonna talk. You're gonna talk about your background. It's gonna come into play regardless.
But you're still not biracial, man. But that's what we're trying to say. And it causes division. I'm saying because you're not part of the biracial community, and you understand how much that division. Hold on, let me finish. You understand how that caused division in the biracial community because now you got biracials in the biracial community saying because they have a Black mother, they're better than all the other biracials, and it causes a hierarchy, a classism in biracials who are trying to unify.
That's a first person hierarchy. They're saying they're better.
So
I have a question though. So I want to make sure I understand.
Hold on one second. I want to let Cloud respond, and then you can respond because I know she was talking. 1 second, and then we got a new person coming up. So them come up here. Go ahead, Cloud.
Oh, I'm just saying, or something we gotta just get over in this world. We're never gonna. Everyone's in a hierarchy. Everything we do, and it doesn't matter. It does matter, but it doesn't matter if you know what I mean. The parent. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to say that no matter what, the child's gonna go back to their parents, and then their child and their childhood, right, and their experience.
Okay. So I want to make sure I understand you, angry.
Wait.
Biracial.
I don't think biracials have a problem or saying that they're better. Biracials, because white women have gotten on social media asking how do they navigate with children who are biracial in their community because they were having issues with racism. It wasn't that the children think that they're better. That's a lie. They're saying that when they come from Black mothers, they tend to know how to navigate better in a system where it's very much race.
No, because
you're not in the biracial space, so you don't understand what the biracials are saying there.
Right. Right. So I want to make sure I understand you, angry. So what you're saying is because people of monoracial backgrounds, they create a new entity, they create a new being, a new experience, which is the biracial. So the Black parent and the white parent can never truly firsthand understand their biracial child's experience, and I absolutely agree. That's simple. Right. So, but my point is this, is that but there is an impact on the parenting, and there is an impact that the parents individually have on the fullness of that biracial. So when you have a certain mother of either race, there tends to be a pattern of, okay, this race of woman firsthand, these are the stories that these kids are coming together and sharing. So, I'm not saying that either one is better, but I do feel as though they are different when they have different parents and different influences. So
there are a lot of difference. There's a lot of variation within the biracial community. And you also have to think about the fact that you have a lot of different types of mixed race people coming into these communities. So it is not going to be easy for them to come together But again, the same way you wouldn't want, biracial women interfering in black women's business, because I have seen that and I personally don't agree with it. You don't want biracial women criticizing black women like that. You just don't want a lot of different white people, black people, Asian people coming in and feeling like they can interject as they see fit. The first discussions need to be the people who have that identity.
And before I introduce Tragic Jay, I wanted to say that I agree with just visiting on that point that but biracials with black mothers, a lot black mothers do carry the culture. I think mothers carry their culture. Black women carry the black
Right.
communities. A lot of biracials with black mothers. I don't have black mothers, so I'm just saying from what I've seen because I can relate to it. But they are more pro-black and they're more black identified. They will against us biracials who don't have a black mother. We feel more outside the box. I mean, so I understand that, but the point I was trying to make is, biracials, like, we need our own space without the interference, without the hierarchy, just with us building something without people thinking that they are better or not based upon who their parent is.
Right.
On the point I was trying to make, but I do agree that biracials with black mothers tend to be more pro-black and more black identified.
No,
They take on from the mother.
Do you think that parents of the biracial kids, do you think they shouldn't just get involved in the spaces at all?
No, we shouldn't be in that space.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, but biracials should have our own space because look, I didn't. Well, I'm pretty sure you didn't tell your mother or your father all your experiences, right? Because you wanted to save their feelings on something, right? So, but a lot of us are the same way. We don't want to tell our parents everything because we want to save their feelings. Because so we should have our own space. We can speak openly without our parents. We can talk about our experiences.
I agree.
Our parents there. You know what I mean? Again, I use this a lot, but a lot of black people will get offended. Yeah, I'll be offended too if a white lady came into a black space and said, "I have a half black son, so I have every right to speak on black issues in the black community." Right? That wouldn't be tolerated. Right? So the same thing here is what we're trying to say. We love our black parent, we love our other parent, but we kind of want a space for us to do our own thing and navigate our own identity without the outside influence. Go ahead. Who else wants to respond to that?
I want to touch on two things. I want to talk about two things real quick. This is Jay.
Right.
First, the topic. I think that, well, for me, I'm already separated, so it's not even a question. Like for me, it's not even up to black people if we want to separate ourselves or not. Like that's up to us. If we're gonna do that, who's gonna say we can't? So I already did it. So if you want to know if we should separate, I've already done it. I'm not saying like we're not connected to them. Like they're still in our blood, but we're still our own race at the same time. Two things can exist at once. And the second thing I want to talk about is like reparations for biracial people. Like if it ever came down to that, I don't even think that's a debate if we get it or not, because we were slaves too. So that's not even a question if biracial people get reparations or not.
Okay, so what I hear from you is that you feel as though, well, you've already self-identified, which is perfectly fine. But I think maybe they're going towards an actual political, legality behind it, which is I think the approach. But also, if you are saying that you're going to get reparations, congratulations, you'll get reparations if they ever give it to you.
I want to go ahead. Sorry. I want to. Blue Jay came onto the panel. I want to introduce him real quick. What's going on, Blue Jay?
Hi, I'm a girl.
Oh, sorry about that. My bad. I saw Blue Jay. My bad.
No problem. That's just the name of my favorite bird. But first off, hello. I'm going to go by Blue Jay on this panel. I wanted to intervene because I was a little bit taken aback by your comment when you said that if you were to have your own community, even though I kind of do agree that biracial should have their own community, it's just the fact that when you said that there wouldn't be a hierarchy, when I think about it, it's like that's kind of inevitable. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to hierarchies, because I feel like, say, hypothetically, biracials do have their own community when they're allowed to. I think it's going to open a whole new can of problems. Like, for example, I feel like white Latino and white mixed biracials are going to consider themselves on the top of the hierarchy and consider anyone half black all the way at the bottom.
Agree.
That's how I feel that it's going to end up.
Because racism is the foundation of America.
Exactly.
You're not changing it. I don't care how you try to fix it, push it together, it's not going to change. Race is going to stand in America. It's its base.
Exactly. I just thought it was wishful thinking, and I just wanted to say that it was a little bit unrealistic.
Well, I think you kind of misunderstood what I was saying there. I wasn't saying that we wouldn't have any hierarchy in the biracial community. I was saying that because we're talking about the biracials with black moms versus biracials with non-black moms, and the future it was Golden was saying that, you know, and I agree with her that we need to kind of cut that out because it's saying one is better than the other is causing division in the biracial community. That's what I'm saying. It's making a certain group of biracial feel better because they have a mother that someone else doesn't have than the rest of the biracials. You know what I mean? It's causing a lot of division inside the biracial groups. So
can I say something to that?
Yeah, hold on a second. That's what I was trying to say. As far as yeah, every group has leaders. So every group there would be someone leading. You know, but as far as the biracial we're talking about half black American biracials, because I think our situation is a little more unique, and the stuff we face is a little bit different. But let the go ahead, brother, and then I'll let everyone else respond to that.
You were saying about the black mom and white mom divide. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I was gonna say the only people I really see that saying that is black people. Like they created that whole narrative. I don't even really when I talk to biracial people, they don't be like, oh, I'm different because I have a black mom. They don't even tell me that shit. So it's like I don't even see biracial people saying that. So there's really no that's an imaginary divide that black people are making up. Like they say that black mom. Right. I don't see biracial.
It's called TikTok. Look it up.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's black people saying it though. Like there's no biracial people jumping on there like, oh, I'm better because I have a black mom. I don't really see that like that. And if they do, they got it from black people. That's black people like pushing that shit.
They got it.
But that's
you cannot get something from some other person and say, "This is my idea. This is my ideal."
That's y'all saying it. That's y'all saying it.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
There are literally videos with them making video after video after video saying that their experience is very different having a black mother versus a white, and that is first-hand reported by biracials. No, no one said better. They're saying different.
They said the entire biracial community.
In grade 6, she told me this. When she was she was 11, and I didn't know she knew the difference. She came to me and told me this. So they do think about this.
Not even true.
But
I with black moms.
But I think it's an unnecessary division, though. That's my only problem. I agree that culturally there will be some differences, but we're all culturally American. So what difference does it make? I'm sorry, can I finish speaking? I said it doesn't really make a difference, though, when you consider the people when they're getting together. Like that division doesn't really exist in the biracial community unless it's a talking point that's pushed on that biracial child to go forth and say this and say that they're black and blackness. But what we're saying is as we create a racial community, we are largely American in culture. So you know what? It doesn't matter
black someone and giving the black person the child's ideas and ideals. See how we're blaming the black person for putting this into the biracial person's head. Like, what are
They
we saying?
literally made
But that's
videos.
because we're on a
They
panel.
made
That's because we're on a
first-hand
panel.
videos.
I
You
agree, but
cannot
that's
deny
because we
that.
are on a panel with black women. If we were on a panel with white women, they would be saying the same exact thing. The discussion is that we're not allowing our parents to dictate our culture. If we create our own space, unfortunately, our parents, because they're not the same race as us, are not going to be able to bring their ideologies into our community. But I do appreciate your opinion.
So how do we speak towards all of the biracial people who have made these endless amounts of first-hand videos about their experiences and how it was different having a black mother versus a white mother? These are
I guess
full
black
adult
mothers shouldn't say
We
biracial
haven't even
anything.
heard from
people.
the biracial
They
people
are
who are white though.
adults.
Where's the people
But I
who
think
have
you're
biracial
hearing
who are white
something.
fathers? We're not
You're
hearing
hearing
about
something.
those.
But is it significant to you? Does it affect you in any way? Is
They're
it
coming to
significant
black
to you?
women's
Does it
faces
benefit
saying this.
you?
We're
They're
here
coming to black women's faces saying this, and black biracial children are asking how do they navigate in a racial society. So at this point, maybe black women shouldn't say anything.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to the black woman should just really just take their stuff out of it because we
Then
have
we
all
move out because we had nothing to do with half of these children being created. Black
Hold on.
women did not do these children. This is not so. Therefore, maybe we need to go with our children on one separate ground. And since we don't have anything, because it's going to be a difference. We didn't start this conversation. These
Well,
are
hold on.
white people
I'm gonna
coming
speak.
and
I'm
making
not
their
saying
own.
that. I'm not saying that black people don't have any input into biracial culture. But what I'm saying is just because biracial people are talking about that does not mean that black people need to intervene or add anything to the discussion. I mean,
Influence.
to me,
Black
it's
people have
an
a lot of.
insignificant division
So,
within that biracial community.
what
Black
I'm
people.
gonna say is
Black
this.
people have a lot of
You
influence
know,
on
the
biracial people.
biracial people on TikTok don't represent all the biracial people that we have here.
So how
So,
should
like,
we
It's
address
called a
that?
all,
pattern.
hold
It's
on, let
called
me
a
talk.
pattern.
Let me speak. I'm
It's called a
muting so I can
pattern.
speak, please. Biracial people on TikTok don't represent all biracial people. Not all biracial people are the same. I can say that a lot of white people don't know how to deal with having a half black child. So there comes an issue there. And I can say that black women are more equipped on dealing with a half black child than a white person. That's just my opinion. But at the same time, saying that the biracials on TikTok said this, so it must apply to all biracials is just like saying, it's just like adding certain stereotypes to all black people. It's like saying that, which again, I don't believe this, but it's like saying that all black women are angry and masculine. Again, I don't believe that, but it's a bad stereotype. Just
it's a
because
bad stereotype that comes from
it's a
truth.
bad, it's a bad, ma'am. Let me speak, please. Then you can talk. It's a bad stereotype. Not all biracial people are alike. Not all of us think alike. A lot of us have different experiences, right? So just like not all black people like fried chicken, not all biracial people have the same experience with as the rest of the group. So some biracial people come out and say, hey, their experience with their white mother was bad. My experience with my Arab mother was horrible. And as I said before, I wish I would have had a black mother, so I would have been more ingrained into the community. That's my personal experience, but that doesn't represent all biracials. The biracials on TikTok are not the majority. A lot of them are in biracial groups saying something else. Biracial groups that a lot of monoracial black people are not part of. So that's what we're trying to say, that TikTok is not a representation of any full group of people. And we shouldn't take it that way. If you want to know about biracial people, ask biracial people. And there's 3-4 biracial people on this panel, So, and we're trying to tell you that it's different, and you guys are kind of like butting heads because you heard something on TikTok. I mean, they don't represent all of us.
I'm coming from real life experience. I'm coming from real life experience and working as a social worker, just working with mothers and sons of biracial, and you see it. It's something that's visible, And as much as we try to say, oh, the hierarchy and this and that, and TikTok's not real, TikTok is real. Social media is the depicting what's going on in the world. It is telling us this.
It really does represent
All
reality.
biracials. Doesn't represent all biracials. Some biracials have that experience. I had that experience. Doesn't mean all biracials have that experience. So that's what I'm saying.
About the majority of how they're feeling, and just like this panel here is giving us our opportunity to express how we feel, just like how TikTok is another platform for people to express how they feel. So there is a large majority of Black kids who do feel this way, who do feel lost within their culture because they don't have access to the culture that they identify as. So I understand that, but just working in the community, seeing the parents and the kids, they have a hard time. They do. And most of the times, those mothers identify as Black and they're white. It's like they're, and the kids are lost.
Working in the community is not the same as being a part of that community. And what I'm saying is, just because you see something on TikTok, it's not the same thing as living every day as biracial or being involved in biracial groups. We're just biracial people who talk about these things. Again, yes, there are a lot of biracial people, that have white mothers and non-Black mothers who have a horrible experience. But then at the same time, I have met biracial people who have Black mothers. I also had a horrible experience. So it's not just, hold on, it's just not as cut and dry as people like to say. Again, as of before, I wish I had more of a Black mother because I identified my whole life as just Black. It wasn't only until the past 10 years that changed. You know what I mean? But so because I'm born in the 80s. You know what I mean? It was different back then. But so my aim. Let me finish, ma'am. Let me finish.
Something quickly.
So but yes, I do think that biracials with Black mothers are more grounded in the Black community. That's not the topic here. The topic here is saying that that is harmful. Saying those things is harmful to the biracial community because it creates division in our community when we're just trying to build a community from nothing. And we're also saying that parents of biracial children shouldn't have an input into how we build our community. Go ahead.
But they have an influence. The parents of the biracial children have an influence. They may not have an input, but they have the influence.
I'm not saying they don't have an influence. We're saying that our community should be built by biracial people, and that doesn't include the parents. Of course, they have an influence, but to say that all biracials with Black mothers are all better than biracials with non-Black mothers, that is kind of racist. And
no one said that. No one said that.
That's very divisive when it comes to biracial people.
We never said that. That was not said.
Well, that's what's being pushed. That's what's being pushed, and that's what we hear in our community.
Who was pushing that?
That's what we hear in our communities. That's what we hear. As I said earlier, it's creating a division.
Yeah, he said that earlier.
So can I get an understanding? Biracials are saying to other biracials that if they have a Black mother, that they're better than the biracials that have a white mother. Is that what you're saying?
I have met a lot of them saying that. I met a lot of biracials have caused division in biracial communities, feeling that they are better because they have a Black mother.
You just said you wished your mom was Black.
The better biracial.
No. He's saying that biracials, not what he said. He's saying that biracials, which has nothing to do with us, are coming and saying that they are better off when they have Black mothers versus white mothers, and they think they're better.
Biracial to clarify the question. I'm asking him.
Black mom biracial don't matter because the best person to raise a biracial person would be a biracial mother.
What do you mean when you said that you wished your mother was Black? What do you mean by that?
I said I wish my mother was Black because I identified as Black for most of my life. Again, like G Dizzle, I grew up in an era where this really wasn't a thing. So I wish I was more grounded because I never met my father. I wish I was more grounded. If I had a Black mother, the chances of me having her influence in my life in the Black community would have been like almost 100%. You know what I mean? That is what I was saying.
Angry biracial, if I may.
What are the people on TikTok saying? They're saying exactly what you're saying. Angry
No,
biracial.
a lot of them. Oh, go ahead. Let's guys finish. Go ahead. Go ahead. Then I'll respond.
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead, G. There's what I want to say.
Oh, I was just laughing to myself about how everybody's like, oh, these are what the people on TikTok are saying. Well, it's kind of like when I hear black folks be like, oh, we're getting shot by the police every 5 seconds. But then I walk outside my house and I don't see nobody getting shot. I don't know anybody that's getting shot, none of that shit. So all I'm saying is you got a lot of extreme point of views on TikTok. I don't think that is necessarily the best thing to do, is to root an argument in what some extreme people who are on TikTok are saying just to be seen and go viral or do whatever the hell they do on those websites, man. I think if you're going to form opinions like that, you might want to talk to people face to face and in real life and actually learn their experiences, which I'm sure some of y'all are doing. And I want to say one other thing, because I got to get ready to go. Right? Somebody said something about if you're raising a biracial child, should that parent be involved in their biracial spaces or something like that? Now, as a father of 2 children, I'm gonna be all up and in my children's spaces. I don't give a shit what's going on. You know what I'm saying? If I was a full black man, full white man, whatever, I'm gonna be all up in them damn spaces. So I know what the hell's being said, what's going on, because I need to know who the hell my child is possibly communicating with. Now, when they turn 18 and they decide to go venture off into their own spaces and they're legal grown adults and can take care of themselves, then I'll butt out of it. But as long as they're a minor up under my care and my protection, I'm gonna be all up in them damn spaces and giving opinions at the same damn time, because that's my child. So
it's your child.
Exactly.
G Dizzle, I want to speak. My grandfather was mixed. I was raised by a mixed race, half black and half non-black. And
like a great man.
So yeah, he was everything to me. He was I am drawn towards biracial men because of his strength. But I also noticed as a child how he was very fragmented because he did not have a black mother. In my personal experience dealing with people my age and what have you, I've noticed that the parenting that stays together the longest, that stay married the longest, that in my humble opinion produce a more balanced, more well-rounded progeny, typically is a black mother and a white or a non-black father. I personally, and forget TikTok, I personally have yet to meet a still intact marriage where the mother is non-black, white, and the father is black, that lasts the span of the child's life, 20, 30, 40 years. So I would love to see it. I would love to see a white woman with a black man last. I have yet to see it. I haven't seen it in my own grandfather who's biracial. I haven't seen it in people who are in my peer group. These marriages between white women and black men, for some reason, do not last. And I don't understand why.
I mean, I hear you. I'm not actively out there looking for these people in my real life, as I'm sure you're not, but I see what's being said online. But you know, I can just speak from my perspective. So my biological father was white. You know, he passed away about 8 years ago, but he was a drug dealer. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day. And my mama left him. Now my mother married my stepfather when I was 3, and they're still married to this day. We're talking like 40 years of marriage. So I hear what you're saying about the marriages, the black man and the white woman don't work out. And that's, you know, you see a lot of that rhetoric online, but my thing is, how much of this rhetoric online do you guys actually see in the real world?
I see it in my family. I see it in my family.
And listen, we all can see fine onesies and twosies, right? And I'm not trying to discredit whoever just said that, but I'm just saying. But what I'm saying is a lot of rhetoric that I hear online.
I don't think it's rhetoric. I think it's
I personally. Well, I'm just saying, I personally really don't see a lot of it reflected in real life to the degree that people express it online. You know what I'm saying? So
different cities and states, and you'll see it.
Say what?
It's a difference.
And states, you'll see it.
I've been around. I'm ex-military, so I've been to a lot of places. So, but I'm just
Well,
saying,
to you it's rhetoric, but we're saying we're seeing it as facts, and evidently something is going on. That's why we're having this discussion now. They want to separate into their groups. So evidently something is going on to the point that he just said that children from black mothers are coming in here saying that they're better than children from white mothers. So is it rhetoric or is it not rhetoric? Because I'm
could be
going by what
rhetoric.
he just said. Well,
It
he
could be
just said that
rhetoric.
you're in the space of that, and they're saying that the black mother. That's what they're saying. So
But
Yeah,
I'm not saying
It's
that's
not the
biracial.
rhetoric.
fact
yeah,
that
I agree.
they.
Hold on,
Angry
everyone. One at a time,
biracial.
please. I can't hear everybody. So one at a time,
Angry
please.
No, I'll
biracial.
concede that point. Go ahead.
It's not the fact that
What do
black
they mean
mother.
by better? In what
One at a
way?
time, please. So I
I
think
don't know.
Blue Jay was talking. One time,
Right.
please.
It's not. Can I please talk?
Hey, go ahead.
It's not the fact that black mother biracials, they're calling themselves better. What they're trying to convey, especially on TikTok, is how they're more in touch with reality in comparison to white mother biracials. They're more in touch with the realities and the problems and the racial issues that are going on in all the communities because they're affected by it. Why? Because their mothers show it, they explain it, versus their white mothers who can't.
Well, I'm gonna say that so you're saying they're more in touch with the black community as far as black reality, not reality in general, because there are a lot of biracials who have come from non-black women parents who have been very successful and are very in touch with reality. So are you saying they're more in touch with the black community?
With the black community's reality, I would say yes.
Okay, that's a difference. So I thought we were thinking that y'all was saying that they're just better off biracials in general. So you're saying they're more in touch with the black reality, and that's
I believe that's what I'm trying to say. Yes, it's not the fact that they believe that they're better. It's that they feel like, in comparison to white mother biracials, to them, they're living in la la land. Like,
and
because they're only more connected to the white community through their white mothers, because the mothers, as you have said before multiple times, that the mother carries down the culture and they
fact.
pass it down. So that means the white mother biracials, they're more white identified.
I
So
don't I don't think they're white identified either because we're not accepted in the white community as white. A lot of biracials who have non-black mothers are not white identified. So I think that's something that we need to
uh,
discuss.
no. That's not what I meant by white identified. I mean they more relate to white people. That's what I mean by white identified. I don't mean that they.
And also we don't really relate to white people because white people don't accept us as white. A white person like my Arab mother, right? She never once said that I'm an Arab, even though I came from her womb. She never said this is my Arab son. I've always been her black son. And I know it's the same thing. And with people that are half white, their parents never say this is my white child. This is my black child. So we're not accepted by the white community either. We're not white identified because we know we don't fit in there.
I
We
know they
know.
don't. I know you don't. Let me rephrase then. How about they sympathize more with the white community? Is that better?
Yeah, sympathize. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I I
That
don't
makes
I
sense.
disagree on that too because I think a lot of biracials want to be accepted by the black community. So a lot of them go out of their way to overcompensate.
Want to.
Yeah,
So
but
they go
white
out of their way
mother
to
biracials.
overcompensate, and when they overcompensate trying to be black, that's a huge turnoff to the white
Yeah.
side.
I kind of feel like, well, white mother biracials, I honestly don't see that in them versus the black mother biracials. The black mother biracials want to relate more and be sympathized by the black community more than white mother biracials. White mother biracials, I don't see it. Because if you see it on TikTok, because I am on there a lot, I'm a zillennial. That's the between millennial and Gen Z. I am on TikTok all the time, and the white mother biracials, you can immediately tell that they're white mother biracials
Yeah.
because it's constant complaints about the black community, and they're not even part of the black community. They're raised under the roof of their mother, with their Black father barely or not in the house at all.
Well, that's why I said I wish I had a black mother, so because my mother was fucking horrible, you know. And she passed away, and I was like, it's hard to say, but I was like, the best thing that happened in my life was her passing away. Even though it's my story, then you understand why I say that. But that's why I said I wish I had a black mother, because I wish I was more grounded in the black community. So I agree that black mothers carry on the culture of the black community, and biracials with black mothers are more grounded in the black community. And a lot of us that don't have black mothers and our fathers are nowhere to be seen, we do have an issue to where we don't know where to go because we have no influence. We're rejected by the white side, or other side. We're also rejected by the black side when we go out into the world. So I agree to that point, you know, what you were saying.
I have a question. What about the Brazil like trope where we have an entire continent that is a form or a type of way of looking at a prospective mulatto community, where they have their own delineation between the whiter presenting Portuguese oriented, blue eyed, blonde haired, fair complected hierarchy, and then you have the darker complected, you know, Afrocentric, Afro, you know, presenting lower caste Brazilians, all mixed, all Brazilian, however, still delineated according to their color. Is there a chance that the mixed race new subset or what have you will have that certain same, you know, approach as far as, you know, separating themselves and their eye color, hair texture, complexion, and so forth?
In the biracial, well, I can't speak for all biracials. Again, I can speak from my experience, and if other biracials will want to chime in on this, then feel free. But well, when I was part of the Golden Sphere group, because that was honestly the first time that I was surrounded by a whole bunch of biracial people and mixed race people. Because normally, you know, it's not really like that, right? But there was a hierarchy there with half black, half white, but biracials. A lot of them thought, and you know, they were better than the ones that were not mixed with white. They were half black and half Arab. A lot of them hated on me because I'm half black and half Arab. A lot of them don't like people who are half black, half Asian. You know, so there is again, I can't speak to all biracials, but when I was in that space, I agree that there was something that there is a hierarchy there based upon white supremacy. That some half black, half white biracials think they're better than some biracials that are not. Not all biracials. There is that dynamic in there.
You know, I'm glad that she brought that up, because I feel like if the biracial community did have their own official community, that it will end up like the La Casta system. That's what it's called, the La Casta system. It's that South American hierarchy with all the darker skinned biracials or mixed race multiracials at the bottom, and all of the white to almost 100% white is at the top. That's what I feel like it's going to end up. It's just going down a rabbit hole of problems.
Before we continue on, let me give a shout out to G Dizzle and the super chat. He says, about to go, got to get back to enjoying these light-skinned biracial privilege the white man gave me. Let me know when the next panel is. Shout out to G Dizzle, man. Check out his channel, G Dizzle. Also, he has a tech channel where he teaches people how to earn six figures. He has his own IT business. So it's called Tech G. Be sure to go check him out. No, go ahead.
No, that was all. The La Casa system was created where in North America, they worked hard to separate all of the differing races, whereas in South America, it was the exact opposite. You dilute to erase until it becomes completely white. That was their plan the entire time in South America.
But you know, I speaking on that, I agree with what Loki said. You know, that's kind of like an issue that we as biracial people will have to work on if we ever get our own community. So I think kind of the topic here is, are biracial people black? And if
there is a community, it's called Brazil.
No, that's not a biracial community. We're talking about
it is an example. It is an example.
That doesn't have nothing to do with us here in the United States, though. And our model is very different than Brazil.
Right. Again, but Brazil is not an example of our community. You guys were the first to say, you know, but Black Americans are Black Americans, and we need to separate that. Half Black biracial Americans are not the same as Brazilians. To say that's just fucking ridiculous. I mean, I feel like you're grasping at straws here to try to make a point. Okay, so biracial people in America, we are not the same as Brazilians. So our community out here is we're trying to form. We don't have a community yet. We're trying to form a community.
Brazilians are biracial.
Brazilians are not.
But I
Are not
think,
the same
but I
as us.
think, I want to say something about you saying that
Not the point.
Brazilians are biracial. Biracial is an American term for Black white people, and I
Yeah.
don't like when people take terms from the United States and they try to apply it to people all over the world, and then people come here and they just insert themselves into discussions for people here. So Brazilians have their own terminology for who the mixed race people are in their country, and I believe the proper term for mixed race Brazilians is Pardo. But right now in Brazil, due to BLM taking such a global effect, a lot of Brazilians want to identify as Black. So their structure and their community and their ideologies and identity is very different than the United States because they were under Portuguese rule, and here in the United States we were under British rule. So it's a very different dynamic. I just want to point that out. But it was a
Saying
good
that
analogy.
saying that that Brazilians are the same as biracials is the saying that well, that what was it, Libya or Liberia, whatever, where Black Americans went. We're saying that that's the same as the rest of Black Americans. That failure over there is the same as the Black American identity when it's not. Biracials and Brazilians are not the same, and I'm not even going to
Yeah, we're
continue.
not the same.
They're absolutely not the same because when it comes to Brazilian, they are a different mix of cultures, but they also identify as that one culture. They're all one culture versus biracial culture. It's in the name, it's different races, but they don't even believe in race, quote unquote, down there, even though they have a severe racial and colorism problem down there as well. No matter how much they deny it, it's there. It exists.
Mm.
Thank you.
I think what you were trying to say was like it was something like a parallel society. Like this could be what biracial America becomes, like similar to Brazil. But like they had a whole different set of racial ideologies. That's why it would never really be like anything we have here in the United States. You know what I mean?
It's going to be real different because it's going to have different groups mixing, whether it's a Black woman with an Asian or a Black Asian with a white person. Your community is going to be very diverse because biracial is not just black and white.
Right, and we were trying to make it just the half black and half or whatever else, because as long as we're half black American biracial is what we're trying to change, and what we're trying to make for our own group, and then other people can make their own or they can branch off of our group. But right now, like I think we do need something. Oh, hold on,
What
Traffic
they're
Jam.
doing on the OMB is that it is already a space. It's going to be biracial, and you put what you're identified as, whether you're part Asian and part white. That's not going to be a separate place for black biracial and white biracial. That space, they already did that. So biracial is going to be just that, black and white, black and Asian, whatever the case may be. They have a spot and they just have to say what they are.
Right. And I believe that the term is called multiracial. So
Yes, that's one of
multiracial
it.
is a category that they created, but they are basically including like a whole lot of groups of people
Yeah.
in that category that are not even mixed with Black. So that's a whole
Yeah.
other discussion. Yeah.
That's going
So
to be, they're not going to create this whole, because it's a whole aspect of you're still coming from two separate races, whether it's
So
black
what about
American
the
and
term mulatto? They don't use mulatto?
that's not
No,
going to be properly used no more. No, it's going to, because America has become now this pot of all of these different groups. It's going to be just that, biracial. And what is your biracial ethnicity? Are you part like Korean, part South Korean, part Black American, or are you part Mexican, part his whatever other group? That's how they're going to separate it. That's it. It's not going to be a separate group. Well, or what about Black American and white people? That's not going to be, because Black men have gone out here with Hispanics. They're not going to separate all of the, it's not just with white people. They've got, it's not
Yeah,
happening. That's
yeah,
like a fantasy.
it's
They're not
people are
doing it.
mixing with people are mixing with everything. So
Yeah,
unfortunately, it's not going to be a specific community where only Black white people are included. It's going to be
right. They're not
white
doing it.
Native American, Asian and white, Asian and Black, Black and Pacific Islander. Like, it's just going to be so many different groups. And that's
Yeah.
another thing within that category. That's why it's going to be difficult if you allow, like, let's say you want to allow the parents into those groups to speak on the issues or dictate anything. It's just going to be insanity, because there's going to be groups from all over the world trying to get involved in the conversation. So
Well,
unfortunately,
when it
mhm.
comes to the biracials, those who may be Japanese and South Korean are not going to be talking with you guys who are Black American and white. They're going to come on. They're going to separate into their own categories on what they go through with those two cultures. That's why it's going to be biracial, and then you identify with what two cultures you're from. It's not going to be, oh, well, we just need a separate space for biracial Blacks versus this. They're not doing that.
No,
Because
they're
other
not.
groups are going to stand up and say, no, it ain't happening. You don't get no separate space for yourself. If y'all
And
have
you
a
know
problem, maybe
something,
you two shouldn't
this is
cohabitate.
back
And
in the
that's what it sounds
90s.
like.
I
They've
want
been
to welcome.
asking since the 90s to create a separate group for
Yep.
Black and white and Black and mixed. And they never created that group until now, that you have all of these white mixed with Asian and white mixed with Native American. So
Yep.
now they're creating a separate group. It wasn't because of Black and white. So I just want to point that out.
I think
These other groups are going to separate on their own accord. And I've seen it. If
I
they're
want to
like
welcome.
part South Korean.
I want to welcome our new person to the panel, Afro Diaspora.
Big up, family. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, no problem. Well, what's your take on all this, brother?
Yes, and really, I just have a quick question because I just caught the tail end. But my question is, are the biracials on the panel suggesting that biracials in the U.S. separate from African Americans?
Yes, because
correct.
that has been that's what we're suggesting. And again, it's not something that we initially put forth. It's something that we've been experiencing, and in my experience, Black men have pushed, saying that biracials aren't Black, and therefore we shouldn't be here.
And you're entitled to your opinion, and I'm not attacking that, but I have to ask this. Don't you all realize that the masses of African Americans are actually multi-generationally mixed? And this is confirmed via DNA tests. African Americans have Caucasian ancestry. So where do we draw the line?
So then you could fit into our
Can I
identity.
speak on that? Can I speak on that? The multi-generationally mixed term.
Go ahead.
Originally, it was created as a distinction between people who were first generation biracial and people who were mixed throughout the generations, but they were mulatto. Okay, so it was not a distinction for all Black Americans of any mixture, 1% to 99%. That was never what the term was supposed to mean. And for some reason, there are a lot of Black people that like to take that term and try to turn it around into something where it includes every single African American, to make the point that we're all mixed and there should be no delineation between the different types of mixed race groups.
May I ask you this respectfully? Don't you realize that DNA tests confirm that most African Americans actually are multi-generationally mixed?
Okay, can I answer that
Well,
question?
they're not multi-generationally mixed. They have some
This
admixture
is the
in their
point, though.
ancestry, but they are not considered mixed race. So there's a difference.
So where do you draw the line? Where's the percentage? How mixed do they have to be?
One wants to respond, and then just visiting can respond.
I'm gonna answer this question. This is the point. The Black and white biracial population is growing. Black and white is the most dominant societies in America. We talking about in America, and that mixture is population is growing. So what's happening is you have two faces now. So either biracial people are going to become the face of these Black people you're talking about that's already mixed, or we're just going to have two faces where you could keep, where you stay, like it's going to be either two faces or we're going to become the face of you.
Yeah,
Does
we
that make
know what
sense?
Okay, that wasn't intelligent. Thank you.
I think
So, but where do you include?
so we don't need to.
Where's the
We don't
line
need
between where
to.
black can be mixed and mixed can be black? Or I mean, can if you're
Well, I was just getting into
60%
that.
black,
That's
if you're
correct.
70% mixed or what have you?
It's not that far. So it was already being mixed race was already determined long ago, but for some reason, people like to skip over that and act like they don't understand what mixed race is when they have these discussions and they want to include all mixed people in these categories. But no, the delineation was 5/8 black and 3/8 other races. You know, that's where it started at, and that's about 63%. So all of these other, 75%, 83%, 95%, like all of that, I looked at my DNA test and I'm 75%. All of that has nothing to do with the mixed race community in a sense, because
But it
these
does though.
people are mixed.
So if
No,
I identify
stop,
as mixed, can I be
stop.
mixed? I
No,
identify as mixed. I have
Black
white
no,
people don't
that's
get
lineage
it
not
in
what
either.
my
it is.
blood race, so I
All,
should be
But
able
that's
to
not
call
what it
myself
is. I
mixed.
feel like
I'm
people
not
just
mixed
like to
people.
talk over you and they hate listening, but that's not what it is. You would have direct mixed race ancestry. So if your ancestry is not mixed race, just because you get a DNA test and it tells you that you're mixed race, that does not mean you are mixed race.
It
Okay?
does though.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Because how are you mixed
Genetically,
race?
it
You
does.
don't know anybody. You don't know anybody of any other culture in your family. You've claimed black your whole life, and then all of a sudden you get a DNA test and you're going to tell mixed race people that now you're mixed race, and you're going to start speaking over them as somebody that's 92% black. That doesn't make any sense.
But it's
Okay?
a genetic reality though.
I
We
was
cannot
raised
deny
by a
it.
mixed race person. I identify.
Look,
I mean, you can identify as what you want, but all I'm saying is that when you think about who is mixed race in America, we know what a mixed race person looks like based on their phenotype. We identify them, we alienate them, we bring them in, we pedestalize them, we do all of these different things. So we don't all of a sudden stop knowing what mixed race is and come out and call every African American person mixed. That does not make any sense, and that is not the reality.
But you can be a dark skinned mixed race person.
this is nothing but a lot of the gaslighting and a lot of the bullshit that we get from a lot of
Right, they like to play
in the
around.
black community. So
But
check
how
this
can
out.
you tell us?
I'm gonna respond
They
first.
they know what mix is when it comes to
I'm
beauty
gonna respond.
standards and colorism and all this
Right,
other
and
stuff, but
that's
all of a
what she's
sudden we don't know what
representing
mix
them.
is.
So
Right?
right, look, my wife is 82% sub-Saharan African. She's 11% German due to the transatlantic slave trade. Does that mean she's mixed race?
Yes,
No,
she's mixed. She is
she's
mixed.
not.
Yes, she's mixed.
I'm gonna boot your ass off my
No,
channel.
she's not mixed.
So she's not mixed. So this is the gaslighting and the bullshit that we get from a lot of people in the black community, especially
Africans will tell you she's mixed, brother.
But Africans are not in charge of the
my wife,
African American identity.
And
It
y'all
is
can't.
for-
You're not in charge of
my
our
wife
identity.
said,
we didn't ask to be.
Exactly. So you cannot tell us we're not mixed.
Well, nobody said that you were not genetically mixed.
We're
We said
talking
that you are
about
not
black
he's
mixed
not
race
mixed at
people.
all. He's not mixed at all. If you're mixed, you know you have at least like me. I'm 46% sub-Saharan African. So you know a lot of people. So I'm biracial. I have two parents from different races, right? But a lot of this gaslighting comes in when we want to have our conversations about being biracial. Suddenly, all black people are mixed. That's not the fucking case. And if that's the case, and everyone in the world is mixed. And then
right.
y'all shouldn't try to kick us. When I say y'all, talking about black men, talking about the Afro diaspora dude, and just visiting, so she agrees. Y'all shouldn't try to kick us out from a community if we're all the fucking same. There shouldn't be colorism against biracial people if we're all the fucking same. Then quit trying to come on here and gaslighting us and saying that you're mixed too, when you're not. 100%. It's like you don't like me saying that biracial black men or biracial people saying that they're black. You don't like biracial women representing black women. You don't like biracial men representing black men. It's the same thing here. Don't try to gaslight us and talk like we don't know what being mixed race is. That was a prime example of stuff we deal with all the time when we have this conversation.
Well, how does mixed race look? What is the image?
I am talking. I have no problem booting your ass off here too. I'm getting irritated.
You don't know what mixed race looks like?
Yeah, I'm getting irritated with people trying to gaslight and take over the biracial identity.
Angry biracial.
by saying that you're mixed race too when you are not. This is the gaslighting we deal with every single day. I'm not going to allow it on this panel. Go ahead.
Biracial equals mixed, but mixed doesn't equal biracial.
I never said it did, but we're dealing with a biracial and MGMs. But the future is golden is the MGM. She's multi-generationally mixed. So she has a higher percentage of other admixture in there besides black. So that's what we're talking about. And to come on here and say, "Oh, I got 2% European in me, I'm mixed too," that's bullshit that we're not going to deal with on this one.
And that
So
much
can I
is
ask a
fair,
question?
but
What do you want the Black community to do? Because we have clearly we're in the wrong. We basically booted y'all out. I didn't know we did that. So what do you want the Black community to do thus far, especially black men, especially black men, because black women ain't bringing the victory.
So saying that's kind of devaluing our experience, you know, it's like we experience a lot of colorism and hate coming from, in my experience personally, coming
Projection.
from rejection, hate, whatever, colorism and hate. So saying I'm a tragic mulatto, saying I'm a dirty mutt, saying I don't belong in the black community, that's colorist hate. That's just rejection. You know what I'm saying? I experience that every single day, and I put up comments. I do reactions to my comments every single day. So that is colorist hate. You know, we experience that I experience it from black men every single day. So I'm not saying that I wanted to leave the black community. It's certain segment of the black community saying that you're not welcome here because you're not like us. That is what we're dealing with. I'm not saying that every person in the black community feels that way. I never once said that. But there is a huge segment that we as biracial people deal with every single day that feel that way. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It happens to us every single day, and that's why we're having this conversation.
Yes.
Okay.
Even if we was accepted into the black community, we can't act like there's not a hierarchy. So us being half white, we're automatically put at the bottom in the black community, no matter what. And that doesn't make sense because in our own community, we could be at the top.
Right. I also think that the NGM discussion, someone put that, 25% is mixed, and I would argue that that is not true. That was never the bar set for mixed race. That is a bar set for people who are mixed with white and Asian or white and Native American, not white and black. So to come along and to try to also gaslight and say, oh, well, 25% white makes you mixed, that also is a problem because a lot of people who are 75% look like fully black people. So what you're doing is you're trying to make this game where you invite everybody of all shades into the mixed race category, and then you're going to start heckling mixed race people of lighter complexion, complaining that they're on some type of pedestal. We know what mixed race people look like. Usually the numbers and percentages all add up. There's no wild outliers everywhere. People just don't want to accept the reality that some people are mixed and some people are black, and they don't like to acknowledge that they're in a different category that is not viewed the same. So they try to create this thing where it's just all these shades, but it really isn't a lot of shades. It's just mixed black or white or Asian, or, some of the Latin Americans might be indigenous. Like, we know what these groups look like, but to try to pretend like, oh, we don't know what they look like. I do feel like it's gaslighting, and it's getting old, those types of comments.
If I
We're
could speak on this
gaslighting
for a
how? I'm
second.
not understanding. How is it gaslighting? I kind of lost
It's
it.
gaslighting because we understand that people who are African American may have a significant admixture from slavery, but we're not talking about slavery admixture when we're talking about mixed race people, unless you're talking about a lineage of long-term mulatto families. We are not talking about the average black person in America who is approximately 85% black. These statistics where somehow they're 75% are actually inaccurate. So I think that when it comes to the black community, we want to have an alliance with the black community, but we can't have that alliance if you have a lot of people who are unwilling to let us go while you have a bunch of people trying to push us out. And we have to be consistent where we draw the line, who is mixed and who is not, and it can't be like a lot of division and a lot of feeling like one group is better than the other. Because I think a lot of these conversations stem from, oh, one group is better than the other, when in reality that isn't true. A lot of mixed and biracial people feel like they are outcasts in the Black community. So I think that when Black people talk about us, they make it seem like we're on a pedestal in the Black community. And I feel like we're having the opposite experience. So I'm just saying, there's no consistency in these stories, and I think it would be good if Black people and mixed people could come to some type of agreement as to what these experiences are and how we do make this delineation and this separation happen.
That's the problem is that you're not consistent with. That's why I always say, like, where's the line with who is mixed? Like, does it stop at how you look, or does it stop at what your genetic makeup says? Like, for example, as I was trying to explain, my DNA test says that I am 20% European. That means I am 80% Black. And I identify as such because of my mother. And my mother has told me stories that when she was younger and she had me always carrying me in grocery stores, they are always asking her, what is she mixed with? Is she mixed? Is she biracial? And she would always have to explain that she's Black, that I'm Black. And even growing up, there were times where I would get so irritated growing up and throughout school, because a lot of other ignorant Black children would ask me, am I mixed, or is my dad white? Like, I don't even know why they would always start with that question. Is he white? But I digress. But
Hold on, everybody. I need a 3-minute bathroom break. I've been sitting here for a minute, drinking a lot of water. So let's take I'll play a little commercial, let's take a little break, and then let's come back. Y'all cool with that?
Sounds good.
All right. Play a song for you.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be selfish.
And we, ADOS, we're stronger than all the rest. And we, ADOS, and we are beautiful people. Hey, ADOS, so yes, we stronger than the rest. Don't contest, can't you see we blessed? Yes, I know the haters try to keep us pressed. We represented as oppressed in the press. It gets really crazy when they really be trying to make it seem as though we got nothing because of our history. But our ancestors built this nation. If you don't agree, you need some history lessons and them to teach. They call me a slave descendant like it is a bad thing. So we from the ADOS, you don't know what that means. I'm asking, is it a crime to be of dark skin or golden brown? Me, a mixed race, we never had things. So now we taking our place, refuse to be belittled. Descendant of slaves, yeah, we a beautiful people. America never give us anything, nothing except our powerful mentality. We ADOS, yes. We ADOS, we're stronger than all the rest. And we ADOS, and we are a beautiful people. Don't you know Malcolm X was mixed race? Don't you know? Fought for ADOS in his days. Don't you know that even have Black biracials? I hate ADOS, make no mistakes. Don't you know the racism still being these days? But we've been breaking down the walls in each case. Look how far we came. Our ancestors were slaves, but now we walking proud cause we came a long way. But the struggle isn't over, we gotta come together, united as a people with the history of our fathers. Blood and soil, but tell me what are we giving? We toil a lot, but now it's time for receiving. Never let them deceive you or tell you we ain't beautiful. Well, I will remind you, don't mind or make it my duty to They never gave us anything, nothing except our beautiful strength. We ADOS, yes. We ADOS. We're stronger than all the rest. And we ADOS. And we are a beautiful people.
We will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day.
All right, yo, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to, drinking a lot of water sitting down here.
Angry biracial. Sorry,
Dorothy
I
had
just
to
want to say
go.
something quick because I have to get off here. Yeah, I want to say, with the biracial people, I feel like when they're live, say, I don't know, people want to disagree with me. I don't know why. They get faced with a lot of hate. And I feel like that hate, have a discussion about what biracial people should do or how biracial feel without discussing Black pain. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. So, this conversation can get a little bit heated sometimes because, this is a touchy topic. So, again, let's all try to be respectful. Let's all try to be understanding and hope no one takes anything too personal from this conversation because it's just a conversation, right? So, well, where do we leave off?
Me talking about my story.
Okay.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so moving on with what I said, I understand that everybody differs with the way that I look. To them, I am mixed passing, but to me, when I look at myself in the mirror every day, I see a Black person, and I identify as such. But where is the cutoff when it comes to mixed? Because I'm in college now, and I've encountered a Dominican man, and he identified as mixed, and I was taken aback by that because he was 50 shades darker than my own mother. Like kinky hair, all the stereotypical features of a Black person. He even showed me a picture of his family, no different from mine, light skin, dark skin, but all Black looking people. And the vast majority of the Dominican Republic would be considered racially Black. And that's where all the confusion is coming from, because where everybody sees me as mixed, but I'm Black, I see him as Black, but he's mixed. So where is the cutoff? Is the mixed part cut off in looks, or is it cut off in genetics?
I think
based on lineage.
yeah, in my opinion, it will be genetics, But and I also think that's something that about us as biracial people, as mixed race people, something that we have to define for ourselves. We have to say, look, this is what a biracial person is. This is what a mixed race person is, and this is who we're going to accept in our groups. The same way that, again, not everyone in the Black community, but same way certain segments of the Black community are saying, this is what a Black person is. And I wholeheartedly agree that Black people have the right to define what a Black person is, And they say this is what a Black person is, this is what a Black person is not. We as biracial mixed race people, we have to do the same thing. And we have to get rid of people, not get rid of people, but shut down people who want to infiltrate, saying they have 11% admixture, so they're mixed race. We have to really nip that in the butt. So it's, from my opinion, it's based off of genetics. If you are, that's why I don't really like getting into the numbers game. But if like me, again, I'm 46% sub-Saharan African, so there's no way in hell that I can just say I'm a Black man. but I'm only 46% black. You know, I'm not even half black. I'm not even a half African. You know what I mean? But I do get a lot of white admixture from my father, who is African American, right? So, and say you're someone who is 67% black, that person was still is still mixed. Like my oldest daughter, right? She is 67% black, and she looks more mixed than I do, but she's more black than I am. But her lineage comes from me being biracial and her mother being African American, so she's mixed. If you have two black parents, of course you're going to have a little bit more white in there because you're getting white from both sides due to the transatlantic slave trade. So
I'm glad. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
so that's not the same thing as having like 30% white in you or 40% white in you or Arab in you or whatever. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm glad that you brought this up again. I remember seeing your video when you talked about your daughters picking the lighter skinned dolls, and because that's just what they look like and how upset your wife was because they didn't pick the darker skinned ones. It wasn't based off of hate, and I 1000% believe that, because if I were to choose the light skinned dolls, I would, because that's what they look like. I even got one now, a fashionista doll, because I was so excited to finally see a doll that looked like me. But I still identify as black because I'm proud of it. That's what I identify as. That's my culture. And then there's also with the miscommunication that we have. I'm not sure that you remembered, but it was under one of your comment sections under YouTube, and I was talking about how, yes, I 1000% believe still that biracials are biracials, and that anyone with two black parents are black themselves. And I also believe anyone with a fully black parent and or a half black parent or a mostly black parent are also black themselves, because that's where I believe the cutoff is when it comes to people being mixed, is when you're mostly something, you are that's mostly something.
So let me ask you, did you think that you said it takes two black parents to be black, right?
Yes, and mostly black.
So is it and mostly black, or just having two black parents makes you black?
Both.
So that kind of like that kind of like, to me, that kind of doesn't make sense, because if you need two black parents to be black, then again, that's why I said Malcolm X is mixed race, because he doesn't have two black parents. Because if we believe that biracials aren't black, then Malcolm X technically isn't black. And I use Malcolm X as an example because he is a great historical figure that fought hard for black civil rights and black freedom. So I use this as an example because it's also kind of like a flashpoint. You know what I mean?
But Malcolm X even knew he was mixed because he said it. He said he didn't like his white side because of what happened, like his mom or somebody got raped. So he knew he was mixed.
Right.
I say grape on here instead of rape, please.
Sorry about
Thank
that.
you. That's okay, brother. It's like a lot of people, a certain segment likes to pick and choose what biracial or mixed race people that they want to add in, and they want to make exceptions for like, well, if they're mostly black, then yeah. I'm not saying this to pick on you. I'm just saying that we see this a lot, And so, like, if it's a mixed race person that they don't like, they say, well, even though he's mostly black, he's not all the way black. So we can't really pick and choose like that based upon if it's someone that you like or not in history. We have to set a direct term. If biracial people are not black, then Malcolm X, because he has a biracial mother, doesn't have two black parents, so thus it isn't black. I think that's as simple as we can make it. But go ahead.
I think if you're not the face of like blackness, like you don't look like the face of blackness, or your genes, or I think that's because you're mixed, right? 9 times out of 10, if you don't look like the face of blackness, it's because you're mixed.
Well, there are some light skinned black people who have two black parents and who are still black.
But aren't they light skinned because they have biracial ancestors?
No, they're light skinned because that's, in my opinion, that's how genetics work. Like if they have white admixture coming in from both sides, so some might be light, some might be dark.
Yeah.
But
One of
I'm not, go ahead.
that's I was going to say this is why I said um as a disclaimer, I don't mean to defend. It was a genuine question with when it comes to and where was the cutoff with what was mixed, because just like when he said that there were light-skinned black people, I am that light-skinned black person.
But
It's
I don't know why
just
that same question ain't asked to black people. Where's the cutoff for when you're black?
Good
when you're
question.
mostly black.
Like y'all understand black come in many shades, but you don't understand that mixed come in many shades, which makes no sense because we're the ones who are mixed. We should be
Because,
the ones that have more shades than you have, more phenotypes than you have.
well, as I've said, biracial equals mixed, but mixed doesn't equal biracial.
Yes, it does. Mixed is
I
two or more
mean, I think
races.
I don't know. I think it's kind of biracial now. Unfortunately, is just being. Some people are even using the term for people who are mixed because I guess they feel like they just want one term to define this group. But there was a cutoff, is what I'm saying. You know, there was an established identity and a defining line for what a mixed race person was in the United States. It's a historical cutoff. It was researched, but unfortunately, when they created the one drop rule, they just did not want people to worry about any of these types of delineations. They don't want people looking back to see what their percentages are or calculating whether or not they're mixed. You know,
But
they want
that's
everybody with black blood saying that they're black. But the cutoff is not 75%, it's like 63%. So that's all I'm saying. Like people are trying to expand it to 75%. And what's happening is in the 75% range, you have a lot of people that are pure black. So
that's
what happens is you're going to have a mixed race community with people that are pure black, and then they're going to get angry, okay, because they're going to feel like other people are lighter and they're getting benefits or privileges, when in reality, if you go by the old delineation, you'll notice that this very consistent who looks mixed and who doesn't. But some people, they want to, bring in the colorism discussion when unfortunately I don't think that's valid. You're talking about identities. So I just don't think it's a valid discussion that should be thrown in with who is mixed and who isn't.
I think that black people shouldn't be like worried about light skinned people getting more privilege when they're fighting with white people. That's who they should be getting. They should be worried about elevating themselves by fighting systematic oppressions towards them that white people are creating. Light skinned people are not creating these oppressions for them.
No, they're
So
not.
so
And
worried
what
about us
exactly
having
are the
privilege doesn't
privileges
make
too?
sense.
Yeah, what
And
are the privileges too? Like sometimes they talk about these different privileges which don't really exist. Like
There
they
is
just
there
imagine
is
that.
and
privilege.
then
The
all right,
Jack and Jill
what
Club.
was the cutoff historically? Like when there
There
was
was a
biracial
privilege. I wanted
slaves,
to say there
and
was a
then
privilege. The Jack and Jill Club. They were specifically very light skinned people, and they exist today. And
well,
the
who
club is
created
changing
that?
now.
Was it white supremacy? Because white
They
supremacy
did.
runs everything.
Biracials like yourself
Well,
did.
that well, that's
The
good for
ones with
them.
blonde
That's
hair,
what black
blue eyes.
people
Just
should be
look at
doing.
But
the
what
ones
if
They
who
should be
had
people?
like
creating
light
privilege
hair,
for
light eyes.
themselves.
They
We're
created
all
it.
fighting white supremacy.
Well, they created in that time. Just look up
You're
the Jack and
focused on
Jill
the wrong
Club.
people.
They
You
have
worried
it.
about us being light skinned and making it when white supremacy is your
It
enemy.
wasn't even about your light skin and making it. No one's worried about that. We're saying there was a separation, and Jack and Jill Club was created with biracial or mulatto looking people with light hair, light eyes. They created a whole separation group, and it still exists today.
But you know what the problem is? I feel like when people start bringing up the past, it's always like this negativity associated with racism. And I just feel like today is different times. There's not just white people and black people in the United States anymore. You've got Asian people, you've got Middle Eastern people, you have Latinos, you have a lot of groups here, and constantly trying to worry about like light skinned people. I just feel like it's a dynamic that doesn't need to
Look,
exist because in
I want to say
reality,
something about the
it's a
paperback test
cultural group.
because when slavery was abolished, white communities and black communities was rejecting biracial people. So when we went and made our own spaces and said that y'all can't come in our space after you just kicked us out of your space, that doesn't make sense. Like y'all bringing up the paper bag test, but we wasn't
We
allowed to
didn't
come into
kick
your
you out of the
communities.
space. You created your own space because it was a
Right, the
hierarchy
people that had
with
that paper bag
biracials then.
test couldn't
No,
get
you
in black
actually
spaces.
That was not true. You wanted to be specifically out of those spaces because you were
No,
light.
they got kicked when slavery was abolished. Y'all felt like
We did not
y'all
kick
had.
anybody out of spaces. That's a lie. We did
Yes,
not
it
have
is.
that
That's why we
authority.
got our
It
own
was
term mulatto
you
because
were
we wasn't
given. You
allowed
were
to come
given.
into the black community.
That's not true. You had
That
your
is
own
That's
true.
spaces
definitely not
because you were
true.
at a hierarchy. That's not true. Now we're not going to lie on this story. You separated specifically. That's why we had black pass, white passing, because they specifically wanted to be disconnected from the black community. And that's a fact.
It's as
There's
Cynthia G
documents
said
of
on
biracial
YouTube.
people not fitting in either community in the early
No, you wanted to
1900s
be
to
separated.
But
1800s.
I
What are
think
you
we're
talking
derailing
about?
the discussion. I feel like we're derailing the discussion into times back when people were getting lynched and stuff like that. Like I just think we can't go by those times. We need to go by today. It's 2023, and we have to look at what's going on now within the black community and what's going on now in the United States. I mean, the black community is what now, 15%, 10%, and shrinking. So you're talking about delineating from a group that's basically shrinking, and you want to start thinking about like how can there be like healthy delineation. It's not about privilege and colorism and hatred or racism. Like I feel like it has to be some type of healthy delineation, or else it's just not going to work. Because these are your children you're talking about. You're the ones that are having mixed race children. So what is
Black
going to be the
men are
future
having
for your
mixed race
children?
children by the boatload, not black women.
But like, let's just say this: if black men are having only mixed race children, then that leaves black women to do what? Either not have children or to at times have mixed race children. So it's an issue.
Maybe it would be for black women when we get in these spaces. Since we're listening now, maybe we need to rethink how we procreate, and that's what we were talking about. And that's why
Yeah.
we went in our spaces to find, because this is not black women who've procreated these bulk and magnitude of biracial children. So as a black woman going into our spaces, maybe we need to rethink that. And they did lie about the census. They don't really know how many of us are here. So as black women, we
Yeah.
may need to pull out and figure out what we need to do as black women in procreation. And that might not be a thing for us.
I do agree with Trina that is mostly black men masquerading us biracials. I agree there on that point.
Yeah, there it says 9 out of 10 biracials are black men and white mother combination. So that's a massive group. Now, if black women catch up to that and it's more balanced, it's half and half, that's great, But at this point, like for one group to be creating kids and another group doesn't, for the men to be creating children and the women don't get to have children, I think that that's actually something that's very depressing to think about, as a mixed race woman. But I mean,
We
I
are
would say,
having children, we're just not having children with white men or other groups.
I don't think it's
right.
going to happen anytime soon with the balance and such with black women and pretty much any other race, because that's pretty much what Angry Biracials videos are all about, with how black
Yeah.
men can never do any wrong. They'll still choose them, which does not make any type of sense to me. Like, I grew up like never attracted to black men because of all the horrible things that they've done to my mother, to my grandmother. I've never had a grandfather or a father to look up to. So, of course, it makes sense that I'm not attracted to them today. I never have been. And there's nothing to be attracted to, if I'm being honest. That's why I'm still subscribed to Angry Biracial, because I feel like he sees me and like he validates the way that I feel about it, because it is an issue.
Yeah, and I still feel that same way, but this is just a different topic, and sometimes these topics can get heated, but so let's all just remember that this is a controversial topic, and just try to keep it there.
I feel like there should be more black men on the panel because they're the main ones who are saying like that can't make up their mind if we're black or not. Black women really don't. I feel like they more support us having our own space. I feel like
That right.
it's black men we got to do it because they know if we have our own space, then we'll be kings in our own castle. So they're more against us having our own space because then that's just creates competition for them.
And as a biracial man, Tragedy, you would agree because, like in my experience too, Black women have always been more accepting and of us biracials as
Yeah,
biracial.
yeah, because they know we're outnumbered in their community, and they see like how black men, they're like the head of their own community, so they know what we go through, and they kind of get that hand of the stick too because the biracial women are put above them, so they know they've always had sympathy with us. You know what I'm saying? So I do agree with that.
So,
But
this issue, I know. So some people may take away is that we're just pounding on the Black community. We're just having a discussion, and the main perpetrators of this is not Black women. I want to make that clear. The main perpetrators of this is Black men. But when we're having this discussion of biracial people separating from the Black community, having our own space, we can't just say biracial people separating from Black men. It's biracial people separating from the Black community in general. It doesn't mean that we don't like the Black community. This means that we want our own space. Maybe we want to build our own thing. That we deserve because we're tired of a lot of the hate that we get from predominantly Black men. So that I think that's the main takeaway. We want our own space, and we appreciate everyone's input on this panel. Again, I just want to reiterate, I hope no one got super hard feelings about this conversation. It's supposed to be a conversation and see where we can go from there. Go ahead, everybody. Oh, what happened, Tragic Jay?
Oh, my bad. I accidentally dropped down.
So if I put forward a petition, I'm asking a lot of people in the audience too, a petition saying that, some biracials have their own spaces that we want to build separate from the Black community. Would you guys sign that petition?
For biracials, yes.
Right. And at the same time, and I'm going to address something that's going to be controversial in the biracial community. There is a lot of, and I've done this before too. Like there's a lot of anti-Black hate from some biracials. Like I used to get so upset that a lot of Black men would tell me that I'm not Black enough, even though I tried so hard. This was back in the day. I don't identify as that anymore, but back in the day, I identified solely as Black, right? And I would get so upset when they'll tell me I'm not Black enough that I would say, well, fuck you all. And I would say some disparaging things, So that's something that we also have to acknowledge in our communities as biracial people, that there's a lot of frustration. And then there are just some biracial people that just don't like Black people. And so, but I think that's something that we as biracial people, we have to root out ourselves, separate, because we don't want that as our image. We come from Black people. We also come from someone else, and we always want to make sure there's love there. There's love and appreciation there, because we come from that community as well. But anything else's thoughts?
Yeah, I think when like people that have like traumatic experiences with Black people, once like the biracial community, like once people are doing well off, you can kind of heal. It's just like any type of traumatic experience you go through life. When you achieve like where you want to be in life, you eventually let go of the things that was hurting you and move on from those type of things. So I think that biracial, that's why another reason we need our own space. So biracial could just move on. They could move on and heal. Because you're never gonna heal if you're still in those spaces and the same shit still happening. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion on it. But I think we should have this conversation with Black men, especially Black men who have biracial sons. Because there's that dialogue. They're not really trying to have that conversation. They keep gaslighting us. They're not trying to hear us out. No, you're us, the father, the seed, whatever. They're just like they're not trying to come in terms with what we're telling them. So we really need to have that dialogue, but they're not willing to sit down. Like they're just like, no, you're not. You're Black, whatever. So we really need to have that conversation with them at the end of the day.
I was hoping that more Black men would join the panel, and two did, and one of the Black men that joined the panel, he was just fucking trying to troll with the, he's 2% mixed, so he's mixed too. So I booted him.
It's never a genuine conversation with them.
Because Black men like white men don't care, and they're not going to change anything in regards to this.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
That's true.
Black man about this.
Yeah, they don't care.
To a white man.
It's like nothing gets to their head. They're not trying to. So you
Nope.
just got to go and do your own
Black
thing,
men
I
and
guess.
white
No,
men
it
are
goes through the
basically.
women.
Yep, it goes to us. It seems like we're catching flack, and it's not no aspect against you guys as biracials, but it does. Being that Black women are the head of our community, we're going to have to really evaluate stuff on how we secure our identity. We had nothing to do with this as a
I agree.
collective.
I
And the
agree.
thing about it, we fighting for the same thing. Y'all want to be the face of Black women, not light skin, not all these, Zendayas that they're making.
We are the face of Black women. When it
Yeah,
comes down
technically,
to
yeah. When
anything
it
going,
comes down to it,
ain't
you
no
are.
technically,
But
it is
they're trying to
100%
replace
us.
it. Yeah, I should correct
Yes,
my words. They're
we did
trying to
not do
replace it.
anything in rough. So maybe as Black women, we need to get our space, and we need to maybe think about, should we be procreating biracial children? Because I don't know how to deal with this aspect. This is not even our fight to some degree, because these are not our children. I'm gonna be honest; they didn't come primarily out of the wombs of Black women, and
I
it's like we're
mean, if
catching
Black women
flack.
have their own biracial daughters, they could easily tell them you're your own image. So
When
that
we do say that, it's evidently these children coming into these spaces supposedly saying that they're better than.
yeah, that's
They
wild.
do. But
And otherwise, so I don't know if Black women should be procreating with white men or men who are of any other race.
But I
If
want to
they
say
white
something
body.
to that. I want to say something to that. Like, for some reason in the Black community, there's this thing where you have to be humble all the time. And I want to say in every other community, people are always thinking that they're better than every other group. So I think that Black women should stop taking it as a personal, like, affront that some mixed women think they're better than Black women. These women think they're better than everybody. It's nothing personal. And I think Black women need to adopt the same level of confidence and start feeling real secure in their identity, that they too have a lot to be proud of, and that they should feel that they're better than other people. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be where, like, you don't feel good about yourself and you see somebody else who's confident and it's like, oh, why do they think they're better than me? It's like, no, Black women have made a lot of accomplishments, a lot of achievements, but for some reason it's like they can't be proud. And I think now, when you were talking about the ADOS movement, I was like, to me, that's the first time where I see people really having real pride in their identity. So I do like it, because at the end of the day, there's people that view me as a Black woman. So I'm not going to be like, oh, well, I can't stand Black women. But I feel like a lot of Black women, they just don't feel like valued or something, or they devalue
We're
themselves.
not. We're
Yeah,
not. We're
Hey,
not.
I just
Even
I just
Malcolm
thought
X
of
said
something.
it, with the most hated woman is the Black woman. The most unprotected woman is the Black woman. We do catch that flack, and we're working on that image. And it's easier said than done when you have a community of men who gaslight you. You have your image being constantly gaslighted every day, 24/7. And then to hear that he has created others outside of the community, and now they're coming with the same vitriol to a degree, and we have to understand their feelings. But you can see he's clearly not here, and he don't give a damn, and he's not coming. He
right.
don't give a damn.
You know,
And we're not gonna take this flag. So as Black women, I believe we're going to have to pick up the gauntlet and come out swinging as we always did. We did not create this problem, because we're not going to be pushed back. It's not an aspect that we have any problem with biracials. We don't hate, and I agree that you should separate. But again, Black women are going to defend their position, and we're getting tired of him just like you are. But we didn't create this. He did. And he
I,
ain't coming to fix it, and the white man ain't going to fix it either.
I agree 100% with Trina on this. This really isn't a Black woman's fight, because but unfortunately that's all that's here on the panel, and that is typical, because Black men never want to take accountability for shit, and they are the main ones creating us. You know what I mean? They are, and so Sister Trina and what's her name, and Blue Jay. If you felt like we were coming at you in any type of way, that wasn't our intention. You're just the only ones here that represent that. And so that's why we're having this discussion. It is unfortunate that the Black men that create this mess, that continue to create this mess, are not here to have this discussion.
I understand.
And
I see a comment from someone, though, that says that my statements are gaslighting because mixed women don't view themselves as better than white women. But I would argue that I don't think that's true. I really think it's individual. Some people feel like they're better than other people. Some people don't. And it really isn't connected to skin color. So, I mean, you can think that that's gaslighting, but I've seen really light-skinned women who are like, oh, I hate being light-skinned. I think I look terrible. I wish I was darker. I mean, I've seen white women say that. I've seen white women who think they're better than everybody. It's a very individual level of confidence. So I just don't want to see it put only on light-skinned women. That's my problem. You know what I mean?
I understand. I'm also guilty of that, with wishing that I was darker skinned, always complaining about being unaware of my light skinned privilege, always comparing myself to a bruised banana or something.
Yeah, I hear you.
But at the end of the day, angry biracial, as I said before, is it fair to just agree to disagree on the mixed part?
Yeah, sister. So yeah, there's no hard feelings here. You know, we're not always going to agree. I'm not going to do. You know, we can agree, disagree.
Thank you.
I still appreciate you, and I'm still glad you're here. Yeah.
And
And I
plus, this is all new. Like all these questions and all these like, are we gonna do this, and that? It's like a puzzle. Like we're just trying to find the pieces and put everything together right now. And it's all gonna make sense later. Right now, it don't make sense, but later it's going to. So that's how I feel about it. Like everything, like what's mixed, all these things are gonna come together naturally because that's just nature.
Yeah.
So, does anyone else want to join the panel? Also, Toenail Breaker here, if he wants to come up. If not, then we will start winding it down because we've been going on for 4.5 hours now. It's been a great live. So, brother Toenail Breaker, he's also a mixed race person, and he's very intelligent. He has lots of stuff that he normally talks about. So, I'm gonna see if he wants to come on up. If not, then we will.
Can I have one more question before we go out? So
Yes,
when you're
ma'am.
going to your separate communities, is it going to be biracial with biracial, or do biracials go outside of their group? Or because we're Black American women, should we think about going with a biracial? I mean, what should be the synopsis with this dynamic?
That's a good question. Like you said, I think that black women already. You said that black women shouldn't date out and create biracial people, or they should at least think about it. I feel like y'all already been doing that. I feel like black women are the least to date out, from what I know, and so y'all already been doing that. But biracial got to think about it, they have their own communities. If you want to, like, it's just like black people. If you want to keep, we're gonna do the same thing black men are doing. If we're not sticking in our community, we're gonna do the same thing black men are doing, which is dating out and not creating ourselves, our image, or whatever we're creating. We're not gonna be creating that. So, but like Angry Biracial said, he's with a black woman and his kids look mixed. So it's kind of, you don't really know. It's like it can go either or. Them kids are gonna end up being probably more on their black side, or it's gonna be like, instead of picking white or black side, it's gonna be more like picking your biracial or your black side. It's gonna come down to that instead of.
Should Black American women who are from that lineage even consider biracials?
I mean, I think they should, because Angry Biracial has a really good relationship with his wife, so I really would support that.
So let me tell you this. I caught a lot of flack when I was in the Golden Sphere for saying kind of stuff, but y'all know that I think black women are amazing, and that I love black women. You know what I mean? Because I married a black woman. I love black women. I'm like Robert De Niro. You can just point me to a black woman, right? But it is. I think biracial men and black women have a lot in common, and I think biracial men and black women should wholeheartedly get together, so wholeheartedly marry and make babies. You know what I mean? Because is a good dynamic. If you can get a regular everyday biracial person that's not that's not self-hating or whatever, because there's some like that. With a black woman, I think it'll be a beautiful thing. I just celebrated 11 years with my wife. You know what I mean? So I definitely think black women and biracial men should get together, because a lot of us, like G Dizzle, he was on here. He's married to a black woman. A lot of us biracial men love us some black women. So That's all I got to say about
Look
that.
at the
The only
dynamic.
reason
Like,
I said it is because a lot of black women, speaking from a black woman's position, now that we have to think about this biracial thing, and it is hard for black women coming in these spaces. That's why we're separating to figure out what's what. And at the end of the day, he created this, but we still have to take on the blunt force of his actions. Um, we weren't sure if you're feeling the same way. Like, if you have to understand, like, black women are not going to give up identity. We're not doing it. It's not happening.
Right.
I just wanted to know where, because I don't know where to put this at and fit, because that's why we came up to figure out how do we work this out. But in the same token, it's like, it is stressful on our part, because it's like, okay, we don't know what to do with this. We know what to do with our children.
So let me add on the two people to the panel. Euro African Network and Wild and Waning. Welcome to the panel.
Hello.
Welcome to the panel.
Hello.
By the way, brother, this is Toenail Breaker. I just came up with my other ID.
Hey, what's cracking, Tono Breaker? Assalamu alaikum. How you been, brother?
Assalamu alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The greeting was upon me. I came in, so apologies in regards to that.
It's okay. Well, what is your take on this? And then we'll get to Wild and Waning.
Well, you and I have basically. I know where you're going with this. And the thing about it is, it's important to be transparent, and it's important to add context to it. Okay, you are who. To the brother, AB. So you are with who you are with is because of a particular foundation, a hard rock foundation, which makes it, and it just so happens she's Black in that particular context. Okay, and of course, when it comes down to it, we choose our partners. We make selective whom we want as a partner. So, in this particular sense, is that, like, for me, I married an East Asian woman that had something in common with, and I'm mixed race. I'm half Black, half white, and I don't identify with one side or the other. I'm just mixed race. I'm neither Black nor white, but I'm both. But I don't identify with one in disregard of my other. That's disrespectful. That's not the culture I grew up in. That's not what the culture I grew up in that taught that I was reared up in, that taught me that particular dynamics of that. That's how things basically equate to. It doesn't make any sense. As for the lady that was just up here, my personal opinion of it is, you be with whomsoever you want to be with, regardless of what racial group they belong in. If they can take care of you, if they can support you, respect you as a woman, man, that's better than any Black man, to be really honest with you.
Can I say something too? When it comes to dating, like from a biracial man perspective, probably just any man's perspective, like how she's saying, like, Black women should not date out. I think from a man's perspective, not even just a biracial man, like, we don't think about race when we choose women. Like, that's the least thing on our mind is what race is she. Especially in America, when you're a man in America, because America is very diverse. So there's a selection of women. Like, I've dated every race of women: Black, Puerto Rican, white. Well, actually, I never even dated a white woman. I take that back. That's crazy. I never dated a white. So maybe I do look at race, but I never really thought about that. But just something I never thought about. Like, I wouldn't choose a woman based on race. But even I would probably date a white woman, but she got to be real. I think we just go by, like, their looks. Like, they just got to be real bad. Like,
I think with the Black American woman in the Black American community, just to give a heads up, Black women are proud of being Black American women. We love our community, even though we have our downtrodden and downfalls. And we want to continue to have that. We're not going to just like any other group. So it's not like we want anybody just to plow in. So you're correct. We should have these discussions on who is Black. And I think we're getting to that motif. But in the same token, that's why we're saying, should we date out? It's like, it's a lot of confusion here, and Black women are just getting her toes wet to say, okay, well, I still have excellent Black families who are upholding that Black family lineage, but then the same token, I'm getting flack and he's stepping out doing all of this, and it's like, well, I don't know if I should now. So it's like that type of aspect. It's not about who should take care of us. We hold tied to our identity. We're proud of who we are, despite everything coming at us.
But
Yeah.
I get what you're saying in regards to that. But here's the thing: why limit yourself?
Because we want to exist.
You're already going to exist. You exist now. I exist.
When we say exist, it's like we're getting this vitriol from Black men who created, primarily Black men who created this, and it's like this community is being said to not be accepting when clearly he's out here just creating all kinds of broken homes and communities to the point that is giving out the message that he's given.
But here's another thing though. Like this is no disrespect. Who raised these Black men though? It was Black women, wasn't it?
Wait, well, 1 second. I need to take another bathroom break. I've drank a lot of water. So give me that 2 minutes, go, and we'll get back to it, okay? And I got to introduce a new person to the panel, and then I want to ask Tono Breaker something, okay? Give me. I need another 2-minute break.
I get it low key variant.
Okay, right back.
Sit on your throne, biracial king. Hold your head up and reign. You're a leader, you're a lion. You're the top of the food chain. So sit up on your throne and reign. Oh, biracial king.
You a king, you supreme, biracial. Top of the food chain, you reign biracial. Should be celebrated and you should be on your throne, G. But sometimes I know you get lonely, cause nobody really treats you like royalty. They just treat you like they don't know what you know you be. But keep your head up, don't you ever let up. It only gets better, so you should decide to get up. They never showed you love, no support from anyone. Even biracial women, they never showed the ones. But everyone's expecting you to be strong. When you have black and white, where do you belong? You never had a shoulder to lean on. Sometimes you're down when they think that you seem strong. You got no ally, nobody got your back. But you always keep your head high, cause you're stronger than that.
Sit on your throne, biracial king. Hold your head up and reign. You're a leader, you're a lion. You're the top of the food chain. So sit up on your throne and reign. Oh, biracial king.
This goes out to all the biracial brothers. You a king even if you hate about the others. Biracial women don't show love or support to the biracial men. We all know this, of course. Gotta fight the black man and the rest of the world just to prove that we just like the rest of the world. That is fucked up. You know we never really had acceptance. Every other person is accepted except us, but it does not affect us. We're strong and relentless. Just watch us. Notice that we are the best set. Ay, half black, half white like a piano. Yeah, I'm mixed race, and the facts is that I know that the black man gotta say that I ain't black enough, and the white man say I'm black like every one of us. But that just makes us strong. We proud of us, kid. Keep your head high. You a biracial king, ayy.
Sit on your throne, biracial king. Hold your head up and reign. You're a leader, you're a lion. You're the top of the food chain. So sit up on your throne and reign.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, man. I've been drinking nothing but water and juice. So, man, I got a messed up bladder.
And to clarify, that's not a question that I created. I just hear that question a lot. So I just want to hear what they response to that is, because
in reference to that, Black women did raise the Black men under very dynamic and treacherous conditions. But we can also say that in reference to who raised the white man and he's still taking over, and a lot of you are mixed with the white woman.
Yeah, well, we're not going to get into blaming black women for anything on this panel. That's not what it's about. We're gonna
Yeah, I think you can get I think you can get demonetized if you go into certain types of topics.
Well, not only that, I don't support that idea. So, 100%. Let's get back onto the topic. So first off, I want to introduce Old Black Man. What's going on, Old Black Man? Welcome to the channel. You there, brother?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. How y'all doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I've been listening to you guys for a while. I apologize for my voice. It's been going out because the allergies. I'm from Kansas City. I'm 50 years old. I do have a biracial daughter. Her mother is white and half Mexican. Honestly, I do not see division. I also work in the school district where I work with elementary kids and now I work with high school kids. I do not see the division at all. I honestly don't. But I do feel like if you guys do divide from the Black community, it's going to make it easier for white supremacy and harder for the Black community.
I disagree with that, because the military has divisions, and that's what makes them powerful.
So
as far as I'm with you, I don't care anything about the military because everything is corrupt as far as I'm concerned. I only care about our
There's
people.
different divisions. Like, division doesn't mean that like you're our enemy. Like, we could work better as your ally than we can pretending to be you.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is if you divide into your own space, it doesn't help for us to grow and learn from each other. Is more what I'm trying to say.
That's why we can have these conversations. We grow better by understanding our perspective.
Well, that's not
how can you grow if you're not trying to hear what we're saying?
Well, the thing is if you guys were divided, I wouldn't be hearing this conversation tonight. Is what I'm saying.
So you have the problem. We don't have the problem.
No, I don't have a problem. I'm all open ears.
Problem with biracial people being their own thing, obviously. For what?
No,
you're creating.
Let's not attack the brother. Let's let him say.
That's a genuine question. Like, he's creating things that, like, he himself is creating things. If you don't want there to be a divide, why even create them in the first place? Because it's eventually going to happen. The population is going to grow to the point that
that's the problems that you guys are talking about. I've never seen them in the elementary schools, and I've never seen them in the high schools.
Not yet. The population is going to grow. It's eventually going to. People are going to eventually see their differences.
How
we don't
old
see
are
them
you?
now because we're such a small minority group within.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay, I'm 50 years old, so I have 20 years over you. I'm nuts. I love my daughter, and I'm gonna be honest with you. If you would have told me I've been with her mother 30 years.
There's white men who love their biracial daughters, but they still call their daughter a different race than them.
So, Old Black Man, do you see your daughter as black or biracial?
Honestly, I raised my. We raised our daughter.
She knows she's mixed.
She identifies with black, but she would tell you in a heartbeat that she is black, white, and Mexican.
Okay.
So you're aware that your daughter's mixed, though, right? You know the awareness.
Yeah. I mean, it's only common sense. I see her mother every day.
That's what I'm trying to say. People are aware of their self. They're aware of things, and it's eventually going to happen anyway.
Okay, I'm honestly trying to understand what you're saying.
What I'm trying to say is, if I'm aware of what I am, why wouldn't I identify that way? If I'm aware of something, why would I say I'm something else? That doesn't make sense psychologically.
I'm not saying you're something else. I'm not saying she's something else.
No, you're saying, like, if I say I'm black, but I'm aware that I'm mixed, it doesn't add up because black people are not mixed with the same things I am. Are you half white?
I'm black.
Right. So how can I identify with you if you're not half white?
What? Well, don't you? Do you identify as black or do you identify as
I
white?
identify as black and white. You don't
Okay.
identify as black and white. You see what I'm saying?
All right, but we still have similarities as far as our blackness. Am I right?
Some, but not all.
Okay,
Which is
but
fine. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I'm acknowledging the difference in a respectful way, not in a you're different, so I don't fuck with you. It's more of a
well,
it's
and I'm not trying. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. As I was listening, my heart was breaking because I honestly, like I
because
said,
you've been taught that biracial people
Hold
not
on,
wanting to be black is hate. That's why
hold
your heart is
on.
breaking.
no, that's not true. As a matter of fact, my daughter just pulled up. I mean, she could tell you what she identifies as. Lena,
Is
what do
that
you
because that's
identify
what
as?
makes you feel better, or is that what makes her feel better?
No, she just said she identifies as biracial.
Black and I'm white. And I'm
She's comfortable in that identity, right?
Are you comfortable with your identity? She said yes.
As biracial.
She said yes.
So
I'm
there's
multiple
no problem
race.
there.
I'm black, I'm white, I'm Hispanic, I'm Native American, and I will claim all of those gladly.
So, did you think that biracials should have our own community? Are you happy being where you're at?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think we should, especially like filling out job applications, school applications, stuff like that. You have to choose between white, black, Mexican, 2 or more, not Hispanic. Oh, okay, I am more and I am Hispanic, so I never have a choice. So I think that does need to be changed, but I'm happy being biracial.
Okay, that's what we're saying. We're happy to be biracial too. We're just trying to like get black people to understand. Well, not all black people. Some black people do understand that. It's just a lot of black
No,
people that don't
I
understand.
fully understand where you guys are coming from. I would just like to be able to hear these conversations. I just feel like if you're in your own spaces, I wouldn't be able, and other people wouldn't be able to hear these conversations.
Yeah. So, for instance, like the woman you're dating, she's outside your race, right? She has her
That's
own
correct.
communities. She has her own communities, but you still found love with her. So it's not a bad thing for us to have our own community.
Well, actually, she has been around us all her life. Her stepfather was black. She's known him. She's been around since she was 9 months old.
Well, my point is
Her
that other races have their own community, but you
Okay,
still.
but other races, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there shouldn't be a segregation of communities. And there should
We're
be
not
a unit.
segregated because you can still go into these communities. It's just identity politics, really. We have different agendas, we have different goals, and we need to come together as a people, especially in a world of white supremacy. Biracial people move differently, and we need to be together as we move as a unit. And we
Well,
could
if you
work
want to
side
bring
by
up white
side with black
supremacy,
people doing that.
as far as white supremacy, if you bring that up, then I think the black community and the biracial community we should be moving together, because
But with our
in our agenda,
we still have our own. We still reach. Even they know that we can get further. We change the social order. That's what the one drop rule was created, because they're aware that we change the social order, and that's what we're trying to do now, is create our own communities, which will change the social order of everything. Unless black people are already happy with the social order, as me as a biracial person, I'm not happy with it.
I think we should have our own individual communities, and we discussed that in depth a lot. So I'm not going to re-go over it. So if you want to listen to that, you can go back and listen to the panel. So I want to ask Brother Tonell Breaker something, because I value his opinion. He's a very intelligent brother. Do you think? How do you think biracial separating from the black community? How do you think that would look? And do you think that we should?
Well, looking back into history, there was always a separation. There was a separation from since day one when the Africans came here into America. In the 1700s, basically mixed race people were distinguished as a different racial group from black people. And apparently this does not written inside of Black history in regards to it. So you can't say it has always existed or been the same. It hasn't. It has always been a distinguishment between those who were mixed race and those who were more fully Black. There's always been a distinction. As for us having our own community, my opinion kind of differs from what you guys are suggesting, because I see ourselves as a one of the things that we do as when studying history and looking at it, we'll never become our own community for one particular reason. We're not being forced in a corner. It's not like the South African coloreds that were like forced and segregated into their own group. Once we have freedom to roam, we're going to basically choose the individual, or the individual is going to choose us, whom we are more compatible with, regardless of race. As this thing about being separation from the Black community, well, what about we're half white? So what about the separation from the white community? Why should there be such a thing in the first place?
I think we're already separated from the white community, because the white community is pretty clear on what white is.
I would, as a person who raised up predominantly white and in white culture, that's not necessarily the case. Not today's modern day, because I can represent the white community or my community that I live in today. David Chappelle, who is fully Black, represented the white community. Anybody could represent the white community. So that is not, and the thing about white supremacy, when last have you guys lived and basically been around white people or have white friends to basically keep on saying this? According to the statistics, white supremacy is a minority within the United States.
When I say white supremacy, I'm talking about the people that own America, basically the ones that make the law, the governing of America is white supremacy. They rule over America. That's what I'm talking about. The people who are in control of everything.
Well, the white community has always told me that I'm just Black. The Arab community has always told me I'm just Black. So it's like,
when I say white supremacy, I'm not talking about like Proud Boys or people running around as groups. I'm talking about the actual governing of the country.
Yeah.
Well, that needs to be defined, because the way when people say it, especially among Blacks, they bring up white supremacy, it sounds like they're referring to the old school gang back in the early 1900s. And
well, I don't know what they're talking about, but when I say it, that's what I mean, the actual governing.
We're talking about the system, we're not, that's not listening. We're talking about the system that redlines you, keeps you from getting certain things. Basically, it's a system. We're not talking about the guy in the backwater with 3 teeth. We're talking about a system that literally oppresses, and you can see it coming down the pipe.
Okay, so here's my question. Here's my question to you is, when you use the word red line, I'm very familiar what red line was back in the 1900s.
And they still do it today.
Now
they just named it gentrify.
So are you telling me that right now, the moment that there's going to be a difference between a Black person, a mixed person, and a white person walking into a bank to get a loan?
Yes, that's what people are confusing. We're separating our race and our identities. It doesn't mean that we're still not gonna be humans. We're still all gonna go to the same bank. We're still all gonna go to the same schools. We're just asking to have our own identity.
Ma'am, I'm going to say this, right? My dad is probably one of the blackest people from slavery descent. I'm from the Caribbean. I was born and raised a Caribbean. Every single person that I knew from the Caribbean, from back home, that moved here to the United States, never ran into any problems. Every African that I know that moved from Africa that came here, very successful, don't have a problem. Currently, right now, the moment, my dad lives in a predominant white area. The first Black man, literally oil black, that lives in a white community, didn't have a
Caribbean?
problem. Yes, he's from the Caribbean. Yes, he's from the Caribbean.
We're not talking about you as a Black American. So I'm going to digress on that. And your experience is different from mine. And we do know that there is a difference when it comes to racism. I notice it's real funny that when Africans and Caribbeans get in a tight space, though, when white supremacy rears its ugly head, then you want the Black community to jump up. So I'm going to digress, and I see that you see it differently. But white supremacy is real, and you about to see in about 5 more minutes how real it is.
I agree with her.
Hold on before we continue. Mills Martin, you join the panel, and then we'll let Brother Tonell continue.
Yeah, I put in the chat earlier in my other account, Stay Chic, Stay Cool. I wasn't here for the whole live, but my main thought on this when we're talking about biracial identity or like or ambiguous Black people identity or whatever, I think the thing that stands out to me is the fact that like I don't think that unambiguous people will ever understand what it's like in terms of being having your identity forced upon you depending on who you're around, who those people have been around, what they're acclimated to, what location you're in. I mean, it's a very variable experience, and I think it's crazy, really, when we get into all this picking about, oh, well, you know, you look like this, or you look like people try to tell you what you look like. And it's like, okay, that's constantly going to change. So I think that people should just embrace the identity that they're most comfortable with based on how they were raised, based on their heritage, based on their phenotype. And it doesn't make any sense that unambiguous people are trying to tell people how to identify. Like, how can you tell someone else how to identify? It just doesn't make sense. You're not with that person everywhere they go throughout their life.
I mean, it's not as if Black people don't do that with each other. I mean, as I've said, well, like you just said, you were late to the conversation, but I was talking about how they were quick to try to identify me and question my ethnicity and my race all the time. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who has had that conversation because you grew up in the suburbs saying that, why do you sound white? Why are you here with us? Why are you talking to us? Even though I was Black like them. So they were forcing identity issues on me as well.
Exactly. Yeah, that turns my stomach over too. Like, even unambiguous Black women get picked apart for their voice, you know, how they dress, their interests. I think overall, I'm really tired of the Black community nitpicking people's Blackness, how people identify, making assumptions about people before they know them. It's insane. And I mean, I'm all for representation. Like, I love hearing conversations speak up about dark-skinned Black women's representation. Like, that's extremely important. But it's started to bother me how those conversations also talk about, they can take a turn and they can degrade light skin, ambiguous, whatever you want to call it, biracial people. Like, why can't we focus on one group? If you want to talk about representation, focus on dark-skinned women in the conversation. And I understand why biracial women and light-skinned women are brought up, but it's taken a turn. The conversations have gotten really nasty. And so, yeah, I think I commented this earlier. I'm checking out. Like, this used to bother me and I used to be sensitive about it, but I mean, no one can explain to me my Blackness. I've been Black my whole life. All my parents, my grandparents, I just happen to look ambiguous, but I don't have any, you know, recent non-Black ancestors. And so and it's like, people also try to act like they're genetic specialists, like that they know how genetics works, trying to predict, you know, what someone's kid will look like if they marry someone, or, assuming that, you know, they've got some white in them. It's like, you have no clue. And I actually have a thorough understanding of my heritage. I know my great-great-grandparents, etc. So I have the facts, and and that's why I detach from this, because it's idiotic to me. And I'd also made a comment earlier about how, yeah, this stuff isn't like, you know, there's a writer, Thomas Chatterton Williams. I highly recommend you guys listen to his work. I mean, the thing is, he kind of goes too far, in my opinion, just because he has a different perspective. He's raising white kids, and he's biracial. It's a whole thing. But one thing he did was the fact that he lives in Paris. And in Paris, people racially profile him as Middle Eastern or North African. And that's a whole thing in Europe. Like, there's a lot of racial profiling for that in Europe, right? What, is he supposed to identify as that now? And like, that's, and I don't answer you this, but that's where these things get tricky. It's like, in America, people would tell him, oh yeah, you're Black. The cops will see you as Black, you're Black. In Europe, they'll see him as Middle Eastern, North African. I get the use case of, like, you know, identifying as the police would identify you. I get that, but at the same time, we have conversations are spicy, because in a different location, you're going to be differently. And like, what are you supposed to do with that? I think, and I said this earlier, these conversations are only going to continue because our society is getting more globalized. Interracial relationships are on the rise. They're not slowing down unless, some unforeseen, event, political, social event in the future. But yeah, it's only going to rise. So I empathize with maybe this sort of replacement feeling, but I am so tired of this conversation. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Everything you say is completely valid, and I'm glad that you brought this topic back up again because I couldn't help but notice beautiful black soul. I didn't mean to come across as gaslighting you in the comment section. I was just talking about how I envied dark-skinned women because their skin tone was more even and shinier in comparison to me. That's why I would used to compare myself to a bruised banana because I'm yellow, but at the same time I have hyperpigmentation. So I would always laugh it off as that. And I would always compare myself to my mother because she is disturbingly beautiful, in my opinion. But no, I was not trying to discredit or disregard you or any other dark-skinned black woman at all. I was just stating how I was raised and how I felt.
All right. Thank you. So now let's get back to Tono Regular, what Tono Regular was saying about his thoughts on if biracials should separate from the black community and what that would look like. And what as far as your term about going to the bank, if a black person, a white person, biracial person went to the bank, I wholeheartedly believe we'll treat it differently. I think I would treat differently than a dark skinned black man would, because I think I do have some privilege because I'm closer. I'm gonna do another video where I talk about I'm not gonna talk about it now, but I'll do another video where I talk about stuff like that. But go on, brother Tono.
So one of the things I want to say is to everyone, if you feel that because I spent 33 plus years within the United States, I've lived here for like 33 plus years, right? Came here back in in the 1980s, right? Was part of the hip hop culture movement, etc., that went on, which has drastically changed from back then and up to now. I want to just make a comment to that is, there's always this stigma within the black community. The white man doesn't care where you came from. They all see us the same. But right now, the moment a distinction was made. So what I am saying is, and I am basing this based on my father's experience, who was here in the United States before me coming here, living here, and my father guiding me. Father's always been in my life, by the way. And guiding me through within this country of basically what to do, what not to do, how to talk, how to speak, how to walk, etc. Proper things. That's all it is. Proper things. I had a father to guide me through the whole scenario. So what I'm saying is that when you come up and you say something about white supremacy, this suppression, this, I don't see any of it. I don't have any experience of it. Maybe some of you may have it, but here's the thing I'm going to say in regards to that particular issue. I also too have Arab friends. I have Asian friends. I have friends who are non-black and also too who are not even white, that are here, that are immigrants to this country. They go through some sort. They feel that they have limitations, etc., that they may reference it as basically a suppression. So when we say that we feel that where we are oppressed, how does it make it any different from other people who also to go through the same similar thing? I never experienced it.
Allies.
Say what?
It makes them our allies.
Okay, so I'm going to go on to now I'm going to move on to I'm sorry to deviate from it, but I just wanted to basically pile up on that because I practically speaking, I feel that is a bit of a prejudice because I'm from the Caribbean, that we see things differently. Yeah, you're right. We do see things differently is because we have not been institutionalized to think that something is still happening that doesn't exist in the 21st century. That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Too many Caribbeans are coming on our space, and you speak two-sided when you get into that Pan-Africanist stuff.
What
So
Pan-African?
you
What
guys try to
Pan-African?
basically. I've seen Caribbean men who come in who are from Jamaica, who
Uh-huh.
1 minute they'll be on this Pan African and the white man this and the white man that.
Uh-huh.
It's like you play to both sides of the fence.
Okay.
That's why
So
Black Americans.
okay.
We're talking about the issue. Not no offense to you, and this is his panel.
Okay.
We was talking about Black American men and their aspect of not including them into the Black American community, which is very different from the Caribbean community. And then I see the underlying event that, oh, we as Caribbean men, we're that. No, you have just as much dysfunction in your community. We're talking about our biracials from Black men who've caused issues, Black American men, not Caribbean men. And we're not trying to hear that you don't see the racism, because you clearly do when problems do come up. So we're not
Ma'am,
going
as
there. You like
far,
to pick and choose how
ma'am,
y'all dip and
as
dab out
far
of
as
racism.
far as my experience, which you cannot knock, I have encountered more racism from Black people in this country than I have from white people.
Oh my God.
White people say the exact same thing here. How is that any different?
I feel like that's the biracial experience, playing both sides. So it's like, to get into that point, I experience more racism from Black people, more experience from white people. It's redundant at that point, because biracial, that's the whole point of why we need to do this, because biracial people are feeling from both sides. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say Black people are the only ones who do it. Like, let's be honest. White people do it too. Black people do it too. But it's about, wow, we can't keep focused on the past, though. We're trying to move forward. So how do we, like, overcome these race relations where you're not feeling racism from Black people? Like, we got to have better conversations so we can move forward and grow and heal.
Well,
And I don't like that. I don't like that talking point. I don't like the talking point where people say that they get more racism from Black people. I feel like it's just like an ignorant talking point, because I think racism came from slavery. So unless you were somebody that was in that dynamic, you can't really try to call the people who were enslaved the racists. And I do think that, like, when you, like, even though white people may be nice to you, that does not mean that you can get a job at a Fortune 500 when you're biracial or you're Black or you're.
We didn't create racism in this country.
Right. So
and
I
it's still
feel like
so it's not
yeah.
Black people.
Yeah, but
And I
I
don't
feel
know
like
how a
people do say a
Caribbean can
lot of
only get their
things.
experience. They come here on their own free will and their choice. And no offense, I'm going to stick with what he said. Black American men who did a thing, and now we need to come together as a Black American community. I'm not really, no offense to him, interested in Caribbeans, because that's part of the reason we're also delineating, because we're not trying to hear Africans or Caribbeans coming here talking about what they experienced or whatever. That was your choice. We're talking about what has happened in our community. We're going to stick with that. I'm going to stick with him because he said his father is a Black American male descended from chattel slavery. Caribbeans are one group. Whatever they are, they could be Bohemians, Jamaicans. I'm not interested. Africans, none of y'all basically, if it was such a good thing, y'all wouldn't be fleeing over here trying to figure out whatever. So don't tell us how we should feel and stuff don't exist, because it exists. I've seen it in my family. I still see it today. Tell it to my girlfriend who got ran over by a white guy and they called the nigga and she flew up in the air. So racism exists. So I don't like that aspect on telling us how we should feel and how we should move. I want to get to the aspect on how biracials in our community coming from Black men and how we as Black women and Black men going to deal with it, and to get his crazy behind up here to deal with what is he saying to his children, how he can be more productive in the community of biracials that he created. That's it. Anything what Caribbean saying about anything else, I'm sorry, it's not to be blunt. I'm not trying to hit them because they speak out of two sides of them and they're not a part of our community.
So here's the thing about it. First of all, right? I'm half a century old. I wasn't born. I'm not Gen Z or anything of the such. I've been around for a very, very long time. Okay.
That's great.
So just to let you know, this isn't my first rodeo coming into it. I know what I experienced when I came here as being someone who identified as mixed race and got ostracized for it among the Black community because I didn't want to identify as Black. Because let me tell you this, I couldn't identify, even if I wanted to identify as Black. back home or any black country, you can't do that shit. You can only do that here in the United States. You can only do that here within the United States. You can't do it back home in a predominant black country. It's not happening. So for you to say that I'm straddling the fence is rather leaning a little too far across the table here, because the thing about it, I'm being straight up with you, straight faced with you, and not two faced, like some of the newer Caribbean people that come in and try to assimilate and be part of you. I'm not trying to be part of you. I'm telling you from basically my experience as a mixed race person. That's it. I don't straddle to one side because you're black, one side because you're white. I stick on the side of basically where it's truth and sound. I'm trying to be an American. That's what I'm trying to be. And I am an American, full-fledged, 100%. My mother's Anglo-Saxon from here. That makes me an American just as much as any one of you. So it doesn't deduce me from what you are or anything. Yeah, granted, I'm going to say we have different experiences. Just like, yes, we have granted experiences. Our perception is going to be different. That's fine.
But I think that when you immigrate to the United States, I just don't think you can speak over the Black American experience. That's my only concern. I think a lot of people do that, and that's why there is a lot of division between the Black and the immigrated Black community. Like if you're speaking over them, like, oh, there's no racism, it's like you're kind of like part of racism because they're bringing you here to kind of like take jobs instead of giving those jobs to Black American people. So to me, it's like you're not really understanding the dynamic that you present to when you come to the United States. But I also feel like that's a different discussion, and this wasn't about whether you're ADOS or whether you're Caribbean. I just didn't like the thing where people say that Black people are more racist than white people, because I think, when you're talking about racism, you're talking about institutional racism in the hospital, at the doctor's office, in the employment sector. That's where the discrimination is occurring. We're not talking about name calling. And yes, there is a lot of name calling and rejection and alienation in the Black community. But just because somebody is nice to you and smiling in your face, they're still not giving you the jobs. You're still not getting the money. You're still not able to move into certain. So I feel like we're talking about two different dynamics, and we need to clarify that instead of just blaming Black people.
I think you both are correct.
Let me make it for the record, right? First of all, I never said that racism doesn't exist in the United States. What I said is my experience of what you guys are calling from something in the system or whatsoever it is. I could walk down to a bank, get a loan for a house, no problem. What is that? My white privilege? Because I'm mixed race, I'm half white? This is what you're telling your kids?
I think it's deeper than that.
Wait a minute. My dad, who basically came here in the 70s, didn't have a problem buying a car.
Hey, so no breaker. Who is eligible for a loan, for a house loan?
The patterns are different.
Dude, not too long ago.
It's based on
where I live at, right where I was living at, right where I live at right now. The moment, the beginning of the year, the beginning of the year, they was given like some sort of grants or privileges to, if you were Black, to basically get loans from homes. What are you talking about?
Like class and race are different. I will say. The Caribbean gentleman, I don't know your name, but like the one thing I did think was interesting, what you and the lady before were saying, is there is something, part of these conversations that's interesting is there are different perspectives on this whole thing depending on place of origin, like Caribbean, from Africa, from DACS, like, and it goes back to what I was saying earlier about like how people perceive you based partially on the racial backgrounds and mixed backgrounds they're used to. Like for me, I grew up with a mix of different skin tones in my family, and just knowing a lot of other light-skinned people and Caribbean darker too. I knew all types of shades, and so then I got to college, and there was a lot more Nigerian girls, and they basically called me, and I just was like taken aback. But then I started thinking, their perception is different. They didn't grow up here. They're not GACS. So people get mad at me for claiming Creole when really, that is her sort of TCS ethnic background. What's wrong with that? I think, and I'm mainly coming from West African, like not necessarily Caribbean, but more so like West African immigrants. There's this weird thing where they're trying to come up with what the racial categories are here when we've been here, and if it wasn't for us, y'all wouldn't be here. So that's a different conversation. But that part is interesting. Just the angles at which people are coming at this. It's interesting.
So what I missed? What happened?
The angles of where we're coming, because you were saying by you being a biracial who comes from a Black American who descends from United States chattel slavery, how we will move in our Black American community in reference to biracial children created by both the male predominantly and female. I don't know what, I guess he was given his experience as a Caribbean biracial.
Listen. Here's one thing. I'm going to make this here straight. Is again, I'm not straddling the fence. You'll have other Caribbean people that basically come here to be your friends, to assimilate with you, and then behind you cut you in your throats. I'm not going to be like that. I'm going to be straight up in your face. Would you rather deal with a hypocrite, or you deal with someone basically genuine and front face? This is how
we will deal with you on an individual basis. That's what we decided. If you're not our children or our family, we will deal with you as individuals. We will not deal with you as a collective. You're not included with our group.
Here's the thing.
Period.
Here's the thing. I am an American that I don't believe in division. If you wish to divide and separate yourself from other Americans because of their racial group, then it's
they already separated, sir. They're already separated.
Okay.
You say that say that to what's his name? What was the one who was doing the rap? What was his name? Busta Rhymes. Y'all come here and basically say y'all separate all the time. We're not playing that game. Okay. What he came to discuss was the biracial issue with Black Americans, and suffices Black Americans, you're Caribbeans, whether you're Bahamas, Haitians, we're not in the same group. We're done with that.
Here's the thing about it.
We're talking about biracials. We don't, if you want to be a friend from the side as an individual, so be it. My son is part Caribbean, he's part Jamaican, and this is a discussion that's a different aspect, but because he's two different ethnic groups. But that's another conversation. But we're not doing this. We all one bullshit. We ain't playing with y'all no more with that. We already have a space for that. You can say what your experience is as a biracial, and that's it. Okay, we hearing that, but we can all this coming together as friends. We ain't on it.
And let me tell you this: my experience is very much in line with all other biracials within this country had the same experience as with them. The ostracization, the ostracization because one of your parents is Black, shoved into a corner.
I think this is her point, that you have the biracial experience, but you're not having biracial people also have the Black American experience, and I think that's her point is that you're not a biracial person that's having the Black
American. Here's the thing about it is, what is that? What
And-
is it? Define it. What is that? What is that? What makes it so much different from
the Black American experience? What makes it different?
From what is so different from the Black experience? Is that how you define Blackness within the United States?
Well, Caribbean, when you guys migrate over here, they have things ready for y'all to get settled. No.
Also, the best and the brightest are the ones who are migrating typically, right? I'm not saying all use all situations, but a lot of the times. So that's something that's also not talked about.
Have a good night, Denise.
But you know what I want to say? Like, he's saying that what is the difference between Black American and Caribbean? And I think the difference is there's a history. That's the difference, the history and the culture and some of the experiences, like the traumas passed on through the generations. Those are the differences. If we were to cherry pick a group of African Americans and send them to quote unquote colonize other countries, of course they would seem like the best group in that country. But what's happening is they're kind of cherry picking people from these other countries, bringing them here. And then they kind of want to argue with the Black American population, which I think is a mistake. So like even amongst biracials, we're going to have people who are half Nigerian and half white. We're going to have people who are half Jamaican and half Japanese, right? But those experiences, those cultures are not going to just vanish away because they join a biracial category or a multiracial category. I think that's one of the biggest discussions that we really would have as a group of mixed race people, because people who are like ADOS or Native American mixes, they're going to be the ones that are going to have a lot more concerns as natives of this country. And people who are immigrated, I mean, sometimes I just feel like I wish they would like hear more what the Black American experience is and how there are issues in terms of the disenfranchisement, instead of just telling them, well, like, oh, you need to work harder, or that's not my problem. You know, there's some serious issues going on, you know, and I just get ignored.
They don't care when you get in those spaces when they really outside of him being biracial. When you hear full-fledged Caribbeans and Africans, they don't care. That's a whole nother genre. If you was to go in those spaces, they don't give a flying fuck. They come in here to eat and they figure that we are just playing victim and the whole 9 yards. They get downright ignorant in
And they
those
don't
spaces.
brush up on their on the history. That's the part
They don't care to know. They align with white people until they find out that white people don't give a dang about them either. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
This is about to get real ugly in about 5 minutes when white people can't get what they need to get. Then they'll see the side of what we've experienced all along. That's why we no longer have this discussion with them in these spaces. They're very two-faced. They play both sides. That's all I can say. If you want to get in those spaces to hear, you would be amazed. They don't care.
Yeah, I think there is, and I feel like too, immigrating is also very stressful for people. So sometimes people come here and they think they're going to be welcome with arms, and they get a little hate, and then they just become completely like hateful of all Americans, which, I mean, I've seen people like that, but I just feel like I know you're bringing up a lot of good points, Tona Breaker, but I think like because of ethnicities, that's going to create certain dynamics within the multiracial group.
Thank you. And that where my whole part of basically bringing this up and ruffling the feathers here is to conclude, and which I was going to say, AB, is that because of so much diversity within the United States, and yes, the mixed race population is basically growing over 200% every decade or something like that. The last 2020 came up. It increased from 2010 to 2020, which is including Puerto Rico, right? And then all of them over 200%. It's up right now. At the moment, we are just slightly exceeding the African American community here within the United States. So by 2050, white population will be a minority after that particular point, and then mixed race population is trending to be the dominant racial group within the United States at that particular time. Now, what I foresee is I do not see a unity of people. There is too much cultural differences. There's too much cultural differences. There are some people who will basically be whom will gravitate more to Black culture, and there will those who will more gravitate towards white culture. And there's going to be that separation that's going to be there. There's always going to be that separation is going to be there, that I think. So we're really, really, really not going to have this unified racial group that you think or people think or you're trying to create. I just don't see it happening.
Right.
All right, Tim. Good night, Tim.
I mean, we already know America's a melting pot, so
I do feel like there needs to be a better way for people who are, I think I mentioned this earlier, who are white presenting, but they're like of Black descent, and then people who are look Black, like less ambiguous, they look more Black presenting, and are mixed descent. I feel like the terminology is that the white presenting ones say that they are mixed of Black descent, because I don't think there's anything with it. If you just a quarter Black, I don't think there's anything wrong with like, you know, saying that you are of that descent. Not saying that you are Black, but you're proud of that heritage. And then in the other direction, if you're like more Black presenting or ethnic presenting and you're like of maybe a mixed background, then you're black. That's kind of what I resolved. Like, I am black, but I look ambiguous. So therefore, I'm a black woman of mixed heritage. Now that heritage is centuries, in the past. But if people insist, then yeah, I'll clarify. But I'm not doing blood quantum, and I'm not like doing 23 and giving away my data. I don't care enough to know the breakdown. So that's my take on that.
Also, I don't think white people are going to become a minority because America before the 1776, it was like what you're saying is going to happen in 2050. America was already like that, and then somehow white people became the majority. So there's
if
Well,
you look
according
at
to
the
Joe Biden, he
statistics,
said, "We're doomed. We doomed." That's how you. That's what he
if you
said.
look at the statistics, right? The white population was like back in the before 1967, before the Racial Integrity Act was basically struck down, right? The one drop, so-called pseudoscience one drop rule, right?
But for how long?
1967, right? There was the white population was in the 80s, the 90s, or something. 80s not where, and then 2020 it shrinks all the way down to like 62% from between 80-90%. Come on, that's a
When
trending
you
number.
say that the one drop rule has been struck down, I want to argue that that actually isn't true, because you have a lot of mixed race people, especially in the media, who are claiming black. They'll say they're biracial, but then they'll say that they're proudly black. But I also feel like that's like a promotion of the one drop rule. So we do still have the one drop rule in the United States. Even if legally it's been struck down.
It was, first of all, it was basically brought in 1924, 1930. Prior to that, even Rosa Parks was called a mulatto. Most of this, Rosa Parks was, if you look back in the U.S. Census archive, she was identified as a mulatto, not black. Frederick Douglass was identified as basically mulatto. There's a lot of people that they were identified that stood up and fought for basically black civil rights. No issues with there too. I would have probably been along with them to do the same thing too if I had the advantage to do it. It was until that time they came out and decided to take this racial group and just said, okay, yeah, we're going to make everybody black in order to disenfranchise them. Because by law, they couldn't apply the Jim Crow laws towards them. So that was the way of basically work around the law in order to get them to be subjected to the Jim Crow laws. So
I think there were other issues with the one drop rule too. I think there were some other issues with the one drop rule. Like, it was disenfranchisement, but it was also like, not wanting to really deal with blood quantums and people wanting to, because like a lot of people say this, as soon as you come up with a category for mixed, you're going to have a lot of people who are on the borderline, wondering, do they fit in? So rather than try to deal with that, it's easier to just say, hey, let's make everybody that's mixed with black. It's much simpler. But at this point now, even when you're trying to divide, you have people coming up with different numbers. Everybody's multi-generationally mixed. It can be 75%, 80%, their choice, my choice, anybody's choice. Now you have a lot of people that are kind of doing the same thing, which prevents proper delineation. But no, I would say the one drop rule is still in effect, even if it's legally off the books.
It's an effect culturally. It's an effect culturally. There's not,
almost
it's not in the
definitely,
books.
and it's something
definitely
that's not gonna. It's something that it would take a massive campaign to end the one drop rule cultural, aspect. It would be a massive campaign.
It's too embedded at this point.
I think that around voting time is going to end, because that's when numbers matter and voting matters. And once the mixed race population grows, Republicans or Democrats, they're going to be fighting over a mixed race vote. I'm talking about people who identify as mixed race. Like right now, it went up to people that identify. I'm talking about identify. It went up 250%. So politicians are going to be catering to those groups to get those votes. So the
I don't
split is
think
going to
so. So
happen.
mixed groups besides black, white.
What
Well,
is that?
I'm reading an interesting comment, and it's saying that America plans ahead and is forward thinking. This is why so much advertising is including mixed couples, and that push is working well because of men like, I won't say who, but those offspring will merge back into whiteness. So there is a lot of concern that the mixed race community is simply the beginnings of a new white community, right? Like we're just here to create more white people for the white race.
Well, that's
That's
why
exactly what
biracial
they're doing.
people. Okay,
That's what gets.
that's why
Go ahead.
biracial people have to assert themselves to the because white people, if we have our own community, white people are going to try to classify as white. That's why it's up to us to maintain ourselves, because what's gonna happen is just picking side, white or black, we're gonna become white. So unless we just in that, like the like the Latinos did, where they just know we're mixed, we're not white. That's how we keep ourselves from them absorbing us,
But I
basically.
think some of the black community almost like puts it in our head that, okay, you guys are going to be white soon. And I think because we're such
We
a
don't
small
want to
group,
become white. So
right, we don't want to become white. So I just wish the black community too and the white community understood that talking point. The goal of mixed people is not to become white. They like being mixed, but it's very difficult to try to maintain a community because we're such a small group.
Well,
So even like a lot of
I don't
people
think
came
you
into the
become
golden
white
sphere
unless you merge
because
with
they're,
white. You
but I
only
was
become
saying
white
a lot of
unless
people
you
came
merge
into
with
the golden sphere because they're either around all white people or black people or Latino people. Like they're the only person like themselves. So when they finally meet these mixed race groups, they try to link up and create, sense of a community and so on. But yeah, like we're like me personally, I would not want to merge into the white community, but
well,
I
look
don't
at
we never have a
look.
choice,
We gotta do like the mulattoes did. I'm not saying we need that identity, but we need to do like they did. They didn't become white. They rejected that. They didn't become white. So that's why the white supremacists were pretty mad about that. That's why they just one dropped us.
And that's why I think that I've heard this line of thinking recently of like people think that there's a white agenda where there's going to be more biracial people and then everyone's going to it's like something about the conversation of genes or something, like that they're going to turn biracial multiracial people into white, and that makes sense for two reasons. Number one, it's like based on this assumption that it goes back to what I was saying about the genetics. People think they're genetic specialists. Like you have no idea how people are going to turn out when they're mixed, and also not every mixed person is mixed with white and another POC race. Like there's people who are mixed with two POC races. It's just a lot of assumptions being made, and I think it's kind of a trauma response. To be frank, like I think it's a trauma response, considering whiteness, like. People don't realize center whiteness when they get into these conversations. To assume that multiracials will evolve into white people or something, that doesn't make sense.
I don't believe they're going to absolve y'all into whiteness. White people are very strategic on guarding their whiteness. They will not include biracials.
It doesn't matter. It
Exactly.
doesn't matter. It does not matter. If it does not matter if you are black, you're Asian, you're Arab, or you're white. Once you change your geographical location, adaptations, the human body adapts
That's
to
right.
its environment. So there's nothing you could do about it. You could try to preserve as much as you want. After years and years come down, the environment will change you.
I mean, the evolution doesn't happen in real time.
Well, that's why she says she's Black American and she's not these other groups.
I was just saying that people don't know how. I mean, I forget that lady's name. Was it Sandra Land from South Africa? She had two white parents. She came out black. Both of her parents are her parents. Like, I've seen other situations in my own family. I'm ambiguous looking. My sister's like brown, dark skin in the summer, and it's random. You'll see people, they are biracial and one of their black parents is like dark skin, and they came out looking white presenting. Like, people act like they know how to do the science behind this, and they're not trained. They don't know what they're talking about. So that's another thing where I just feel like people act like they know how these phenotypes show up every single time, and how it's gonna, where it's gonna go. You don't know God. Don't play God. Crazy to me.
I really need to add to that when it comes to the white community. They are so, there was a time when they were so exclusive where it was Northern Europeans only were considered white, and then everyone else were considered colored, and that includes the Southern Europeans like Italians, the Spaniards, etc. And then once they saw their population going down again, the more immigrants that came in, they were starting to add more and more people in from Europe and considering them white because their numbers were going down. And there was even one time last year that they tried to consider Asians as white, in case anyone doesn't remember that.
Yeah, what you're referring to
Because
is
they are
that the first people,
phenomelanin and they're not trying to accept nothing with an inch of black blood.
the
That's where
first,
they're going to separate. They're not going to do it.
the first
That
people
white
to
man is hell bent on that.
the first people to coin themselves as white were Anglo-Saxons. Those are the ones that came up with that terminology for identification of a racial group. And what they did is they excluded if you were Irish, Greek, or if you were Irish, Greek, you weren't white. It's through assimilation through in this country, as you mentioned, as the Anglo-Saxon population started to decrease. To be specific on who we're talking about, yes, they started to basically now include all of these other ethnic groups from the other parts of Europe to increase that identity here. This has even gone in now. This is now they've to the in the 21st century now. They're now including North Africans and Arabs.
Yes, and
And
now
Middle Eastern
once
people.
again, now that their population is depleting again, they're desperate enough to. It's only a matter of time where they're going to consider biracials as completely white. There are a couple of states that acknowledge biracials and classify them as white through their white mother, which is why they're trying to push the agenda of mixed race commercials with always the black father and a white mother.
But I think they're white until they're 18 years old. And once they leave their mother's home, they become black. So I was reading about that, like in some states when the mother is white, the child is considered white. But then when they turn 18, they're actually considered black. So that's some crazy stuff right there.
Like I've been quiet through most of this discussion because I wanted to hear everyone's opinions, but I do think that there is a push because I've met a couple biracial white supremacists. I met a couple. I used to have a friend in the space who was a biracial man who ran with a white supremacist group who accepted him. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Jordan. You know what I mean? He's a biracial, or he's not biracial. He has two like mixed race parents, but he still wasn't white. And she shaved his hair. He had a Nazi signs all over him, and he ran with Nazi groups who had a program where they wanted to essentially breed out the blacks. Kind of like what happened in the movie in Australia, the Rabbit Fits. Want to breed out the black, and I talked to him about this a lot. And there are other biracials and mixed race people who have integrated, who are more white passing into a more white supremacist role, and who've been adopted into programs like that. So I think it could be a very real possibility that white supremacy, because I think white supremacy thinks generational, thinks way ahead. That they could be making a push to absorb some more white passing, self-hating biracials into a group where they will breed the black out of them and make them, and add to their white numbers.
That's exactly what they're trying to do.
So that will be children coming from white mothers.
They're definitely trying to remain the
Well,
majority.
that would make sense because they come from white mothers. They would identify with their white side.
Because I met a couple of biracials like that. I've actually I wrote a book about one of them, and it's crazy, to think that someone like that is running around, and he would tell me that he would say all the things against black people. He would hate black people the same way as a racist white person would hate black people. He would drive by and call them N-words, tell them to go back to Africa, knowing that his father is a black man. You know what I mean? So
But 10 times out of likely, the fathers, like how you said, they're not involved. So that makes sense. And if that happens, then so be it, because a lot of times those fathers who are black kings, they ain't in the home. So that's on them. That would not be no different than us coming up against white supremacy anyway. He's not involved. She's the mother. It is what it is.
But
I
AB,
also think us as biracials, we have to separate ourselves from people in our own community who have those racist ideals. Because we don't want to be generalized with that.
I agree with that because I don't like when people come in and they act like they're speaking for all of us, like all of us men and all of us biracials, and they start saying crazy stuff. I feel like it's purposeful to put a target on our back, and a lot of us don't even agree with half that stuff because we'll have like black parent, black children, black sisters and brothers. So we don't even agree with all of that stuff, but they'll be the main ones saying all this stuff all loud on social media. And then you have people coming after us like we're the one, like every biracial person is like that. And I really don't think, I think biracial people need to start, clapping back at some of those biracials that are saying that stuff.
AB, so what in regards to what you had said in regards, yeah, I ran into some like that. I did run into some like that. I was kind of I thought being shocked from one side, and I was definitely shocked with another side when coming in, so and being confused about it. But one of the things that, do you believe? Because I ran into one instance, I can't say all of them were, but I ran into one particular instance where me and this one guy was speaking about our experience in the Black community, which was identically the same, but he decided to take it further to the extreme, to like what you're talking about. Do you believe that some of it is passively motivated, that he feels that he was ostracized at one, or being picked on or ostracized at one particular point?
I think some of it can be more motivated by that, but at the same time, I think if someone is more white passing, I think they will try to identify more with the group they look more like. So if there's a biracial person that looks white and you can't really tell, like Rashida Jones, right? I think she looks white, more like Mariah Carey. She looks white. People that are more white passing, I think they would identify more, given the opportunity, more with the white side than someone who was not, and the biracial mixed race people that I saw that were running with Nazis, white supremacist groups, they were more white passing, and I do think that some of it is from being picked on, but I can't blame it all on that. You still make an active choice to say, well, I'm going to run with this hate group, and not just separate myself from being picked on,
But I just want to say something. That guy did not look white passing to me. He had like a blondish afro, but he had afro hair and tan skin, so he did not look white passing. So there was really no reason for that.
He shaved his hair off on purpose so people couldn't see his hair, and he had his eyes were blue, he had tan skin, so it's like he didn't look like.
But I'm just saying, like, anybody looking at him would have known that he wasn't white. So it's like it, like the whole thing was like, oh, I look like I was white, so I joined the Nazis. But I don't want to talk on him because he will be mad about that. But yeah, I don't see it.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, though, right? Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
All right.
I think the biracials, the white passing biracials that are joining like white supremacy groups, I think they're doing what a lot of biracial people do when they want to fit into white or black. They go extreme. They go to the extreme for that side.
Right.
So that's what's happening.
Okay. So now let's be fair. Let's be
that
fair.
was once really pro-black once. I was really
let's be fair here. So what's the difference of someone who's biracial that goes pro-white, anti-black, different from a biracial that goes pro-black, anti-white?
Identity crisis.
There's no difference. That's why you're creating. You're creating the biracial community so that you don't have that dynamic.
Okay.
Because that's extremely mentally unhealthy.
Okay. So in this particular cases, right? Why doesn't the Black community condemn that?
Condemn which one? The one where you're Black and you hate on
Yeah,
the white ancestry?
if you're, yeah, if you, what I have seen a lot of condoning of, if you were mixed race and you decide to go more to the white side and not like Black, the Black community raise hell about it. But then if you basically gravitate towards the Black and identify as Black, being anti-white, they praise you for it, but it's not condemned.
That's true, but you know what I noticed? I think some mixed race people are just too nice, and I think we allow other people to put a lot of input into our identity, you know? So I feel like if you want to go towards white, go towards white. If you want to go towards Black, go towards Black. Like, you don't need anybody's permission. But in terms of being like super anti-white or super anti-Black, I would say that's what's bad when you're mixed race. It doesn't matter what side you go to, as long as you're not anti the other side of your ethnicity. That's my only thing.
Yeah, and I think the other thing I thought of earlier today was that these conversations should sometimes be, because I've seen some conversations talk about celebrity representation, dark skin and light skin and biracial and all that, and I totally understand that. Like, that's what I was saying earlier. I totally support the conversations about more dark skinned women and men representation in general. But the thing is, sometimes I feel like we're having conversations about apples and oranges. Like, celebrity culture is one thing, but I do think it's kind of disturbing, this trend I've noticed in the Black community where people sometimes, like unambiguous people, aren't as accepting of lighter skinned or biracial people. And it's interesting because they want to talk about faces, but I think the interpersonal is so important, and I think sometimes it's underestimated how hurtful that can be. Like, I understand conversations at a systemic level when we talk about Hollywood at a more high level, but when we talk about friendships and spaces and college campuses, I think that if somebody doesn't look like what you have grown up with as considered Black, but they identify as Black, and in a way that's meaningful, or maybe you don't even know anything about them. I just think that people need to be more accepting. I mean, I know that sounds trite, but
people need to do what?
Unambiguous Black women are not accepting of biracial women. That's what you're saying?
I mean, maybe not universally, but in my experience, I mean, I'm 29, and it's really interesting. Over the past 10 years, I've noticed a complete shift in how, I don't know if it's because I've gotten older, I don't really know, but growing up, I never questioned my Blackness. Then going to college, people identified me differently, and I thought, and they treated me differently too, and I was taken aback.
I think that has to do with
is your mom Black or is your mom white?
All of my ancestors are Black, like as far back as like my triple great grand, like I don't know any non-Black ancestors. I just, like I was saying earlier with the genes, I just, based on my family gene pool, I just came out looking ambiguous. My dad's light skinned, but he has very Black features, like phenotype.
So in your Black family, because are you saying that your Black American family does not accept you? I'm not understanding.
No. I'm talking about like college campuses and sorority and just like social life post high school, post my hometown. Like, I'm from Georgia, so I don't know. I don't know if it's a regional thing. I've noticed that, you know, moving from college to DC to New York, there's a difference in how I'm perceived, and it's shocking because I never perceived myself, and I never imagined anyone would perceive me differently up until I was like, I don't know, 19 when I was in college. It was
so when you were in your family, they perceived you as Black.
Yeah, and my family has a
when you go to college. Now, a lot of colleges, this could be a thing. I don't know. You have different ethnicities of Caribbean, African, and Black American women. It could be a whole lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Yeah.
No, I think it has to do with Black people try to take on more problems they can handle. Like, your family's gonna accept you no matter what.
And cultures when you're going, I'm not sure if she's at a HBCU, a PWI. Again, Black American women, Caribbean women, and African women move differently, and that's a fact.
Yep.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like,
I think so. I
black
think in the
black
African
people are
American
accepted.
community, you would have been accepted, but maybe in the African community, they might have said something if you were light skinned,
That's it.
but in the black community, you would
But
be
look,
accepted.
black people
We
are
probably
trying
should have
to
a lot more
accept people
Africans.
and hold on to their original form and accept people at the same time, and that's like contradicting.
We're not trying to accept anybody. We're trying to basically muddle down the whatchamacallit because we're not trying to lose our ethnic culture. No,
Right?
we're
You're
not.
trying to not lose your
We're
image. You're
not
trying
trying
to.
to accept and push everybody into our culture. That is not true. We've been pushed with African, we've been pushed with Caribbean. Everybody speaks for Black Americans but Black Americans. And
But
but that's why we're doing reparations, delineation, and the whole 9 yards. So
Okay,
that's
so
not true. We're not trying to be as accepting. This is something different with Black males creating children outside the group and then all of a sudden abandoning and we having this conversation now. So no, we're not trying to be as accepting. We're just as Black American women. I can't speak for a male raising and being around biracial children in our family. We don't tend to be having all these issues with biracials. They seem to be comfortable with us. We have also in our own families had to clean up the messes that they make when having to be a mother or be that second surrogate mother to children who are confused. So
But
this
it's
is a
just not
distinction
now.
that's
As
There's a
much
different.
as I
history
want to
of
agree with
America with
you,
biracials and black people having problems with each other. Like there's an entire. It's historical.
as much as I want to agree with you, I honestly can't, mainly because it what's true is, and I'm being honest here, some black women do want to live vicariously through biracial women, which is why a lot of the times, including myself at one time, accepted them as black. Mariah Carey was black to me as a kid. Um, uh, Alicia Keys was black to me as a kid because they were the beauty standard and they were who they considered as the beautiful black woman. And we as black women in general, but especially dark-skinned black women, they wanted to be accepted, so they had to live vicariously, not by choice. Unfortunately, it's like they forced themselves to identify with biracials as black, if that makes
That's
any
not true.
sense.
That's not true
Yeah,
as
I
a
don't
dark.
know if I don't know if I would agree with that either. But let me ask you something, M. Are you biracial? Are you mixed? What is your mother's race? What is your father's race? Like,
So both of my parents are DACS, Black American. My dad is light skinned, but he has very black features. My mom is brown, almost dark skinned, but she has, I guess, maybe more keen features. Perhaps, yeah. From what I understand, I mean, we don't really speak on this because we are pro black in my family. Yeah, sure, because of DACS and slavery and just American like society, I am of mixed race far down the line, but I know my lineage from like 4 or 5 generations back. I have photos of them. They are black, and if they were not be considered black, they were definitely considered black men. And so I think that's where it gets tricky. I was talking about the black immigrants coming here. I think there's a difference in perception. MGM, mix, whatever you call it, yeah, sure, maybe that's what my ancestors were, but in that time, they were black. And so my heritage is black, specifically Black American. I just happen to look ambiguous based on my gene pool. Like I said, my dad's light
I
skin.
see what you're saying. So,
You
so
are
do you
black. You're
feel like
able to
you?
going through.
So
We
do
had
you
to
feel
have
like you're
our light.
mixed, or you feel like you're black? Do
I
you feel like you're
I
mixed, or you feel like you're black?
so I identify as black, but
Okay.
as of this month, I came to the conclusion that when people want to dig into it and do the blood quantum, because I haven't done 23andMe and I don't care to, I'm just gonna, just to appease people, I'm just gonna say yes, like, based on Black history, sure, I'm probably of mixed heritage, but I identify as Black, and that's.
Well, I wanted to say something to that too. So originally, and I know a lot of people, the Golden Sphere developed a huge
I'm not
negative reputation. But I just want to say something. The Golden Sphere initially included light-skinned Black people because many of them have the same experience as you, where sometimes people kind of feel like they're not really Black or something like that. So they were always welcomed into the golden sphere. But I think over time, you know, there became a bigger push for everybody to only be the mixed people in the space, MGM or biracial or what have you. But we do still have the space. You know, you are welcome to join. But it is going to be a lot different. I don't know if we're going to keep the same name. We may change it because there were just so many antics and shenanigans while people were there, and we don't want to carry on that legacy. But thank you for answering, because it makes sense, and a lot of people don't understand that some light-skinned people, for example, like Puma Curry, right? Some light-skinned people are not directly mixed, but a lot of Black people will come up to them and say, "Oh, well, I thought you were mixed," or "You are mixed," or they'll even argue with them, and it'll be really frustrating, and they may even be ostracized. So that was part of why the space was created. But I just wanted to share that with you.
I mean,
Can I ask a question? So you're literally ostracized in society?
Not all the, I would say not all of the time. I'm not going to be silly and say that all the time we're ostracized. Obviously, you know, some of us have a lot of positive experiences that come with being mixed or lighter or so on. And some of us have a lot of negative experiences. In fact, some people have some extreme negative experiences. So that is the point of the group, you know, and there are also other cultural issues that come into play. But yeah, there can be negative experiences. A lot of the time people like to overlook it. And I feel like I don't like to invalidate anybody, you know. I don't like invalidating somebody else, but sometimes people do try to, you know, fluff it up a little bit and make it seem like it's worse than it is. But there are a lot of negative experiences that some light-skinned men and women have in the Black community. And you know, the point is to validate them and talk about it and try to overcome it versus just to say that it doesn't exist, you know.
And we don't vicariously, as darker skinned women, try to live through light skinned women. That's not true. That's why we created our own species.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I don't think dark skinned women are as obsessed. Like people try to make it seem like they're obsessed, but there are issues.
No, I didn't say that I did not say that you were obsessed. I just said that some Black women do
We
live.
don't even live vicariously through our daughters. We're trying to create more dark-skinned daughters. We don't want to erase ourselves. If you hear our spaces, no, that is not the case.
Well,
but we also don't want to push aside if we do have daughters who are biracial as Black women to deny their experiences. That's part of the reason why we came to this space. And having cousins and relatives that we had to help raise with that issue, we never told them that they were Black. We never ostracized them. We basically said your mother is A, B, C, and D. Your father is such. Because again, in my family, we had to sometimes pull up and be that representation because a lot of their white mothers didn't know what to do. That's why I was. So I don't know about us living vicariously through them or identifying with them. We just simply wanted to identify with our own lane, our own space, and we do have our own colorism within our group because we have people in our family is two dark-skinned people and somebody pops up, and this literally happened in our family where one child is dark and the other one comes out with blondish, bluish hair and blue eyes, and we like, what that? We just know that gene jumps out. So we can't necessarily go by color. That's why we go by lineage. Especially in my family, everybody's different colors. I have an aunt, and that's my mom's sister. She looks like she's straight Chinese. We don't know where she came from.
Yeah, I get it.
All right, guys.
We don't go about that. We're totally different colors.
My bladder is jacked up. I need another break, so I need another couple minutes. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put another commercial up, and then we can start wrapping it up because it's been 6 hours. So let me. It's been a great conversation, but let me hit this bathroom, and we'll start wrapping it up. Right back.
I'm biracial and I'm proud. I'm biracial and I proclaim it loud. I'm biracial, no hate can keep me down. No matter what my haters say, I proudly rep both of my races today. I'm biracial and I'm proud. I'm biracial and I proclaim
I'm half black, half Arab, that's the way it is. Proud to be biracial and I'm proclaiming it. Ain't no shame in it. But then growing up, they thought I wasn't black enough, never showed me love. Wasn't black enough for black people, but too black for anything else. A sad issue, but now I'm being myself, accepting myself. If no one calling me beautiful, I said it myself. Yeah, cause it is time that we should face this. Doesn't matter if a man is born to two races. Equal rap, both races to the fullest. Haters saying otherwise, they evidently clueless.
I'm biracial and I'm proud. I'm biracial and I proclaim it loud. I'm biracial, no hate can keep me down. No matter what my haters say, I proudly rep both of my races today. I'm biracial and I'm proud. I'm biracial and I proclaim it loud. I'm biracial and no hate can keep me down.
To all the kids growing up biracial, walking past your peers and they be changing facial expressions just to show they don't like you or accept you. They thinking they're not like you. Well, I just wanna let you know this. You should be proud and loud, never low key. Let the haters hate, let them say things proudly. You should rep both races. I'm black and Arab at the same time. Even if I could, I wouldn't wanna change. I realize this is who I am, how I am. Embrace yourself, that's a real superpower, man.
I'm biracial and I'm proud. I'm biracial and I proclaim it loud. I'm biracial, no hate can keep me down. No matter what my haters say, I proudly rep both of my races today. I'm biracial and I'm proud. I'm biracial and I proclaim it loud. I'm biracial and no hate can keep me down.
Hey y'all, all right, I'm back. Sorry about that. My bladder is jacked up. So let's start to wind it down a little bit. Everyone's gonna have their closing statements. It's been 6 hours. It's been a great conversation, and I appreciate every single one of you on here. Let's all start closing it out.
I just want to say thank you for doing this live. This was a much needed conversation. I just appreciate it. That's all.
No problem, brother.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for inviting me up on the panel. It was fun. I enjoyed it, and I learned a lot from all these different ladies and gentlemen who came up and also in the comments. So thank you.
Thank you. Trina, everything you want to say closing out?
Thank you for inviting us to this space. It gives more open dialogue to what's going on in the community. And I'll bring this conversation up more with biracials in my family, as well as more Black Americans in the community, to have more of an understanding of what we need to do as a collective.
Thank you. Tonell Breaker?
It starts with the home. Family values, family values, family values, and a stable home. You don't have a stable home, you're going to have problems. I'll just end it with that. And thank you for the invite. And we'll, I guess, talk with you guys or see you guys later in the future some other time. Take care, man. Good night.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, Tonell Breaker.
Blue Jay, you have anything to say or did you say anything already?
Yes. Thank you everybody for hearing me out, and thank you for inviting me to your panel. Thank you for listening to my opinions, and I appreciate hearing all of yours. It puts me in a different perspective through everything, and I hope I get to have this conversation again with all of you someday. And no hard feelings whatsoever. It was just all about opinions and a decent conversation. But you all have a great night, okay?
All right, bye, Blue Jay.
All right, did I miss anyone else for closing out?
Good night, Trina. Good night, Tragic Jay. Good night, everybody.
Good night, and hope we can have another conversation about this in the near future.
I want to say this was a great conversation. I'm hoping we can have more conversations like this. And I want to say thank you for letting me on and get my opinions out there. Um, and I hope to I hope we can do this again. Um, and maybe because I would like to have the same conversation over on my channel, but I don't know how to navigate in that conversation. But after watching uh, after listening to the live tonight and having an understanding, I think I might do something like this in the future. But I'm a go ahead and hit the bed because I'm going live in the morning time. So again, brother, thank you for this conversation. And one more thing, I still say that is black women should be confident and you know at at least give dating out a chance, because you never know where you'll find the love at. And also also to the biracials, as a black man, I understand that biracial men get ostracized in the black community, and that shouldn't be happening, because again, black men are creating biracial. So the only thing I have to say is stay strong, my biracial friends. And black women, black women, love yourself. And with that, I bid everybody a good night, and and I hope tomorrow everybody has a blessed day. I
All right. I want to thank everyone for coming to the live stream. I know it was kind of a controversial topic. I know sometimes things got heated. I hope no one took anything personally. Just us having a discussion, us saying our opinions and our viewpoints. I know I'm not offended by anything anyone said. I hope no one else is also offended. And thank you for all my panelists who rode with me. This was a 6-hour long panel. This was the longest panel I've ever done. 6 hours, I appreciate you all. And closing out, I'm going to do another panel like this, because I guess people like this panel, and it's something that needs to be discussed. And I want to touch base on something Sister Trina said. She was right. This really is not a black woman's fight, because black men created this scenario that we have now. And I want to try to get more black men on here. And it's unfortunate that the one brother we had on here, he kind of got jumped on from the start, but it's what it is. I want to get more black men on here because they need to be held accountable for this, and we want to talk to them about this too. Because again, this really isn't a black woman's fight, and as usual, black men in general are not here. They didn't show up to talk about this, talk about a mess they made and help clean up. Anyway, I'm going to log off. I love you all, man. This was a great live, and I hope to do another one soon. All right. Assalamu alaikum all. Y'all be safe. And yeah, let me